It is 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We start a brand new week together. If you're listening live, thank you for being with us. First full week in a while for the entire staff, and we are looking forward to being with you. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show, upcoming events, links, social links, the store. It's all there. Rick and Bubba 24/7 at rickandbubba.com. Let's bring everybody in. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
What's up, boys?
What's up? How are y'all?
Good.
You still in bed?
No, I'm good.
There's a rumor out there.
There's a rumor
that we're going to work 5 days this week.
Watch out.
How are we going to get by?
I don't know.
We'll see.
We got to see if we can figure it out.
We will see.
Monday through Friday.
Maybe y'all.
Yeah.
The 2024 Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest happened over the 4th of July break, and we have so much to discuss. You know, one Greg Burgess, this is his area.
Of course, I didn't watch it. I just saw highlights.
Right. I can't even
forgot
watch
about it, to be honest.
I can't even watch
like in the middle
that.
of the day or
Can't even watch that.
I don't even like talking about it.
I brought it up, and he just took the conversation. He goes, "Oh." But I did see, because someone emailed us, thank you, Rick and Bubba audience, that we had a situation when it came to lemonade and how much could you drink, because there's not just the hot dog eating contest, there's side contests going on.
Yeah, they had a few of them before the main event. In fact, they had to clean up, and it was delay the main event because Mohawk had a little trouble with his lemonade.
So you're saying there's different cards.
That's why I can't talk about it.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
Right there.
Yeah. That someone sent us that someone had tough time drinking that lemonade and had to let it go. And
I forget how much lemonade. I'm sure I got. I didn't. But the winner drank it in like 21 seconds, something like that. Well, beside him was old Chubby with a blonde mohawk, and he was in it. And everything he drank came back up.
Really?
Yeah, right there on stage in front of everybody.
Okay, and they had to haul things. Clean it up.
Oh, yeah.
Good
you can't
gracious.
continue with that going on. And then, again, I didn't see any of this, but I believe Joey Chestnut had his own deal going on live streaming.
Yes.
And in the contest he was in was only 5 minutes, and I think is at 10 for Nathan's. Anyway, he ate as many in 5 minutes as the winner ate in 10.
Yeah. He apparently took on some
and what's her name?
Good night.
Won the women's title again. What Makasodu or whatever that we talked about Friday?
Yeah,
she
won
took
that.
the women's title.
Yeah.
So she took the mustard belt. That's what you get, a mustard belt, by the way.
Really?
That's what it's called, the mustard belt.
Chestnut took on some soldiers at Fort Bliss in Texas. And then you had the Nathan's deal where 58 dogs were well below Chestnut's totals, but the champ Patrick Bertelli, Bertoletti, excuse me, he is the new champ, but it came in way below what you normally see when it comes to the hot dog eating contest. But I was nowhere near it. I couldn't even watch it. We've talked about that.
I didn't watch it. I just happened. I tell you what it was. When I was up here working Friday, I got off looking at it. I wanted to see who won and all that.
Yeah.
And then I came across a Mohawk struggling with the lemonade. That's hard to watch.
It is. It's very hard. That's why I don't. But this here is Patrick winning it.
And the winner is Patrick Bertoletti. Chicago, Illinois.
It was all focused today, no mohawk, just hot water, and I wasn't going to stop eating until the job was done.
Yeah, but you're so far behind what Chestnut's done in the past. It's really.
I don't know really I don't know what you do with that. I guess you just say, hey, I beat who was here. That's all you can do. I mean, I know there's probably a little asterisk beside your name now because.
Yeah, but you're way below.
I know.
Wouldn't even have been close.
I give you that. I know.
So I just look ahead to Labor Day weekend when we have Kobayashi taking on Joey Chestnut.
Yeah, the Labor Day weekend deal. Netflix is promoting that one. That's kind of like
then Tyson and what's his name going to fight right after.
Yeah, but folks don't know this, but it'll be right there in the ring.
So do you look at sprinters the same way you look at the hot dog people? And here's why I say that. So I watched Sprint on Netflix.
I did too.
And it's fantastic.
What is it?
By the way?
Sprint. It's good.
It's about the 100 meters and 200 meters and Noah Lyles and it's fantastic. Okay, and it's right before the Olympics and so.
Yeah.
But here's the reason I bring this up. There's I think he's from British. He's a British guy.
Yeah.
And he would finish like third, but yet he holds the new British record.
Okay.
So do you look at him and go, he ain't really done anything. He still can't keep up with the other guys that are first and second.
You can't call him elite, I guess.
You can or can't?
Well,
Greg, he's the fastest guy ever to run in that country.
well, okay, there he's a big deal.
Well, it's just
He's
like
going to have to get on up above, mate. He's going to have to beat Lyles and them.
Well, it's just like
to
the
be
Italian
considered.
that won. I watched the first 2 episodes. I think I was going to get to 3, but
I mean, he's
the
obviously
Italian
one of
won
the
the
fastest people
100
in the world.
But everybody's calling him a fluke, because it's like, okay, but in Italy, he's the man.
Yeah.
But I mean, you said
you're considered. I'm probably the 3rd fastest guy in the world.
But apples and apples, you said a minute ago, he looks back and until he's caught up with Kobayashi or whatever, it's not. So this guy is the fastest guy in his country, the 3rd in the world.
Yeah, but he's not as far
away.
The first place, he's not that far away from it. This guy's nowhere near what Joey Chestnut can do.
By the way,
you know what I'm saying?
So
I could see it ain't so much. I mean, his times are comparable to the top 2, and he may catch one here and there. I'll rethink that and go, yeah.
Well,
he is. But this other guy, to me, he's the new champ. But his time, for lack of another term, is so much slower than the original guy. I mean, he's not even in his league. It ain't even close.
So do you know the name Noah Lyles?
I saw him in the trials.
Did you know it before you went into the sprint?
I did not. He's the one that's always out there and working the crowd.
Yes. Did you know who he was before?
No, because
I didn't.
I stopped because I'm always amazed. I did it when y'all got me into the Formula One deal and so things that I don't pay a whole lot of attention to, but it's the best at what they do. So I stopped on this sprint thing because I saw the trailer and I went, these are it goes behind the scenes on the personal life and all the meets leading up to the big international competition and the Olympics and all. And I said, I'm in. And I had not heard of one person.
I hadn't either.
I had seen them, and I was like, oh, that's familiar because I saw them like in a commercial or something. But I knew nothing about them. And I was very intrigued by just their overall ability and the way they approach things.
Here's what I don't know. And did he run in the last Olympics, or is this his first?
No, he's been on in the 200 meter.
And I know he's the national champion.
Right. Yeah. He's been on in the 200 meter, and he decided, okay, I'm going to do the 100 meter too as well. And these guys have owned this. I've owned that. I want to see if I can own this too. And here's the funny part about this. This is why I speak to Speedy's point.
Now, he's constantly doing. He's working the crowd.
You will have a love-hate relationship with this guy because of that.
Me and
Lisa were watching it one day, and then she says, "I don't like that guy because he's
a showman."
But here's what's funny is, and to Speedy's point on not knowing anything about these guys, his coach starts talking. He sounds like one of us, and I'm like, "Who's that guy? He's got to be from the South." And this guy is coaching the most elite runners on the planet. And I looked up his bio, and at one point he was in Auburn, Alabama.
Really?
And I was like, okay, so no wonder he sounds like us. Like
he's got quite that coach has quite the resume.
Yes, he does.
The folks that he's coached, it's a who's who of who he's led to titles, and I'd never heard of him. No. None of them, and the ladies too. It's on both sides. Of course, especially with the ladies, it's Jamaica versus U.S.
Oh yeah,
and so it really focuses
Jamaica's
on that. But this 200 to 100 for him. Everything's about the starts, Greg. And if you don't have a start in the 100, you're gone. But he makes up for it. And so it's called Sprint. And it's on Netflix.
It's excellent.
But I did watch that. I did not watch the Nathan's eating contest. But Joey Chestnut, back to him. He was at Fort Bliss. It was a patriotic performance for charity is what they called it. It streamed live on his YouTube channel, and then it was followed by a meet and greet. They're having fun with that. But anyway, he did well, and I think ate more than the winner of the Nathans in half the time. Or whatever.
Or as asthma, maybe. Or it was in the 50s.
Yeah. And, so Nathan's was a big... it was a big deal, but
I want you to look up the lemonade
and for that community. But we were seeing it.
I just wanted you to see him.
I have to stop it for a little bit.
The way he looks makes it even worse.
The winner ate ate some hot dogs, but it wasn't nowhere near, only 58. Joey Chestnut's winning totals. And we'll focus more on the lemonade in the break here.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, to get your discount. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. To find the one right for you, take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-day free trial, and they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G and V as in voice, O-X. helixsleep.com/bigbox to save up to 30% off your mattress order. This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now more than ever we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigvox today.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Looking back at 4th of July, which was last Thursday, if you're listening live, it's July 8th. We are starting a brand new week together. I know some of you listen whenever you can, and we'll take you that way. But so many streaming options and different ways to listen or watch, and we thank you for being with us. But looking back at the 4th, we found ourselves at the house, doing some grilling and all this. Tyler had called a Wilburn Boys golf outing and had created or made a tee time for early. So we did that and came back and then grilled out and had fun and all this kind of stuff. We threw on Independence Day with Will Smith on Independence Day.
I like it.
And then we sat there and watched that. And it was cool. The boys were actually sitting down. JC had never seen it. And so we got grilling going on. We just got all kinds of stuff. Rivers running everywhere. It's just crazy. And the boys said, "Hey, Dad, leading up for the new Twister, that the original Twister or Twisters is, I guess, is the new one. That Twister is available for Max or whatever. Not the new one. The original." And
I saw it available last night.
Yeah, and so we threw it on, and it was just on in the background. Of course, probably the greatest movie ever made. And so we watched that, and the boys start laughing at me about how much I like it. And then before you know it,
it is weird that you like that movie this much.
I know. Yeah. I don't know why. I just do.
And I got quirks too. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't hate it.
Yeah. I don't think I'm weird for liking it, but I do.
No,
I do think.
I like the movie.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not like I love.
I don't sit up at night and watch
but you put it
like
up there with Top Gun, Shawshank Redemption, A Few Good Men.
Much better than that.
See, that's.
He loves it. He loves that flying cow.
We got cows. Anyway, look, there's another one. No, that's the same one. Yeah. Anyway, we had a great time. But I guess one of the reasons I brought it up is I watched Independence Day, and then while I was moving around, I saw that the new Beverly Hills Cop was available.
Yeah, baby.
I watched
and I went, oh no, because we did a story. We did a story when it was it came out and they were starting to promote it that this is out, and even watched the trailer and all this kind of stuff, and so it wasn't on 4th of July, but I forget what day, maybe Friday night or something. Terry and I sat down and said, "Hey, let's watch this," and we did. And I got to tell you, it wasn't awful. It wasn't awful. There were times we were like, but if you just sit down and go, okay, I liked Beverly Hills Cop, and I'm going to sit down and watch it. Now, I will say this: you do have to watch the others for this one to make sense. You can't just sit down and go, all right, I'm going in. And we'll try to piece it together.
I'm going to tell you this. This is my relationship. The first one is one of my favorite movies of all time.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
It is. So
I'm with you on that.
The second one, I don't remember it. The third one, I didn't even know there was a third one.
I didn't see the third one.
And I didn't. I think I saw the second one, but it was not very. I didn't think it was very good.
Yeah.
This one, this is just me, and I need to go back because somebody, Lisa, kept talking during it. But
a lot of nostalgia for me with this.
That
one.
I like,
and that's what I. That's
the
what I
throwbacks
kept. Yes.
to that I like. But what I didn't like, too many chase scenes. I mean, how many different vehicles is he going to commandeer and helicopters and too much chase scenes.
The helicopter got out of hand. That was a little much.
And what about when he got in the meter maid car?
Yeah.
I mean,
that was a little.
I feel like the whole movie was him jumping in different types of vehicles and trying to drive them and causing wrecks, which I appreciated. And the wrecks actually didn't look like they were CGI or whatever you call it. They actually looked like the old stunts, and I appreciated that. But it wasn't horrible.
His banter with everybody is what makes it for me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. That's why
you still have that.
Yes.
Him playing that character. Him playing that character is what saved it. And I'll tell you what else saved it for me.
But you're right.
I went in with such low expectations because we had dumbed it down to the point where I was like, well, this is going to be awful.
Well,
that it was
2
decent.
and 3
and I
were not
enjoyed
good.
It. Yeah. And I guess that's why.
I gave 2. I thought 2 was okay. But I never saw 3.
I didn't either. I didn't even know there was a 3 till just like a year ago. That's how much I was into it.
I liked it. I enjoyed it.
I liked his throwback and his character.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
I love that they had Rosewood and Taggart.
They looking good.
The story with his daughter, all that was good.
They didn't give you much of a part.
No, they didn't.
And I guess that's why I said you need
Surge, whatever his. Remember him?
Yes, that was funny.
The reason why you have to watch the others for that to make sense is those characters are in it. So you could still watch it and go, okay, but it's just there's a lot of throwback, and if you don't know how it all started,
you're not going to get the nostalgia part I'm talking about if you didn't
that
see
saved
that.
it for me.
Me too.
If it hadn't been for that,
it was this weird thing that I do, and I think we're all guilty of it to some extent, is that we all age, but we don't think actors should.
Yeah.
Or actresses. And when we see them age and we're like, oh, wow, they're getting old. Well, so are we. But in our mind, they should stay the same, and they can't because we're not.
And as usual, they also stick. Now, if language bothers you, you might need to move on because it's just like the first one. I mean, they're going to have their language.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that locker room talk is going to be in some of the scenes and some around the station and stuff.
And to your point on age, Eddie Murphy's 63. He don't look 63.
No. Rosewood and Taggart,
they have aged. Taggart really has aged.
They've aged.
Of course, he kind of plays that part too, where he's
You can tell Eddie's taking care of himself, but he's aging, but so are we. But he looks good though, for his age, for sure. That was
he didn't
out.
look goofy trying to be Axel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It wasn't worth texting the group about, but I thought about it. But I was like, okay, this isn't that bad. Terry and I finished it up and looked at each other. I was like, yeah, it's all right.
Like I said, for some reason, Lisa kept talking during and couldn't get into it.
Yeah.
And she was talking the whole time.
Yeah. And Terry would get up and move around, do some different things. And I'm like, so it's just me. At one point, it was just me in there for about 10 minutes.
Yeah. I was going through the same thing.
She went outside and then wanted to know what happened.
I know.
I'm like, well, honey.
Then Lisa announced that wasn't good. I was like, how do you know you didn't watch it? You were too busy talking.
Right.
I mean, sorry. Maybe if you actually watched it.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't great, but it was good. It's okay.
Right.
I wouldn't call it a flop.
No, it wasn't a flop. It was not a flop. It was good enough to sit down and watch, but there were bits and pieces of it I was like, especially, and if you watch it, you'll know what we're talking about with the helicopter scene and all that.
A lot of the chase scenes went on too long. You didn't know, I'm officially made this before this statement. If a fight scene or a chase scene goes too long, it loses me.
Yeah.
The more over the top it gets, the least interested I am.
Right.
I think
it was a good storyline, as far as how they set it up with his daughter and everything.
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad. Daddy comes to save the day kind of thing. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Of course, him still having that same car.
And that wasn't a like twist or anything. It wasn't that good. But,
Rick and Bubba.
Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? Yeah, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans just like you. You need warriors on your side. You need Tax Network USA. And at tnusa.com/bigbox, Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify before it's too late. And never call the IRS alone. Let Tax Network USA and their attorneys handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to use, which ones to stay away from. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation now. 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice, OX. If you're looking for deals, let me say you need to be shopping at mypillow.com/bigbox. They're having their $25 extravaganza sale. Premium Giza My Pillows are $25. My sandals, $25. Six-pack My Towel sets, $25. Perkel bed sheets are $25. Beach towels are $25, and there's even more. Don't forget their delicious 100% Arabica organic coffee. Start your day at 50% off. Head to mypillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add field of greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in field of greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious field of greens. And will field of greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to relieffactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. But the truth is, the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are starting a brand new week together, and we thank you for being with us, making us part of your day. Good time gang settling in. I'm Speedy. Over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms. And, we're talking a little bit about 4th of July break and some things we watched and did. Fireworks. Did y'all get involved with any fireworks at all?
No.
I feel like none of us really talk about that. So did mine. There were times.
I say neighbors, they're far away. That's how loud.
There were times that I almost just drove around the street and wanted to ask somebody, how much do you have? Like, should we expect this into the 11 o'clock hour or not? Yeah. Because Jack, who is one of our dogs that I tell you has problems with storms and all that, the thunder and the rattling of the thunder sometimes is what gets him. But it was the thunder of some of the fireworks going off that stirred him up this time.
Oh, yeah.
And he confused that with bad storms, and there were times I even took him out and was talking to a dog at one point. See, Jack, it's not raining, but this isn't storms, and he would just be like freaked out.
I understood what you meant.
But my goodness, there were some folks that spent some money on fireworks around me.
I studied. How about this phenomenon that happens? You hear about it all the time. People's dogs will just take off running and disappear.
Right,
they get so scared they just run away.
Right.
You wish Millie would do that.
I thought, but of course, I knew this was the case with her. Thunder or fireworks, buddy, he goes and gets under Lisa's car in the garage.
And that's his safe place.
That's where he stays.
Okay.
She's walking around outside just looking around like nothing's happening.
Sure.
Yeah, see, that's Leo.
Completely
he just
oblivious to it. She doesn't care at all.
Not at all?
Not at
now,
all.
Jack will either want to get out in the storm or he'll go sit in front of a fan. I don't know why that makes him feel better, but it does.
Well,
I guess it
helps a lot.
I guess he's having a little panic attack, and we try to talk to him and hold him. And there were times that I was sitting there with him on 4th of July night holding a dog. Trying to tell him everything was okay. But
so you're talking.
Gosh, the amount of fireworks that went off. Yeah. Now, I will say this: folks didn't treat it like New Year's Eve, and that was my PSA to everybody. You don't have to wait till midnight on 4th of July. You can start at dark, and they did. But hey,
that's usually what everybody. That's why I like 4th of July, because you don't have to worry about it at midnight.
Well, there was I guess last year before, they started pretty late, and I was like, come on now. We're leaning on midnight.
That's you drunks.
We've been off a few days, so we haven't discussed this. The Jacksonville one, did you hear about that? It got canceled. They had this huge event at this high school and all this stuff with, like food trucks and all this. One of the workers that was unloading the fireworks, it blew up on him. Oh, I think he's been released from the hospital. He's okay. But they had to, so they called theirs off. But yeah, something when they were taking them and setting them up, and somehow one of them went off.
Well,
I
hate that.
That is horrible. We were in Gadsden, and Mom and Dad had said, Maddie, do you want to, earlier in the day, they said, you want to go up to the river, to the bridge and watch the fireworks. And I said, what about those folks across the street across the river? There's a family over there. And I think
they have their own show.
I think that they have their own show. I think the guy owns like a couple of Buffalo Wild Wings. I don't know, something. Yeah. And they show out. To Speedy's point, you're like, are y'all ever going to stop? But it's good because it's pretty. It's right across the river.
Yeah.
It's close enough. I mean, they're 200 or 300 yards away.
It's like your own personal fireworks.
It's like our own show.
Yeah.
And Dad swore up and down they didn't do it last year, and he wanted Maddie to see fireworks. And I said, you know what's going to happen? I said, the minute y'all leave and go up there, they're going to start shooting right here. Well, Braden didn't want to. He was fishing. He wanted to fish. He and I had played golf earlier in the day, and we were just like, we didn't care about the fireworks. So Maddie's like, I'll go up there with you, Pawpaw. And so Mom and Dad and Maddie went up city to watch off the bridge. I mean, they ain't no more left. It was 5 minutes they'd been gone.
Here we go.
All of a sudden, Braden's texting me going, Dad, they're shooting fireworks across the river. And, I mean, it went on for 20, 25. I mean, it was an awesome show.
Wow.
So I don't know who those people are, but thank you.
So they do a good job.
Yes, thank you very much. It was, and I stood on the back porch and watched them, and didn't have to go anywhere. And they were just as good as the ones up the street off the bridge.
Yeah,
and of course, the city paid for. As every year, I read a story, some good, and they even had footage of him with his top hat on.
Oh, that's where I was headed.
That set that firework on top and said, "Hey, people, these big fireworks that got a lot of concussion to them. You don't need to put. Well, you really don't put any firework on your head.
No.
But we're on record that the skull's going to give.
It doesn't end well.
It is going to give.
And y'all, I don't mean to be. Did you see the video of him out there dancing around and he's got his top hat on? That doesn't show what happens, but it shows him. That's him before it happens. He's dressed up like Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
And he set it on top of his top hat, and it did not end well for him.
No, it didn't. The 4th of July aftermath stories are rolling in, like the one you're talking about. 41-year-old guy. He's from South Carolina. Was killed. Was killed after igniting a large firework on his top hat at their 4th of July party Thursday night. Witnesses told investigators that Alan Ray McGrew was wearing a large top hat and put the firework on top of his hat before lighting it. The device exploded, causing massive head injuries. Family members tried to stop him. His wife told first responders she believed he placed the fireworks on his head to show off at the block party. Now he's dead. Golly.
So that was her statement.
Yeah.
He was showing off.
He was showing off.
Well, I saw.
Got caught up in it,
and I wouldn't want to watch it anyway. There's not video of the explosion, but there's video of him before it out there dancing, smoking a cigarette with his Uncle Sam clothes on.
Yeah.
And he was going to be the life of the block party, and golly, guys.
And now he's the death of the.
If we're going to enjoy fireworks,
block party.
don't put them on your head.
Yeah.
And what's the football player that blew half his hand off?
Pierre
Paul.
Oh yeah.
Pierre Paul, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
I bet
Good gracious! I'm sitting here reading more about the story. This is exactly what happened. They had him a block party, and it was a big 4th of July celebration. It was about 10:20 p.m. that night, local time, and deputies said they found a man lying in the roadway suffering from major head injuries because what his wife said is true. He started having a good time at the block party and started showing out in front of everybody and said, "Watch this," and then
don't put
firework went off and he collapsed, is what witnesses say.
Out go the lights.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta.
I remember we've had stories of the same thing before, of people putting fireworks on their head and it ending bad.
Yeah, it's just not good. Not good at all. Look, and I'm okay with, hey, I've got me a little bottle rocket and some of these big ones, the major,
you drop down in the tube.
Hey,
the rockets.
I mean, good night. It was rattling things in our house, and I wanted to go outside and go, let me make sure everything's all right.
Yeah, when we were growing up, you had some of them that you'd light that would blow like sparks.
Let's have fun.
But one day they got them where you can buy the tube and drop the round charge and boom.
Yeah,
it's a weapon.
You put one of them on your head, you're in trouble.
Yeah. You are. Helena showed out a little bit. It had the fireworks. It also had Driving and Crying and Tell You Ride, and I think another band had a big concert downtown. No,
the mayor go.
You can see it from our house, which is kind of cool. But every year the trees are getting higher.
Yeah.
So I didn't get caught up in. I have some friends that went to the concert, took some lawn chairs, hung out, and all that. But I didn't go to the fireworks show. We could see it from our house. We could see the high ones, but. I don't know what it is about our family. We've never got a whole lot into all that,
I have a perfect place to have one.
Do you?
I could get right there in the middle of the driveway.
Open
space.
Oh, you could, yeah. Yeah.
I saw
get
people.
The kiddos over and go to town.
Our view, you can see people across the city of Birmingham constantly shooting. And so all weekend, it didn't matter what day. You just see people just randomly firing off things. It's like, okay.
We have, for those of you around the country, Red Mountain, downtown Birmingham. So you got the.
Did you watch it on TV again?
No, I didn't.
Thunder on the Mountain.
Thunder on the Mountain is what they call it, and so a lot of folks. And Helmsley's got a great spot. They go and they watch the fireworks because it's way up on the mountain, and you can see it from all over the place. And the local TV. What Greg's talking about, they have a partnership with them, and they put it to patriotic music, and then you watch the fireworks.
You go hear Lee Greenwood a lot.
You are.
Yeah, but something about fireworks on TV just really, it didn't come across well.
Well, no, I mean, you're not there, but,
So who would watch that?
I mean, every now and then.
So I saw somebody put out a reel, and it was like a warning on July 2nd or 3rd, and he was like, listen, all you people that put out reels of watching fireworks, nobody wants to see that. Nobody cares.
They all look the
It's
same.
just like watching on TV. Nobody cares.
No,
Stop posting it.
I agree. We see them.
I did find myself saying "ooh" on the couch one time.
Oh, Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
At Boot Barn, we believe that the cowboy boot is an American icon. Today's boots are not only rooted in history, but are enhanced with modern technology features for the working cowboy. Ariat boots are built with advanced technology that provides the comfort and support of a high-performance athletic shoe, yet still has the functionality and durability of the iconic cowboy boot. And at Boot Barn, we carry over 250,000 pairs of Ariat boots nationwide. Ariat at Boot Barn.
Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to ReliefFactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out, because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycons, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's buyraycon.com/bigvox. BIGVOX.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Zap My Debt is who's bringing you this portion of the show as we start the week together. I know a lot of you are out. If you're listening live, you're out and you're working hard. You're up and getting after it, and you still ask yourself, how can I still be in debt? Come on, the bills are piling up. The calls are coming in, the emails. It's just stressful. If you're trapped in debt, our partners at Zero Debt USA will help you find a way out. They've developed aggressive new strategies to end your debt permanently. What we like is they will stand between you and the bill collectors. They'll negotiate with the creditors to lower or even forgive what you owe, and they do it all without bankruptcy or new loans. Bottom line, Zero Debt USA has powerful strategies that zap your debt quickly so you have more money in your pocket every month. We urge you to get out and check this today. Some debt solutions are time sensitive, so you want to get on this. Visit zapmydebt.com and talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt, and you'll thank us later. I hope and pray this works out for you. Zapmydebt.com is where to go. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we're sitting here talking about the 4th of July weekend. The aftermath stories are coming in. We talked to one horrible story out of South Carolina where a man was killed showing out, putting a firework on top of his top hat. His wife says he got caught up in it and tried to show out for the block party. You know,
well, he was alive for the block party right up till he wasn't.
We hit some movies at the house, streaming options, some different things. We talked about the latest Beverly Hills Cop that's out. Of course, Twister's out. Not the new one. I'm joking. We did watch Independence Day on Independence Day. And I won't say that's a tradition at the house, but it is kind of fun to have on while you're grilling. Made some burgers, spiral dogs. Terry said, hey, let's try some ribs today. And we had ribs yesterday. They were good. Yeah, wasn't that bad.
I want to tell y'all a movie that you don't need to waste your time with. And you're probably saying, Helms, I wouldn't have wasted my time with that anyway. Glad you did. There's a movie called Challengers. And it's a tennis movie. It's brand new. Zendaya? I don't know how you say her name, but that young actress that, everybody liked. And I thought, you know what? It was a big hit at the movies, whatever. It was the worst sports movie I've ever seen in my life. It wasn't even close. Like, it was horrible. The whole thing.
Corny?
There's a little corn to it. It's just bad. It's just not accurate to the sport. Like, just listen. If we're gonna do a tennis movie, let's have everybody that's gonna play tennis in the movie at least look like they know what the heck they're doing. That kind of thing.
Yeah, it's awful.
Just hard. I mean, just the ending was about as bad as it was so I looked at Amanda last night and I said, that may be the worst movie I've ever seen.
Oh, no.
And the only reason I watched it is because it was one of those things where, the Tennis Channel was talking about it, and Zendaya was taking some lessons from Federer to get ready for this, and blah, blah. And I was just like, well, this will be good. It'll be a tennis movie. Been caught up with Wimbledon all weekend. And I'll just cap the weekend off with this. I wasted 2 hours. Horrible, man.
Nothing good about it.
I mean, there were a couple of times where I was like, okay, you're keeping me here. But the ending was like, this is the silliest, dumbest, like just, it was stupid. Stupid movie.
So nothing good.
Challengers was a dumb sports movie.
It is frustrating. It's frustrating when you watch something because we've done it. We have.
You wanted your time back.
And we look at each other and
so
we're
much
like,
I could have done.
Really? So this is what we watched. And I'll tell you, I've gotten out of trouble a lot because I'll tell Terry that y'all are the ones that recommended it.
Well,
and Terry doesn't think y'all got very good.
Well,
taste.
here's what I'm telling you. I'm telling y'all now. Don't go. Don't.
what Greg was thinking.
Don't waste your time with this one, boys.
Challengers.
Yep.
Helmsy said he liked this.
Bought it too.
I'm just telling you what.
Bought
he
it.
said.
Rented it too, which
Wait
made
a
it
minute.
even worse.
Oh no!
Now, wait.
It wasn't a freebie.
You could have kept that to yourself.
I spent $6 on a rental.
Oh no!
Oh
Yep.
man,
that's a whole month you could have watched Netflix. I think it's more than that now, but whatever.
Did y'all ever watch? Is it Quiet Place?
I saw the original.
The where it's just the family and everything, and I guess they have it's out now in theaters.
Yeah.
It's the
Oh,
Quiet
it's got
Place,
Jim
how
in
it started, or something.
What?
Jim from The Office, and there's
Yeah, he
monsters, and they can't see you, but you got to be quiet. So
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, that one it has been out, but then the one in theaters now is the one where I guess how it started. But it goes back.
Oh,
it
it's
goes
a prequel.
back, yeah, and about how it all started. I guess I don't know. It's in theaters now, but I was wondering. Speaking of spending money on stuff, I was wondering if y'all had seen that. The boys were talking about possibly wanting to see it, but I didn't know if y'all had. The original about the family, they live out and about it's pretty decent because
I would watch it before I'd watch Challengers.
So Challengers off the table.
Stupid movie, dumbest sports movie I've ever seen.
So how do you feel about the movie though?
You know, when they corn them up a little bit.
Yeah.
But you know what? And I may have to revisit. I may be making a bold statement here, just on the subject of sports movies and corniness, especially if they're based on a true story. And you come up with something ridiculous. You know which one is not bad at all as far as not being corny? Friday Night Lights.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that.
It doesn't have a lot of corny. It's based on true, and it seems pretty believable.
Yeah.
You know, it don't have them moments where you go, well, I'm sure there's some, like when his dad threw his ring out of the window. Maybe.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
But, you know, stuff like that. But you know that's just added, and that's fine. There's nothing. But it wasn't that corny. I can see a drunk dad doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Now, how a kid found it, I have no idea. But besides that, because when it went over, I even told Leah, I said, you know what? I said, a lot of sports movies are corny, but that one is not that corny.
No, it's not. It's well done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the other one? It was I-24 put it out, and we actually played it. Is it Civil War? Have y'all seen that one?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Who's in it?
I'll have to go back and look. I just saw.
I wish I could have watched these movies last night instead of the one I watched.
Why don't you give it one more chance? Try it again.
Good night. Rented it. That's what hurt.
Yeah, that is what hurt, didn't it? That you spent money on it and you can't believe it.
You should have watched Quiet Place too.
I know.
Well, I don't know. That's not the name of it. Quiet Place 2. It's out now. That one's out.
You said it was.
That's out in theaters. I think it's Quiet Place, the beginning, or
everything
the start,
now
or something.
goes.
I
They don't
know.
stay in the theaters long.
Well, no, that's this tennis movie that I rented it was in the theaters 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. They'll go straight to streaming.
Gotcha. So let's see here.
Of course, I wasted $6 on it. That's fine.
I can't believe it. Yeah, it's called 2024 Action Civil War is the name of it.
What's it about?
I think we actually played the trailer.
I hope so.
No, it's about it's a fractured America balanced. It's all crazy. And Texas is at war. Anyway, we watched the trailer on the show. I think one time. It's just available for rent and streaming. And when Helmsy brought up paying for something to watch it. We almost paid for that to watch it, and Terry's like,
just hang in there a couple of weeks, it'll be ready.
Well, she was like, is that worth,
See, I learned a valuable lesson last night. Just wait, Helms. It'll be out for free in a couple months, and they just.
I never do that when it's like $25.
No, I've never done that. No. That's stupid too.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to wait. It's where sometimes it says rent. I'm going to wait to buy it because if it's only $2 more to buy it, then you've got it, for forever. If it's $20, sometimes they'll be like, hey, $19 to rent, $24 to buy.
I usually rewatch stuff a lot. I don't anymore.
I don't either.
It's about like going to the movies. Heck, that's more expensive than that. You have it forever. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
was yesterday afternoon. I did a check-in with Speedy to see how the ISDN hookup was, and he told me it was fine. And I knew that that was trouble.
Yeah, you knew that was the soon it would be prehistoric animals in the end of time.
And so I knew that the end had begun. But anyway, we get together, and the plan changes. And Ryan is not with you. You're coming to get me first. And right here is the sign of things getting bad.
Well, keep in mind, Ryan, I could throw a rock and hit where Ryan should have been picked up.
Right.
Okay? In a big open parking lot at a high school. Okay?
On paper.
On paper.
That was the on paper.
Well, of course, to no one's surprise, the Greenwoods couldn't get that plan together. I mean, no offense.
The Greenwoods are as close to a tropical depression as far as people that you can have. I mean, it's just always a calamity.
And I can relate to them because that's the life I live, so I'm not surprised.
It's a lot of different schedules and things going on. Had the Rick and Bubba, the website, e-newsletter that went out yesterday. Lots going on.
No offense, I'm glad we have an email newsletter, but I would rather have my van not gashed.
Well, the good news is the
today.
next week's e-newsletter will have a picture of the van.
Okay, good.
When Rick picked me up, and you don't get to drive the van a lot.
No,
okay?
and I had a long day, friend.
Sure,
hey, friend.
I know.
When you get behind a big vehicle and you start driving it, you're used to driving a Honda Accord. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm using a little scat car, and now I'm at the wheel of what basically these Southern Comfort vans, if y'all seen them, they're basically a rolling apartment.
And
it's an apartment on wheels.
I told you when you picked me up.
A little too relaxing in there, too.
Rick,
it's a big old van.
Please,
very relaxing.
Please don't go to sleep, roll this van, and kill us because I'm out of sick days.
That's right. You did say that as I was getting closer to the house.
And, we head out of my neighborhood, and you made a very close call on a mailbox.
I didn't even see it.
Now, and you know why I didn't want to overreact? Because if you're used to driving, and I am, and you're in the passenger side,
it's worse over there.
You feel like you're in the ditch.
Yes, you do.
So when I saw that mailbox come by your van very close, I almost said something. I said, no, I'm just not used to being in the passenger side. I'm not going to say anything. I know that Rick doesn't have too much van.
That's right.
Oh, no.
So we normally I would have already had Ryan in the car, but because of the calamity, he calls me. First of all, I started to go get him before I came to get you. And he called and said, hey, I hadn't even left the field yet. I said, you said it was over. The game was 4 minutes left. Well, I lost one of my kids, and I just now found
it. You did mention that one of the children were missing at that time.
We found her way outside up a hill.
Again?
Yeah. Sure. Casting, sure.
Are you serious?
She'll take off, sure. Big crowd.
I remember when we were down at Gulf Shore, she took off that time.
Big crowd. She just
She's
gets
a
in the crowd and goes.
Yeah, she'll wander, and you got to play double team on her. So
we were running a little late there.
Yeah.
And I said, just go on because I want to make sure I had all my ducks in a row. So I said, go ahead and go get Bubba and come get me. Sounded simple.
Well, Ryan lives in a very nice neighborhood, and let's face it, he's living over his means.
He's high dollar, baby.
And I mean,
it's Mr. Lucky.
It's a house of cards. You miss one check, he's out. You know what I mean? There's no doubt about it.
Right.
And,
he was doing the newsletter because without it, he wouldn't have been paying for the house.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, I don't think you should plan your house payment on the Rick and Bubba website. I think that's a shaky deal.
Yeah, sure.
So, it's
so you added that in. It's your plan.
Look, so I get over there to get Ryan. It's taking a little too long to get.
I can't pass out here.
But, it's taking a little too long for me to get pointed toward Atlanta. You know what I mean? Is that the worst part? Does everybody agree with that when you're going somewhere to try to get pointed in the right direction? All right, now we're officially rolling.
Well, the first plan was...
Because the clock doesn't start until we're officially rolling.
The first plan was we're going to be rolling by 8. Well, you go 8:15, 8:20, we're filling up with gas, no big deal. But when it gets to 9:45, you go, we got to get out of town if we're ever going to get there.
So 45. Ryan Greenwood has two problems with his driveway, and one of them is he'll let his bushes get away from him.
You got thick bushes?
Yeah.
It's a little big.
Well, look, because if you live in a house of cards, you can't afford landscape.
No.
You know what I mean? So
you know what? You can to fool the neighbors, but you cut it once a year.
Right.
And you know what? Ryan was figuring, I won't cut it, the frost will get them. You know what I mean?
Well, as I was coming his driveway, here's the factors, and I had a lot of van. The factors was don't get eat up by this bush. It's halfway into the driveway. Okay, don't get eat up by it, and don't hit that damn dog they got, because it's as big as a horse. You know what I mean? And that would total the whole van.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
She's substantial.
Yeah,
she's low.
Sure, it'd be like hitting a deer.
So some great.
You wouldn't have headlights, no front bumper. You might not even have a radio.
Right. We got a new beautiful yard fenced in. I tell you, let's get a Great Dane.
Sure.
So she's tore up.
This is Ryan at home feeding his petting his dog.
I mean, I've heard of doing a tribute to John Ritter, but you shouldn't get Clifford the Big Red Dog.
I know that's a little ridiculous. But here is we're trying to turn into Ryan's driveway, and I've got my Powerade there. I'm trying to work on that anemic situation.
Yeah.
Just taking my head, and I noticed the mailbox at Ryan's house coming under the window and under the mirror on the passenger side.
And by then
so
it's
I
what?
quickly try to get the drink down and go, "Hey Rick, watch that mail."
Yeah. He said you're all over that mailbox just as it's tearing metal off the side.
And what a terrible sound that is.
Hey, Rick, you're all over that mailbox.
No, it was, look, hey, no. Hey, I had it up. It was like, "Rick, you're all over that."
Hey, Rick, you're all over that. I couldn't even hear what he was saying because the metal was drowning him out. What'd you say, buddy? You might want to watch that mailbox.
Yeah, Rick looks at me and said, "What'd you say?" I said, "You just cleaned their mailbox out."
And in baseball, since we're at Turner Field, this one would be like, look, oh, heads up. You know what I mean? So, hey, and it takes it and just spins it like a top, like that, rip it, just tearing it, just ripping it.
Can I tell you, high school vandals everywhere saluting you today because they couldn't do that with an Easton bat.
No way.
Rick, I mean, you spun that baby around, and I got out, and it was dark. Of course, Ryan can't afford.
6 minutes now past the hour. How about it? Another Rick and Bubba hour on another Rick and Bubba day on another Rick and Bubba week. This hour starts with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Hello, America. And even some of you on other platforms listening to us around the world. However you're here, we're glad that you are here. It is a brand new hour, and the kickoff hour's behind us. If you missed that, you can catch it on the daily archives. Yep, the entire show, all 5 hours, available to you live and archived on your own time, whichever you prefer, or maybe, like a lot of you, a little combination of both of them. You can catch us live on America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, on our TuneIn app, or you can watch us on YouTube. Hello, Tubers. Eddie Van Adler will handle that. He has settled in for another day and another week. So hello, Tubers. Archive options are the daily podcast archives on the Rick and Bubba archives on our podcast channel. Also, you'll get an archive of video on our YouTube channel. The best of video hour is on Blaze TV for you subscribers. And then there's a best of audio hour on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. So like we always say, live or archived, we'll take you any way we can get you. The gang is all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy. I mentioned that Eddie Van Adler has settled in, and we're missing the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into yet another edition, another week of the Rick and Bubba Experience. Won't you come on in and get 2 scoops?
Yep. is. Looking for a remedy, Bubba.
Yeah, about a remedy. What's up?
Whew, have you got 5 shows in you?
Well, it's been a couple of weeks. I don't know.
We're going to try to work 5 days in a row this week. It was funny. Sherry was.
I'm always good for 4.
Well, you know, back during the pandemic, I told you when my wife came up with the phrase, "I miss missing you."
Yeah.
Sherry looked at me last night and said, "Are you ever going back to work?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, I've worked 3 days in the last 14. What are you upset about?"
Yeah. Come on.
I mean, come on. So anyway, a full week ahead, Lord willing. Looking back now, we were here for 3 days last week, so we talked vacation. But we got another 4-day weekend because of Independence Day, and we'll look back at adventures from those 4 days.
You know, I love 4th of July.
Yeah.
I always have.
Buddy.
It just brings back such fond memories of, baseball tournaments and golf tournaments and going to watch fireworks and eating watermelon and ice cream. And, I love fireworks.
Sure.
I love fireworks.
Oh.
I got to see 2 really good shows this week.
Yeah. I saw one splendid one as well. So we'll unpack all that. A lot happened in our personal lives while we were gone that's worthy of show content, and then there's a lot going on. The only thing that I tried to stay away from, and it did get to me, and I'll tell you more about it in one of the recaps, you had to be real careful on Independence Day. All the things Bubba mentioned, stay right there because there's joy.
Right.
But if you started saying, I'm going to remember this day and what it was all about, you could get really down.
Yeah.
So I saw some of that because of where we went, where they gave you a lot of that history. And I went from being joyful to being really sad.
Right.
Because I realized how far removed we are from that passion about anything for liberty.
Yeah.
No matter what it costs. And we are anti-tyrannical giant central governments.
Boy, we've kind of let that one get away.
And I mean, that part got a little rough.
Let me ask you.
I got a little smoky at one point.
Let me ask you, the Boston Tea Party. We all remember that from school. Well, most of you that went to school in the 80s. And how much was the tax on the tea that they were so
Great
unhappy
question.
about?
I don't know. I don't remember. It wasn't much.
Percentage-wise?
It wasn't much. It was just the
Somebody
thought of it.
told me, I don't know, I haven't looked this up, that it was 2%.
Well, I want you to remember what really
right?
what got under their skin, the founders, was that regardless of what it was done without representation.
Right.
It was just put on us. We didn't have a say in it.
Yeah.
Right.
And just out of nowhere, the king, anytime he wanted to, would say, "Well, I'm gonna put more tax on you just because I need money." And a lot of times when you'd see him dressed in all his clothing and all his many crowns, you'd be like, well, I got a terrible feeling that some of it's for you.
Yeah.
And so we'll look at that today. Bubba, I did step into the world of pickleball again. We'll update you on that. Found out something, too, about that's interesting from the history of pickleball because I'm trying to understand this madness. So we got that.
I played a little bit too.
Did you? Okay, good.
I was going to tell you I did an unusual transition. I actually played tennis and pickleball.
I'd like to know how that went.
Well,
that was weird.
It's a little bit, but it's not as bad. You have to it's like playing tennis and ping pong. You just have to change.
I have a
your
question
mindset.
to the real fine. I have a detailed question to ask you too because you and Helms have so much more expertise. See, I've never played tennis. I've never played racquetball. I'm not any good at ping pong. So these paddle games and racket games, I don't have any expertise in them at all. And so I saw somebody doing something yesterday I was going to ask you about, and I asked you on there. But so we have that going on. Hey, I'm fully aware that Beth Mowens and 2 other women did an all-female broadcast of a Chicago Cubs game. Hey, audience, fully aware.
Got it.
Let me say this. I put a comment out on the national feed, and it really, and I think it was a good one, and it got to stirring, and I have a picture of that I'll show you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just couldn't stand it.
Yeah.
It was too good a one for me to keep for myself, so I put it.
We're also aware of what happened at the Nathan's contest.
I seen the guy
involved
throwing
lemonade.
up.
Oh, wasn't that something? The lemonade got him.
Oh, no.
And the fact he had a blonde mohawk made it even better.
You know, not that contest is not gross enough.
Oh, man.
By the way, just in general terms, early American tax rate 1 to 1.5%.
How about that?
They went to war over the 5 to 7% the British wanted.
How about that? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can't.
Floodlights. And I was trying to feel.
Well, he cut the lights
van
off because that van keeps getting. That bush keeps getting light and keeps growing.
And I was trying to feel on the van.
He's trying to kill that bush.
To see how bad the van was, and I like cut my hand on it. And I thought, well, this is not good.
Look, Bubba goes, I don't know if it's too bad or not. He goes, oh, God, he's back there, cut my hand. That's not good. and it's bad when there's like a little hint of smoke in the air. You know what I mean?
It was hot metal is what it was. It was like where somebody's been grinding that hot smell.
You don't want your vehicle to be hot to the touch if it's just scraped on something. And you go out there and like Ryan's mailbox is like, it looks like when metal's burned to the point that it's kind of crisp, the bottom of it's all red, from the friction.
Oh,
so and that mailbox is useless.
Sure, it's gone. And you know what?
You can't afford a new one. No. And I've already had to buy him one car, and I'm gonna have to pay for that mailbox. You remember he hit me at the time I tapped him? He had insurance.
Did y'all do that? Y'all take care of that?
Well, yeah, I had to buy, but remember because I hit him in the parking lot that time.
He backed into me.
Yeah, I got problems on vehicles.
Rick,
you know that.
but we hadn't even talked about the fact your wife is going to be irate about the van.
That's all I could think of because I love you, Rick.
Oh, Rick.
And you may remember the show where y'all borrowed the van. The reason you had to buy it was the fact Sherry scraped it up.
Yeah, I had to buy this van because Sherry had already wrecked it once.
And you were doing your little bit about reminding her all day long.
Hey.
I can't wait till you get home.
Hey, Sherry, you got too much, man. Won't you let the man handle it?
Yeah.
Let me show you how to turn this thing. Good God!
Hey, watch the mailbox.
Yeah. How about this? Here's how Ryan's mail will go. Boom, and fall out the bottom. And then you got a bottom on it.
You don't have a bottom on your bottom? God.
Hanging wallpaper.
We're back at the Rick and Bubba show. You see, look at there. There's the Rick and Bubba logo in beautiful Turner Field up in the stadium. Thank Bill Reynolds for putting it up there and holding that sign for us.
Rick, he's just the Atlanta version. Bill, the crazy sign man.
We got Jim, the crazy sign man, and now here in Atlanta, Bill, the crazy sign man. Good news, we did go to the restroom in the break, and so we're feeling much better now. And Speedy has also has said that he would like to go anywhere in the stadium that we would dare him to go. And I've kind of got my eye. Wouldn't you love to see him sit between them two Coca-Cola bottles way up there? I mean, just like standing in between them, waving at us.
Yes,
eventually.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, you think can you make your way there?
It'll take you about a week to get there.
Which
so you
one?
better head out.
I'm used to running the Coliseum.
See the Coca-Cola cannon-looking things? Like
oh, way up there.
Yeah, the Coke bottles laying down.
Yeah.
Now I understand they got some like ball field, like an infield or something back. John, I know you don't like to be. Do they have a ball field or something where kids can run to bases? Where is that? Up there by the Coke cans? It is? Okay.
So we'll do that. Also, I have to ask you the question, since we're all married and everything, don't you think, though, because really in person, I was very sweet to my wife about wrecking that van.
Yeah.
And didn't get on her and said, look, things happen. Let's don't let it ruin the vacation. Don't worry about it. Do you think I'll get the same result?
No, Rick. My suggestion was that you just carry the van home, not say anything. Tell Sherry you'll keep the kids. That way she won't be loading anybody in, of course, because it's on the passenger side.
Yes.
Tell her to go to the mall, have a good time. You know she's been working very hard with you being on the road. And then when she comes back, discover the scratch and claim what happened at the mall.
Okay.
That's very good.
That was my
good
suggestion.
Stuff. That's brilliant. The other thing I was thinking, and I thought this was inappropriate, in the break, Speedy said if I'd been on Avocare, this never would have happened because I would have been focused.
That's right.
Sure.
So,
he'll
use anything to get on. I thought him saying that you almost died because you were on Avocare. I didn't think that was right.
Well, POS3 would have kept him from dehydrating.
Yeah, I know. All I could think of in the hospital taking blood was that Speedy is going to get on me because I'm not on Advocare regularly.
That's right. Well,
I couldn't even relax.
Sure. I mean, people said down when he was on vacation last weekend, if you got around him near the pool, all he would go, "Is you happy the way you feel right now?"
I got this little kid on that some Avokids
at
the pool.
Avokids.
And every since then, he had a perfect dive.
All right, Speedy, look, we got a lot we got to do.
Okay.
Are you going to go to the bottles or not?
All right, I'll go.
We got to have you up at the bottles.
I'm going to the bottles.
Okay.
The bottles will be easier to get to than that pitchers, man. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Hey, which one?
Can I tell you that guy on the field crew right there?
Which one's mine?
You talk about somebody that doesn't like foolishness. Buddy, I'm gonna tell you.
You never worked at a golf course, have you, brother?
Well, I did, and you know what happened? You really be. This is absolutely true. I'm not making the story up from last night. It won't surprise you. I was fired from working on the golf course because I wasn't paying attention. You know, the thing that puts the holes in the
the aerator.
Yeah. I got it hung on the flag, and it ripped the green.
Really?
Yeah. And hey, buddy, they were not happy.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take a spark so I can go do that.
Okay.
21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show as we work our way back. Thanks. Hope you enjoyed the Rick and Bubba replay on Independence Day. And then a best of show on that Friday. And Greg, did you host that? Was that you?
Yeah.
Friday? Okay, yeah. And hosting the best of show on Friday. So we will try to put together an entire new week this week. We can do it. And we have enjoyed our time off and have a lot to cover from that. Now, I will say this: I'm not saying we're jumping in this right now, but we ran out of time telling you everything that happened while we were away. I know that President Biden did not have a good Independence Day weekend at all. I know this was an attempt to get him out there, and the old.
Well, they sent him to Sniffleopolis, which is he worked in the for a lot of people probably don't know the younger folks. He worked in the Clinton White House.
Sure,
he is a Democratic operative. He always has been, and so they sent him, and they thought, well, he knows how to handle him. He knows how to work the reins to make him look good. And I didn't see it, but I heard people commenting that he messed up on that too.
Yeah, I mean, and as you just said, and you are 100% correct, and we can get into some of those. Adler, I know we're not trying. We don't have to get into that right now, but I was just going to tell you, you are correct. I saw highlights from it, and I didn't see the actual interview, but you could tell that Sniffleopolis was doing everything he could.
Yeah.
But you know how you've said it before. Let's go the one that we can say on the air. Somebody's giving you a pig, and you have some lipstick.
Yeah, and they said, sell this pig, and you got to put lipstick on it.
Yeah, now
we've all heard that ad, and we've all heard those stories.
Yeah, there's also the attempt to make chicken salad.
Yeah,
and there's also polishing something.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Well, all of those
I
were
was trying to keep it a little more. It's already barnyard enough, but
all of those were in play.
Yeah,
because there's some things you can't polish.
No, and so he.
I can promise you that.
The worst part is, how somebody. And there's been so many of these. There's been so many of these situations throughout time. Is like when someone says, everybody thinks that you have lost control of your cognitive skills. Okay, here's how you could put all that to rest. Number one, be coherent. Yeah. But number two, have a cognitive test from a neurosurgeon
to clear you.
Yeah, this is one of the things we talked about over the weekend, because some of you that may not have, and I hope you don't have to go through this, but there's a lot of problems in how we are dealing with Alzheimer's right now and dementia, and I want to unpack all those. But one of the things is, when you get into that, that's not mental illness. You're dealing with someone who's a neurosurgeon when you have Alzheimer's. It's not mental illness. It is a disease of the brain, and you need to be talking to someone who is a doctor and understands the brain. So a neurosurgeon could come in, give him a cognitive test, and give us a report. And so they won't do that.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, I don't know that Sniffleopolis didn't know not to ask that or whatever, but he kept asking him if he'd had one. And, of course, the president says, well, nobody says I need it. And so,
everybody says
a lot of people say you need it.
Didn't Trump have one at one time?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
I say give both of them one.
But, Bubba, the comment, no one says I need it.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
That's a lie. That's another lie. And,
lots of people saying you need it. So we'll unpack that interview a little bit today, too. And
the demos, there is a plan floating around that has been hatched by a... I guess it's a law professor at Georgetown has come up with an idea and is floating it around and apparently getting rave reviews from the Democratic power brokers on a way out of this. But there's one keystone part to this. Biden has to step aside. He said he ain't doing it. Jill ain't going to let him do it.
No.
Yeah, I'm very confused. I understand. Yeah, the Jill thing is now there's even people that are leftists that are starting to cast her in a bad light. That hey, she's power hungry and she don't want to give up. Look, trying to get the Bidens. We thought, you remember back when the Clintons finally didn't win. Bill had his 2 terms, and then Hillary wanted to keep trying to get in there.
Right.
But you remember when it was Bill's last term, and we said, I don't know that they'll leave. I mean, I don't know that you can get them out of the White House. Well, the Bidens have been there so long in some role for
50 years.
Yeah, so long. It's like I don't think they can imagine life outside of this. Right. And
they spend a lot of time in Delaware, but they like to be able to go back in on the helicopters and stop traffic and shop in Georgetown. And,
even though for some reason that was one of the bad moments for the president this weekend, he thought he was a senator for Pennsylvania. Yeah, now, that was a very uncomfortable moment when he talked about how Philadelphia.
You ever been to Georgetown?
I've never. Have I? I've been to D.C., but I've never been to Georgetown. I don't think so.
It's trendy,
Very
it's a little trendy area. Yeah,
trendy.
It kind of reminds you, and we've used this before of what is it in the Smokies?
Gatlinburg.
Gatlinburg.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Gatlinburg of Washington.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's up in the hills on the side, and it's they got all these little roads and little shops and.
Now, will we get to the point where it can't be called Georgetown because I guess it was named after George Washington?
Yeah, well, I mean the whole thing is set up around George Washington. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
how
it's
you
pretty
get
big to be the first one.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his own big statue there. I don't know if you saw any fireworks.
Yeah. And can you believe that strep throat killed him?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, how about
I thought his wooden teeth got termites.
That's funny. He did not want. He was actually trying to be a proponent of. Which is shocking when you think about how vicious Alexander Hamilton was. Mm-hmm. But Hamilton actually wanted, his first suggestion was when you're president for life. And everybody's like, you got to be out of your mind.
Well, that's just the king.
You're right. And George Washington said, no. I love my farm. I love Mount Vernon. I want to eventually get back to it while I'm still alive. Mm-hmm. And I'm not serving that long. I'll serve my time and I'll go. What an odd concept.
Did he do 2 terms?
He did 2 terms. Yeah. And so when he went back to the farm, he finally gets that life back. The nation is kind of on its legs. And doggone it, if he doesn't get strep throat, and because they didn't have a way to treat it then, and they did all the bloodletting, which was not good.
Yeah, the wrong thing to do.
Right. And
imagine that.
And they said if it had happened to him today, he'd been able to take a simple antibiotic and would have lived his life on the farm.
Golly.
Yep. So be thankful the times you're living in.
Listen,
sometimes there's good and bad with all of it.
Listen, moldy bread was a game changer.
Yes, it was. And I mean, just think about that. I mean, this is George Washington. And we let strep throat take him out?
Y'all realize that probably one of the most successful medicines of all time.
Yeah.
In its first version.
Sure.
Was just moldy bread.
Right. It's had about almost as much impact as I ever made. but remember the one we demonized?
Yeah,
that
won a Nobel Prize prior to we needing to demonize it so we could start our shot.
You're talking about for eradicating river blindness?
Yeah.
But anyway,
cheap, safe. And effective.
Yeah, so that
unless you need to get it out of the way.
So what we can Taylor Swift and Oprah are going to get involved.
Well, Rick, the Dems have got a big plan here. I mean, it's going to take a little time to lay
this thing out. We'll come back and lay that out.
Okay. But you got Taylor Swift involved.
Of course.
You got Oprah involved.
Of
you
course.
got former Obama and Clinton advisors involved.
All right, so
it's something else.
We'll unpack that when we come back. We got stories from the weekend still to come. We'll run through those. Your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get some of those today as well. And we got a good bit to unpack. And settling in for the week on a brand new Rick and Bubba show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speedy, pretend like it's best seats in the house. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, that's right. Speedy owns the Coliseum in Nashville. Now he owns Turner Field today.
You know, Rick, one of the best things I think parents can do when raising kids is let them have a summer job and learn what they don't want to do for a living.
Absolutely.
I tell you, if you are a weed removal technician at a golf course in a record-setting heat wave, it will motivate you to stay in school. I will tell you that. I didn't know what I wanted to do in my life, but I knew what I did not want to do at that point.
I was digging, literally digging a ditch in a swamp area. Brad Walden had been hauled off to the hospital for being bit by a water moccasin. and I'm standing about thigh high in the mud. And a gentleman who was
making bricks.
Well, it seemed like it.
Yeah.
He was 40 and he looked like he was 80.
Right.
And he looked at me with his slightly green teeth and says, "I don't know why you're complaining, son. A lot of hard work would do you some good." And I said, "Yeah, look what it's done for you."
Yes. yes.
So I thought at that point, I said, "I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life, but let me tell you this. Let me mark this one right off the list. I got to find some way. Hey, Mama, guess what? I think I will go back to school." So anyway, and of course, you and I have found the ultimate job to get paid well to do basically nothing. And you got to admit, it don't get much better than that. And only this country could provide it. Let's show the stars and stripes again.
Yes, Rick, you just couldn't do this, say, in South America. You know.
All right, when we come back, then Speedy is going to be moving. We also got to play a round of get an opportunity for somebody to win. Do we want to talk to Prater first, next, and Speedy, and then play it at the top?
Already Prater time?
Yeah, when we come back, it will be.
We need to talk with him.
Hurricane
and get Hurricane
and all
update.
that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And then Speedy will find his place in the stadium. I will say this too, and I want
Didn't Pablo Cruz sing a song by that name? Find your place in the stadium.
It's time to find your place in the
stadium.
How about in the TED? Find your place. Find your place in the TED. Let me say this, and let's take a vote out here. I want all the crew that's here working with Turner South.
How about this crew out
working
here
with
early,
Atlanta
huh?
Braves? They've been here. I mean, my gosh,
Yeah.
they've gotten less sleep than us, and I didn't think that was possible. But let me say this. Let's vote. Marvin Woods of home plate is not here yet. I say we eat without him.
Here.
There's Marvin.
He's here.
No do-rag.
We didn't recognize him.
Marvin. They were saying you weren't here a minute ago. Man, we're ready to eat. That breakfast looks great. You can't make fat people starve. We go nuts. We'll get crazy out here in a minute.
Let's start that during the Prater segment,
Yeah.
can we?
Can we start eating in the next segment, Marvin? No do-rag?
He's got it in his pocket.
We were hot. We were hot for your little two.
Oh, he got it.
Yeah,
He's got it.
He's got it ready to go. All right, we'll come back. Marvin Woods is with us this morning too from home plate. He's got a great breakfast set up, ready for us to eat.
Marvin, do you have an extra one? Because I'd like to, get in the.
Another do-rag?
It's got to be a big one though.
Yeah.
Like we could use a tablecloth.
Yeah, Bubba's head is as big as home plate. So we'll come back. Leonard Skinner's Johnny Van Zant with us later, and your chance to win the ultimate weekend at the Talladega Super Speedway for the EA Sports 500. All still to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and... Welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show, coming to you live from the EIB building in downtown New York City. Now, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, Johnny Donovan, but today it's live from Turner Field, and as you look, there is Speedy. He has perched himself between the two Coca-Cola bottles in left field.
Waving flags.
Waving flags. How about he is on up there. And earlier this morning when we couldn't get the radio part on the air, if he had been there, he would have leapt to his death. So I'm glad he was not there.
Yeah, he's trying to get up now. Cussing ISDN every step.
But he's good now, and then Ryan Greenwood there is to the far left, right over the 42.
He's the guy looking for a mailbox.
Yes, he's the one that right now is wondering, do they have Braves mailboxes that are easy to install? So there's that. Marvin Woods joins us from the Turner South Original Program, home plate.
Hello.
Marvin.
How about yourself?
Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm excellent. Thanks for having me on.
Look, anybody that throws out the food like you do, we like.
This is a great marriage here. Cook the food, eat the food.
Yes.
Cook the food, eat the food.
We don't know much about cooking, but we know about eating.
How come y'all waited till I left? Well, how come you waited till I left to get breakfast going?
Wow, is Speedy talking from back there? Hey, Marvin's got breakfast ready. We're about to eat. Hey, but that's all right. You just stay out there, man. We'll get you something.
Marvin, did you bring me a do-rag?
I didn't, but I did
Marvin.
bring something to eat.
How about his do-rags even got food on it?
Speedy, he brought me one, but it's not big enough. We're going to use a tablecloth.
D might want that.
Hey, Marvin, let me tell you something.
Look at that, huh?
Look here, yes. Marvin, are you hungry? I feel
like...
You
like to eat food, too,
I do like to eat food. I love to eat food.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
I tell you, I'd be 400 pounds. Well, I almost am if I did what you do.
Yeah, so we need to come on the show
you have to do, right?
and enjoy the food.
Here we go. Thank you for being with us today.
You know, it's a very, very popular new item that came to our show, a year or so ago. Field of Greens. It's kind of become what the spatula is to the Rick and Bubba store. This has kind of become to the audience on some of the products that are advertising with us the must-have. And a lot of you, even over the weekend, hey, tell me, what do you mix with it? Whatever. Orange juice is really great with it if you want to do that. And you can put it in a protein shake. Really works well there. They have different flavors. And, our mom, Greg, is taking it now. I went by to see her. I know you did too on Friday. And she said, you know what? I'm actually feeling a little bit better. Of course, that could be because of another big adjustment we made. But the Field of Greens definitely playing a role. So it's giving her more energy. She just started on it, about 2 weeks ago. So right now, if you go to fieldofgreens.com and use the promo code BIGVOX, BIGV as in voice, OX, we'll get you 15% off and we'll get you free shipping. Now, here's the beauty of Field of Greens, which is designed to provide the fruits and vegetables that our body needs that we may not be able to pull off in just our everyday diet. And we're talking about vegetables and fruits selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, the immune system, now more than ever. They go this far. There's a better health promise. If it's your next checkup after you've been on Field of Greens, your doctor does not notice the change, your money back. If you'd like to find out more, look, this has been a phenomenal product in my life. I love it. Take it every day. You can get yours at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. So, Bubba, you said that there's a game plan. We all see that Biden is slipping. And we're not going to spend, like I say, all day on this. We got some lighthearted stuff to bring up. But when you see that they're bringing Taylor Swift
I hate having to do all this
and Oprah Winfrey to the rescue, what do you mean?
Well, Rick, this is the brainchild of Rosa Brooks. She is a Georgetown law professor who served in both the Obama and Clinton administrations and is a volunteer policy advisor to the Biden campaign, as well as Ted, and I don't know how you say his last name, a venture capitalist and education philanthropist who has donated to a number of Democratic causes.
Got it.
They have already circulated the plan to Democratic donors as well as officials in the Biden campaign and administration, and they say they have widespread support.
Okay.
Except for the key to all of this is Joe Biden has to agree to step down.
Okay. Yeah. Now, does this
mean part? Him and Jill have not agreed to it. And if we don't have video of a cat trying to get it off a fresh-made bed, we need to get one of those quick. Okay, so what they are proposing is, and some of this, it doesn't really wash with other stories that we've heard.
Okay.
But Biden would step down as the Democratic nominee by mid-July and announce the new system to decide who would take his place with the backing of Vice President Kamala Harris. Any Democrat who wished to become the new nominee would have then just a few days to announce their candidacy, and the 6 who get the most votes from the delegates must pledge, Rick, this is only to run a positive-only campaign in the months leading up to the convention.
A positive-only?
Yeah, they're calling it a blitz primary. It would include weekly forums with each candidate moderated by cultural icons such as Michelle Obama, Oprah Winfrey, and Taylor Swift.
They're going to be the ones to vet out the candidates?
They're going to host, kind of a question and answer
They're
period.
going to.
Yes, so people can see them, perform.
Which means let's get some big hitters that have big followings.
Yes. The nominee would ultimately be chosen by delegates using a ranked choice voting system before the start of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago on August the 19th. They have suggested the nominee would not be unveiled on stage, that the nominee should be unveiled on stage with Biden, former President Barack Obama, and former President Bill Clinton to show unity.
Well, I think the key one there is Biden has to be all good with this and be aware of what's even happening.
Well, they're saying this is his chance to do basically what George Washington did and say, I need to step down for the good of the country.
Right.
I've been here 50 years. Look at all that I've accomplished. Of course, if you heard him talk the other night, he still apparently has a lot that needs to be done.
Right.
And democracy itself hangs in the balance. Yeah, I don't know that you're going to get him to go with that. I don't know. He just doesn't seem like he would do it. Now, how does all of this wash with states that already have ballots printed? Don't know.
That's what. Yeah, because I told you this morning I was listening to a newscast, and they were saying, well, they got to do something, which you'll have to make a decision before August, because if not, Ohio will have their ballot already done. Well, I thought Wisconsin and Georgia that their window's already closed.
Well, if you just look at it from 8th grade civics, the delegates actually choose the nominee. They were voted to that convention through the primary system. Now, the Democrats have a thing called super delegates that, basically so they can decide who wins to start with. But Biden, and it varies state to state. These delegates on some states are locked in, some they're not. But Biden could release them to vote for somebody else. So technically you could on August the 18th have a totally different candidate, and they go a totally different way.
Well, I heard the news reporter.
I don't think there need to be any more debates with Biden. I think we just need to let him go.
Fine.
I think we need to let him up.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Well, the reporter said that if the Democrats go into the convention without their candidate, it's the first time that's happened in 50 years.
Yeah, it would be not the norm, but it still would fall in the way the rules are set up.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
They could do that. The Republican one is first this year in Milwaukee, and it's at the end of the month. This month.
Well, what you're hearing based on your story today that you have, and I see it's in
it's a published report. Yeah.
Published report, this is telling you that now some of the biggest hitters in the Democratic Party, they're done with the charade. They know what we all have known.
Well, the plane's on fire,
right?
And they're going down, and they know it.
That this person, God love him, cannot do what needs to be done, and everybody knows it apparently, except him and Jill.
Here is
and maybe
the problem.
Nancy Pelosi, who Babylon B. Look at this Babylon B one here. They love when they say something. They did a headline. Nancy Pelosi says we must reelect Biden to see if he's senile.
Right. Remember, we had to pass the bill to see what was in it. Obamacare.
Yeah.
So,
and Biden has extended his sleep schedule to 24 hours a day.
I relate to that.
That's funny.
The problem with this plan, and this is sadly like a lot of Democratic plans. It looks good on paper, but it'll never work in real life.
No.
That you're going to have just a laundry list of people come out who wants to be this person, the nominee. The top 6 vote getters, and I don't know how they were decided since the convention has not happened yet,
right,
would be the ones that would actually be interviewed by Taylor Swift, Oprah, and
now,
whoever.
I want you to hear what you're saying.
The top 6.
Right.
But let's just say they are 6, and let's just say they're serious candidates, okay? Mm-hmm. And the money now going to make signs and stickers and buy ads are going to be split 6 ways. Okay, so
right,
you're already diluting your candidate before the convention. It just seems like they're wanting a do-over of the primary, which they should have already done over.
Did you hear what the Republicans are going to do?
What?
Same thing, and they're all going to be interviewed by Kid Rock.
Cultural icon.
Right. But
John Rich.
It's like it's just turned into chaos. I mean, and so anyway,
and none of this works unless Joe Biden and Jill Biden agree to it. And then again, under this plan, Kamala Harris, our VP, has no inside track to this, which Claiborne, who's head of the Black Caucus from South Carolina, Jim Claiborne, has already said that they would not support anybody unless Kamala had the first shot at it.
Kamala.
So Kamala. Hey,
yeah,
and. I think they'll probably get in line with whoever. I mean, they're not going.
Well, you see though,
Trump,
you see there
officially.
You see where all this feel-goodism and the fake world begins to implode on itself.
Yeah.
Because now you have people saying, "Well, if Kamala's out, now we're mad because we're the Black Caucus, and then if you do this person, well, we're mad." Right. And all these groups are now going to start cannibalizing each other. And usually what the Democrats did better than the Republicans is they used to be pretty good about all getting on the same page.
Well, that's the thing. They don't have a clear-cut leader right now.
Right,
they don't
yeah.
have anybody to get behind because the leader is failing, and that creates a vacuum behind the wake, you know.
And the Newsom-Harris ticket is the same problem why there couldn't be a DeSantis-Trump ticket, because both of them are in California, right?
Yeah, both from the same state.
Yeah,
so that is dead on arrival, so to speak.
All right, we'll come back. We'll start jumping into some of the stories from the long Independence Day weekend, too.
Same issue with Rubio and Trump. I know some people were pushing for that.
Well, that's true.
I'm sure there's ways around it, but I don't know. You would be walking a technical tightrope.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look at this, man. This is awesome. So how did all this come about? Home plate. I mean, we look, you're on Turner South, you're cooking, we get fired up.
Well, I have a cookbook out on Southern food. And I got a call and asked if I'd, be interested in doing a show, and of course.
That's what we said too. They said, "Would y'all like to go on TV and be on a national show?" And I went, "Nah, nah, we go tell what we got."
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, Mark, have you cooked all along? Has this been
all my life?
Oh.
I mean, I look pretty young, but at the end of the day, it's been about 20 years doing it.
What?
Wow.
20 years? Did you start when you was 4?
Well, I started when I was 7, but I don't count that part.
You started cooking at 7 straight up?
Yeah. And
where were you? I wish you lived in my neighborhood.
I know it.
Because somebody's mama won't be home, we'd panic. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, no, I took home economics and all that good stuff in high school.
Yeah,
and
I did too.
Went straight to culinary school, and I never looked back.
Man, that is awesome. So,
Yeah.
how do you get your cookbook? Because I know we're going to have to get swamped with email. How do I get Marvin's cookbook?
You know what? Any major bookstore, Barnes Noble, you can get online, Amazon.com, you name it.
So it's everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And what's the name of it?
It's called The New Low Country Cooking, and by Marvin Woods. My face is on the cover.
Marvin, when I
With
first saw it, I got mistaken, and, I do that sometimes.
Yeah.
I told Rick, I said, look, former Oklahoma quarterback Elvis Peacock has got a book out. And I had no idea.
Well,
how's your triple option?
That's right. That's right. See him go to the corner and pitch.
Yeah, no.
In fallback, so don't get hit.
Football's not my sport.
Really? You didn't play a little ball, Marvin? I know you're a little guy, but you know what? You're cooking too much. You ain't eating enough.
Is that what it is?
I mean, let me tell you something. And I have eaten meals bigger than you.
That's a lot of food.
I mean, we love it. In a minute, Sally Struthers is going to run over here. I mean, come on, let's put some food in you. Don't just cook it and look at it.
I love to eat. I just have fast metabolism.
Your metabolism must be something.
Well, Marvin, tell them about your show. I mean, because we're kind of out of the loop.
Plus, we're eating right now. We want to eat and listen.
Yeah, you talk, we're going to eat.
Yeah. All right. Daily, Monday through Friday, comes on 11 and 5:30. And it's a cooking show.
Does the 5:30 one come on time most of the time?
As far as I know.
Okay, I'll just check it.
Hey, do they show replays when you're not actually live on the show?
I think Saturday's the day they play replays. So you can actually get the show 6 days a week.
You play his replay, John. When we're on vacation, y'all panic. Like, well, what are we going to do? How many shows we got to do for you,
Do
man?
you get to go on vacation, or does John call? By the way, is there trouble here?
All right, there's
a fire.
You know what's happening?
Hey, Rick.
No, I know what the siren is. Somebody must have run into my van in the parking lot. Yeah, that's it.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
This is Speedy. I'm running around. I'll tell you why they don't play replays.
Why?
Because our ratings bite.
Are we no good? Is Marvin's ratings a lot better than ours?
How's your numbers, Marvin?
That's why we brought him on today.
I haven't even asked. I don't even know.
Well, you know what?
Not that
you
I'm
ask
not
John
concerned,
Perry,
but-
he won't tell you
Exactly.
anyway.
I right now.
Well, look, we're all in good shape. Turner
I'm at
Scott's
the
really just
bowels
getting
of
started with this
the
original
Coliseum,
program. They can't
trying to
fire
get
us.
over
Nothing in the program. So we got it made right now, right, John? I mean, we're okay. Eventually we'll produce. Just stick with us a little longer.
Should we be concerned that Speedy just rambles in that mic for no apparent reason? He acts like he can't hear everybody talking. Should that be a concern?
I hadn't heard that since we stepped on Ray earlier. Let me tell y'all this. My mom and grandmom, and all that, you know the term in the South, the cat head biscuit, big as a cat's head. This is an incredible. I mean, this is delicious.
Thank you.
You know, and I
know,
critique
I
very
know.
harshly on country biscuits. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And you should.
Oh, and in this part of the country, if your biscuit's no good, people will talk.
Right. You'll be out of business, basically.
Yeah, people get the word out. So I'll tell you one thing. I had his biscuit now.
Marvin, what is this here? What is this?
Man, this is good.
That's grit cake.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, tell us some more, Marvin.
How about this? Grit and cake come together?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, Marvin.
You can't go wrong, right?
Gosh, man.
Some homemade applesauce on there as well.
Oh,
So we do Southern food.
Oh, put this on the biscuit. Look at this.
Exactly.
Oh.
We do Southern food, and we have a healthy spin to some of it.
Do you really?
Oh, yeah.
That's all. If it tastes
there's
good, I
nothing
don't
wrong
care.
with that.
Well, because
As long as it
at the end
tastes
of the day, wouldn't you rather eat this every day as opposed to once a week?
Yeah, I don't want my doctor getting on me when I'm enjoying a meal.
There you go.
Okay, and and here's the thing: you being a show from the South and us doing the show from the South. I mean, I'm not trying to be home team and all this, but our food's so much better. I mean, you travel around the country. Let me tell you the most horrifying thing that would have made you sick. I was in New York City. Tried to find a restaurant. She said, "Oh, y'all from Alabama?" And they love that.
Right.
First they say you're from Texas, and I go, "No, Alabama."
I always tell them I'm from Boston.
Yeah.
South Boston.
South Boston.
Yeah.
And then she goes, "Oh, we got Southern breakfast here," and I got kind of fired up.
Right.
Oh.
What did they send you?
Oh, Marvin. Oh, it was running all over the plate. They brought that out. There was some weird stuff. They had some kind of like sour cream up on top of my eggs or something, and I was like, "Oh, buddy." They don't even know where to put the sour cream.
They have a hard time finding really good grits up there as well.
Oh, the grit. I said, how about grits?
Yeah.
Thank you for being with us today. It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you as we continue to walk through the first day back from a long weekend. I do want to make you aware of some things that are coming up so you can participate in these if you so desire. And that, let's see, next on the docket coming up this Sunday night. It is sold out, but I just want to tell the guys that are coming, looking forward to seeing you coming up this weekend. And that'll be at the Village Church in Wetumpka, Alabama. They're actually going to be holding it, I believe, at a school there in their assembly room or whatever it is. So that's Village Church, Wetumpka, Alabama, this Sunday night. It is sold out, but looking forward to seeing you there. All right, coming up next week, Greg and Speedy will be headed out. Great organization, Rainbow Omega. It's going to be a wonderful evening. Nashville to Birmingham is what it's called. The story behind the songs. It'll be at the Finnick on 2nd Avenue downtown. And if you'd like to be part of that, go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. You'll hear these incredible songwriters. You'll see Speedy and Greg coming up on the 19th. That's 1 week from this Friday. And then you'll also be helping a great cause at the same time. So that's at rickandbubba.com. And then the very next day, back over to themanchurch.com, Rich Wingo and I will be in Orange, Texas. Let's all head to Orange, Texas, not far from Beaumont, Texas, and Lake Charles, Louisiana. We'll be there with First Baptist Church. They do a man church one day. Rich and I both will be speaking there. If you're in that area, you'd like to join us, that's simple. Just go to themanchurch.com, look at that link there for July 20th, and Lord willing, we'll be there. Bubba, sometimes there's certain things that when they happen, our audience is going to just start pelting us, saying, hey, guess what's happened? And, we have an ongoing...
It's like rocks on the window.
Speedy actually did get to meet Beth Mowens in person.
Yeah, they're pretty tight.
And they connected. And so...
True professional.
But Beth Mowens has been an ongoing conversation here on the program.
Right.
Well,
her style, not, not adored.
No.
I guess we could put it that
way.
Well,
I'm bringing the sports to you, me and the girls.
It just hurts. It hurts. It hurts my ear. I don't know how else to say it. It reminds me of a story I heard this weekend of a guy that, Yellow Jackets got after him. He was trying to swat him off of him, and his hearing aid went flying.
Oh, no.
And then the dog ate the hearing aid that he had.
You can't have nothing.
But he could track where the dog was with his app.
That's funny.
So anyway, I started just getting bombarded on X that, hey, Rick, hey, guys, did y'all know that not only did Beth Mowens caught a game for the Cubbies?
Oh,
hi, here come the Cubbies. It wasn't just Beth Mowens, Greg. You'll love this one. It was an entire female crew.
Oh.
Everybody, 3 females, doing a Major League Baseball game for the Chicago Cubs.
How about that?
Cubbies.
For the Cubbies.
The Cubbies.
Oh, that one's got the it's gone. And so,
well, it's close to softball.
So
where she started.
So they sent that. Somebody sent that to me. Well, we're a bunch of good uns when it comes to social media. We know just enough to be highly dangerous. Yeah. So I thought I was replying just to the guy from the show with a good one-liner. What I didn't know is I replied to the Chicago Cubs. And And so look.
They'll just quote anybody in the nation, so you got a good shot.
And look, and here's what I put. So here's the picture of the crew.
Yep.
Beth Moen's here for the Cubbies. And so then you'll see my reply to the all-female
Rick from Alabama says
broadcast team, and I have it right down at the bottom, Adler. The picture I sent you can actually see my reply at the bottom of the picture that I sent you. So
we're gonna get hate mail today or something.
Yes.
I don't know,
but we're also gonna get great accolades.
Well,
it owned a lot of people.
There was. Front Office Sports puts a lot of stuff out, and I saw them put something out with this same picture and all this, and there was 136 comments, and I bet 125 were negative.
Correct. So I felt a little better.
So I don't think you're alone in this.
Okay, Ada, can you not find it? Yeah, I sent it to you in email. But anyway, here's what my reply was. I replied underneath what I thought was just to this guy, but it actually went to the actual Cubs. If anybody commits an error, they'll never forget it. And so
it's a good one.
Hey, that is good.
I thought that was pretty good.
That's good. And so you got a lot of laughs on it.
Yeah, and so what hit me is when I started seeing all these people. I'm like, well, who are all these people? And then I realized, oh my gosh, I've replied to the Cubs.
Yeah.
I thought I was just replying to the guy who sent it to me.
Oh my gosh.
Did the Cubs put it out?
Rick, I'm believing there's your message right there on the Cubs.
Look,
on the Cubs. It's the first one that pops up, by the way.
I like the picture and everything.
So sorry about that. I guess I'm not sorry about it. I think it's a good line.
By the way, there's like 21 comments to your post.
Did you see the one guy said
that
that's
on Instagram? How'd I get to it?
It's on X. It's on X. Have you?
I refuse to call it
X. I do too. I want to call it Twitter so bad.
Weird.
It's awkward and weird. Especially, I don't know what to tell it. Did I put an X? What did I do? But here's the other thing. I did hear one guy say, well, the guy, I don't know who he was, he replied to me too and said, well, that's why most female are archaeologists. And when they're archaeologists are mainly females because they're used to digging up the past. And I said, so everybody kind of got involved. Sorry about that. That's probably not what the Cubs were looking for. No. I didn't mean to get everybody going, the Cubbies, can you imagine that? I strike outside.
It's a shame you couldn't upload that.
Greg, it's almost like you can imagine. There's somebody who says, but who's making sandwiches right now?
That's funny. That's a good.
Did Greg post that one? I didn't know Greg could do it.
That actually came from a woman, by the way,
which
which proves our point that we've been saying.
Oh, we've always.
Oh, the women can't stand her worse than any of us.
The only thing that would make that broadcast crew any worse is if they put Sergio Dip in there.
Greg, you know what I thought of? I'm kind of thankful. It's gracious that Harry Carey was already dead.
Ooh, Rick, I didn't think about that.
Can you imagine?
Did she sing Take Me Out the Ball Game?
Beth Moen's here for the Chicago Cubs.
Right?
Greg, I'm calling for the Chicago Cubs, the Cubbies. And we got an all-female crew here tonight. The ladies are on the town tonight in Chicago.
The replies to your reply on X are priceless.
Sorry about that. The Windy City. Tonight, blowing wind from the south. Home run. That's out of here.
Oh, there's a Chandler Cox in there. That's good.
Coming to bat for the Cubbies. Didn't know he was in the system. Chandler Cox. So
somebody put dead last in the Central, so you're just giving up until next year.
We've cleaned the house
and
up.
The ladies, see if we can bring the Cubbies
Y'all
around.
just going home.
Let's bring the Cubbies around.
Did you reply to the Cubs?
That's good.
Sorry about that. Thought that was just a listener of the show. Sorry about that. But it's, I thought it was a good line. It was a good line.
Let's
I
call
feel good
them
about
like we
it.
did the Bulls.
Yeah.
I felt good about it.
Yeah.
Somebody commits an error, they'll never forget it.
Yeah.
I thought that was good.
She was so sweet, though.
Yes, Speedy was seated and silent during that last segment.
Speedy, hey, it's Beth. Calling the Cubbies this weekend. Call me. Top of the hour. We'll be back. More recaps from 4th of July and the stories of the day when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Talking about hearing aids, but let me tell you one of the problems that you have out there, and I'm starting to pay attention to this more and more. With MD hearing, one of the problems, and we went through this when Dad started losing his hearing, you kind of lose your family member. But then you start going to some of the prices on these clinical hearing aids. Good gracious. And so many times people who need these hearing aids to re-engage their family, to get their quality of life back, they just simply can't afford them. And that's the reason, and when we got these for Dad, to watch him come back, even with his battle with Alzheimer's, for a while there, we had him back simply because he could hear again. MD Hearing recently cut their price, which is already over 90% less than clinic hearing aids. They've cut it again in half. So right now, you can get high-quality, rechargeable digital hearing aids from MD Hearing for only $297 a pair. Now, remember, this was founded by an ENT surgeon that saw the problem. He was like, man, my patients need these hearing aids. They can't afford them. So he actually said, well, I guess I could complain about it, or maybe I can do something about it, and he did. So get the hearing you deserve, or for the loved ones in your family, by going to MD Hearing. Go to this. This is going to be the website, shopmdhearing.com. Use the promo code BUBBA and get a pair for $297. Plus, they're going to add a free extra charging case. That's $100 there because you're a listener or a viewer of this show. Go to shopmdhearing.com. Use the promo code BUBBA and get the new $297 when you buy a pair.
Look at grits. What are the? I mean, they just don't know about it. They really haven't been exposed to it. Their exposure to grits is in the instant box, man.
Oh, don't even get into how many grits with them. They keep giving you a number. 4? No, I'm not asking how many. Right. Grits are in a
hominy, not lottery.
Right. Grits are in a pile, man. We don't.
Exactly.
So anyway,
butter.
We got great food, and I think most people, even around other parts of the country, agree Southern food is some of the best there is.
Well, to me, as far as I'm concerned, and that's one of the things that got me starting to write the book. It's the basis of American cuisine.
Oh, wait, there's no doubt about it.
You can't even talk about American food without talking about it.
They're paying you good.
Oh yeah.
Taking care of it.
Yeah, they're feeding me. So yeah.
I just wonder, if you're doing a cooking show, not here on Turner South, but just anywhere, kind of what you get paid for doing that, wouldn't you, Rick?
How many grits?
Say if biscuits were $1,000. I mean,
Let me tell you, as good as this said, it's gold bullion to me right now. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They all up in the house.
And he's prepared breakfast for us this morning, and it is absolutely fabulous. Mark Prater is also standing by, master meteorologist. The effects of Isabel right now, Isabel up along North Carolina, up into Virginia, has just been devastating overnight and through yesterday afternoon. Mark Prater joins us now. Let's sing the song. Time for the Throwback bobbleheads, current bobbleheads. It's bobblehead night tonight, Rick and Bubba night. Section 411 is going to be packed out. The weather, speaking of Mark Prater, here in Atlanta is absolutely beautiful.
Right.
I mean, beautiful.
Well,
no humidity. It's great.
I've gotten I built a little a bond here with John Perry via email.
Oh yeah.
And he requested it.
John Perry requested this weather day, and you delivered. No pressure on him.
And he said he'd been trying to get in touch with you, Mark, and y'all having a hard time hooking up.
Well, we play a lot of email tag.
You know what he said to me? Tell Mark Prater thumbs up. We'll work out the details. I don't know what that means.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Thank you, John.
So anyway, and he said something about we need to get 40 in the can. Now, I don't...
I mean, that's TV talk. I don't understand.
Yeah, what does that mean? Marvin's lighting up. He knows what it means.
That means you got to do about 5 or 6 shows a day.
Yeah, how many home plates have you got put down? A bunch?
About 40.
40?
Yeah.
Man, and
that's more than we got.
And you're in Atlanta too. Also, did you say you're doing Taste of the Town for Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm doing Taste of Atlanta. Doing a cooking demo tomorrow, around 5:30, and then I'm signing some recipe cards as well.
Where? You don't even know, do you, Marvin?
I have no idea.
Where's your handler at, Marvin? Where's your handler?
John Perry, find out where Marvin's going to be.
John Perry told you to have it for you, didn't he? I did. Lennox Mall.
Lennox Mall. And you might want to ask how close the bathroom's going to be to you.
Yeah,
Because
Martin,
if John Perry says he can get the bathroom open, don't buy into that.
You have gotten big whenever you don't know where you're going to show up.
Yeah, so that's good. So if you're going
Is
to
that
be...
what that means?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Either that or it's like us, you're just not paying attention.
At least you don't have to get up early, though, do you?
Well, yeah, when we shoot the show.
What time do you shoot
7:30 call time.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we get 4 shows a day in. Yeah.
How did you like the call this morning? That wasn't too pretty, was it?
It was okay. I'm used to it now.
Do you get out, hit the town here? Do you own the ATL?
No. No, but I'm sure you guys do. I should hang out with you guys.
Look, we're dads just like you. We have no life. Who are we kidding? Yeah, and you're married and have a 9-year-old. You told us in the break. Well, that's great. And you do you cook most of the meals?
Yeah, most.
Welcome back to a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Bill Bubba Bussey, and Rick Burgess.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. The gang, as you heard, all here, back from the Independence Day 4-day weekend. We've recapped a little bit. We'll continue to do that, but now Span's with us, so we got an update.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Span. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's the Mayweather man. He's the mighty James Span. Here it comes.
Here's another hurricane.
Update on Hurricane Beryl.
Here it comes. Updates on the hurricane.
James Span, welcome back.
Welcome back, fellas. Sounds like you'll have a good time over the 4th of July, coming off your lake adventures and pub crawls and everything else. Welcome back.
James, did you get to have a little time off?
No. I work every year on these holidays, so I did not. Here's the deal with me. Every year, VBS, that's the greatest week of the year. When we do children's ministry, the Super Bowl.
It is
the
Super
Super Bowl week
It's
of
the
the year.
show.
It is the show. And so every year after VBS, I collapse and take the next week off.
There you
So
go.
that's my vacation week. It's the third week in June. So I always work the 4th of July, and I'm delighted to do that. So I'm recharged, ready to serve mankind here.
Are you hoping? I know how you love the Red Sox, and I always see the pictures when you get to go to the games. Are you hoping the all-female crew with Beth Mowens gets a chance to do a Red Sox game like they did the Cubs?
Well, bring them on. That's great. Go for it. I'm all for it. I mean, come on. In fact, did you guys see the Red Sox Yankees last night?
I did not.
The Red Sox win 3-0. Took the series in New York, hottest team in Major League Baseball. As we approach the All-Star break.
Now, James,
The Red Sox!
how did you become such a Red Sox fan?
Well, our youngest son, his first T-ball team was called the Red Sox. And that started it. And then when he was 12, we played in that tournament in Cooperstown. I don't know if you guys
I remember you going.
have done that one. Most kids, when they're 12, if they're on a travel team, they'll wind up in Cooperstown. And we gave them the chance to either go to Yankee Stadium or Fenway. They voted Fenway. So I actually knew the manager of the Red Sox at the time. It was Tito Francona.
Yeah, from
because
Birmingham.
Tito coached the Birmingham Barons, and he would run through our neighborhood, and I got a chance to know him. He let us in early, and it was the most amazing experience. We just hung out with the guys, and we just really fell in love with it. So since 2010, we've been going back every year. We were up there a couple of weeks ago after VBS.
Yeah.
So,
I saw that.
Yeah, so I know Fenway better than most venues, sports venues anywhere in my state here. So it's my happy
you got
place.
your own weather office up there now, right? I mean,
yeah, I do. Yeah, and I've got my own office right by Cora, and we have a good time together. So we got this thing, guys.
I know. Speaking of green monsters, here we go. We've got Hurricane Beryl. It's already rolled through parts of Mexico. It's been through Jamaica,
Caribbean.
Yeah. And so, what's the deal?
Well, it's not a good Monday morning for our friends in Houston. It's just not good. If you guys have ever been to Houston, you know that the flooding there can be pretty nasty.
Oh yeah,
and it's pretty nasty. I'd like to think that most people would have the option of staying home today, but the entire Houston metro is under a flash flood warning. As Beryl it's just in a perfect position to give Houston these tropical inundated type rains where they just have some major flooding problems. I don't see any tornado warnings now. They might see an isolated tornado, but it's mainly freshwater flooding, all this rain. They could easily see 8 inches of rain today, and that will ruin your day.
Yes,
that
it will. Yeah. Houston's a little underground, underwater level anyway, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it's so again, it's just a big mess in terms of wet weather there, and obviously the airports are affected, traffic's affected, everything is affected. But Beryl is inland, which is good. Landfall came about 4 o'clock this morning. It came in as a Category 1 with 80-mile-per-hour winds. And understand, it's not the wind that's the concern here; it's this flooding. But thankfully, it's going to pick up forward speed. The weather's going to improve in Houston later today as the rain begins to slack off by mid to late afternoon. The remnant circulation will be coming up through Little Rock, Indianapolis, and it'll be just south of Detroit. Of course, it's not a tropical system by then, but this would be Wednesday night. So the big rains will be pretty much along that path. Flooding problems possible for western Louisiana, eastern Texas, parts of Arkansas, South Missouri, up into southern Illinois through tomorrow. And then the heavier rain coming up into Indiana and Michigan on Wednesday and Thursday. And again, with that, there could be a few isolated tornadoes, but the main concern is just flooding. And then it dissipates totally off the board later this week. And the good news, fellas, the rest of the Atlantic basin, quiet as a mouse. I mean, there is nothing between the Gulf of Mexico and the coast of Africa. And what's going on here, there's just a lot of dry, dusty desert air that covers the Atlantic basin, which mitigates hurricane formation. Now, we fully don't expect it to stay that way, obviously, for the rest of the season, but at least through mid-July, we see no other trouble. But yeah, Beryl was your classic nasty hurricane down in the Caribbean. This created major problems for the Windward Islands. Jamaica came across the Yucatan. It's been a problematic kind of thing. So we are certainly glad that Beryl will be no more after midweek.
Well, you know what formed it, don't you? Man-made climate change.
Yeah. It's,
never had one like this before, except those other times.
Yeah, I saw some guy. He said
except every summer
that we were liars, and that Beryl was going to re-intensify to a Category 5 and hit. And of course, this was on TikTok, which, by the way, is an ocean of ignorance, generally speaking.
Yes.
It was going to be a Category 5 and come in and slam Houston and Galveston, putting the city underwater for 2 months, and it would change life as the way they know it there.
Sure.
That stuff is always going to be out there, and that's the one that's going to be shared 10 million times.
Of course,
they don't care what.
Which is the only reason they put it out there.
Yeah,
right, and they make piles of money off the creator content fund on TikTok. It's a money scheme, and so just be careful when you see these bizarre claims on the talk and YouTube and everything else.
Yeah,
but it came in as a 1. And understand, even tropical depressions can create horrific flooding.
Yeah,
that's our big problem here. It's flooding, and it's a serious situation, but we're thankful it was not a Category 5, and Houston will not be underwater for the next 3 months, just today.
Yeah, I don't know why we can't just say, hey, this is weather you need to be concerned about, but it always has to turn into this unpredicted, which you find out
never before seen.
You find out it's not.
James,
I think the worst part of it's the heat. The when it's hot now. I've seen some TV stations, it's 90 degrees on a summer day, and they declare it a heat emergency.
Yeah.
Heat emergency, where temperatures are actually below average.
Right. Yeah. Of course.
The news anchors get that look on their face like they have gas, and they'll come on and give you heat tips, which is our favorite. Go into an air-conditioned room.
Really?
Do you think so? I'm not going to go down that path.
What about rain for the southeast this week? What would be, quote unquote, the wet side of this circulation? Is it going to dry out, or is it going to cause a lot of problems across Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee as it moves on up toward the Great Lakes?
Well, the biggest impact in terms of rain will be Louisiana and Arkansas. In terms of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, there's not really a direct impact, but this will help to pull some tropical air in here tomorrow. And so for those 3 states, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, your best chance of getting rain this week will be tomorrow. And again, this is not really a direct result of Beryl. All that's west of here. But I'd say any one spot stands a better than 50-50 chance of getting rain tomorrow. And then after that, what that thing's going to do, it's going to pull down drier air.
Yeah.
So the latter half of the week looks totally dry. But on the positive side, the nights will be cooler. The humidity value's lower.
Good.
But if you need rain in Alabama, Tennessee, Mississippi, Georgia, just pray you get it tomorrow because that's your day.
James, thank you. Always fun to hang out, and thanks for the update on Beryl. So there you go, Houston.
And let me see if I've got this right. It's summer, so we can expect it to be hot.
Yeah.
I mean, is that
That's right.
And if
Good old
you're
summertime.
And it's probably going to rain at 2 o'clock every day.
And if you live in a climate like ours, it's going to be humid.
Yeah. Going to have
Very.
that. Yeah. You're going to have that.
15 minutes past. Thank you, James Spann. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Most of them at home for sure. My
You don't
wife-
ever say, "Hey, look, Daddy's not working today. Let's rattle in pots and pans."
No, man.
Yeah, me either.
It's not even work at home. It's just like you got to do it.
But
Hey,
your
Marvin?
wife has to love the fact you do the cooking.
Oh, she does.
Marvin,
But she hates to cook. Yeah.
this is Speedy.
What's up?
Hey, but I just want to know if
Where
you
are
need
you now?
do you want anything to drink or anything? I'm here at the concession stand.
look at the monitor. Look, Speedy's over at the concession stand.
I just didn't know. I'm over here by the chop shop. I didn't know.
And look, it's a little early for Sam Adams, so.
Don
Okay.
Juan's up in the broadcasting booth. Look at him up there,
What are you
waving to
doing?
us with
Look
a
at
white
it,
rag.
Hey, D.
Business is good.
Hey, D, are you wiping the D?
He's right over the T there. Welcome to Turner Field.
All right, I'll be right with you. Hold on.
Hey, Prater, what about, I know that as we cut up, a lot of folks, though, if we got floods, we got terrible power outages. What they say, 2.5 million people with no power?
Yep.
Yeah,
Why do I
it's-
think my
I think
brother's
3
working somewhere in the
million total.
Carolinas today?
Yeah, it's been rough for not only North Carolina but also Virginia and D.C. And the good news is that the storm is moving out pretty quick. It's going to head into Canada later today. So.
This is
on
my
Marvin.
cap. Put this cap on your head.
Please
okay?
look at this. Prater, if you can watch this at home, you've
Yeah,
got
watch
to
it.
My God. Ladies and gentlemen, that it looks like that Emmanuel Lewis is at Disney World.
Yeah, oh, it's good, great. What a noggin.
My gosh.
You know, and if it just correlated into intelligence, man, I'd have it made, wouldn't it?
Yeah, how
Move
about-
over, Einstein.
Exactly.
You see how deceivingly large that head is? Did you see that? That's
Yeah.
incredible. Isn't it?
I got a small head, so.
You do have a small
I
head.
have a small head.
You know, the thing about it, though, maybe y'all could come out with do-rags and maybe put 205 across them.
What's he doing up there?
Yeah, Speedy is doing his pigeon noise. You know, Speedy has always been excited that he can do a pigeon.
Sure.
And
Right field, upper deck.
yeah, and he's doing pigeons like he's trying to talk to the pigeons.
Sure.
Yeah.
He can't say Massachusetts, but he can call a bird.
That's a good one, Prater.
Hey, can I say this too? And
Oh, Rick, there's a job I want. Ground crew.
all right, here's the ground crew, by the way, and I'm talking about you talk about fear when this ground crew, Prater, is so. I mean, they look, and it has paid off. The field is immaculate.
It's gorgeous.
But let me tell you this: they don't like foolishness, they don't like horseplay, and
No,
they don't
sir.
like jokes.
They get focused.
Yeah. I mean, they,
Mark, really, seriously, you don't understand the level here. I have a friend that writes programs that controls our nuclear arsenal, okay? And I mean, I have been that close to our nuclear weapons, but I cannot get on this field. I mean, it's...
Bubba thought he was going to be funny, man, and get out there and rake the mound for us coming back from the break, and he got
No,
cold
he
so
didn't.
fast.
Oh, yeah.
I have not seen anybody get cold that fast. I mean, since the last time I was at home, my wife asked me to do something. I mean, this
No, I
is...
know.
Wow.
Well, hey, by the way, isn't that where Sid Bream came in to win the
Oh, yeah.
National League Championship Series?
Now, granted,
Wow.
all of us thought he never was going to get there.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he has to be the slowest baseball player ever. Of course, he only had one good leg. But
Sure, and that makes it tough. Prater, thanks for your help, and our thoughts and prayers, of course, to all of the folks that Isabel has turned their world upside down, and we hope for a recovery as quick as possible. Have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you on Monday, okay, brother?
Have fun.
All right, we'll come back. More live from Turner Field, the Rick and Bubba Show. Opportunities for you to win the ultimate NASCAR package coming up, too. So be listening for that opportunity. So stay right where you are.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Show.
Back live from Turner Field, the Rick and Bubba Show. The two
relaxing
men alive. I be Rick.
And I be Bubba. Good morning and welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show live from Turner Field in lovely hot Atlanta, Georgia.
We've
.21 minutes now past the hour, Rick and Bubba's show as we work our way back. So we just talked to James Spann about Hurricane Beryl and got the latest update on that. Of course, Houston is dealing with flooding right now, and as we all mentioned, flooding there is not a good thing. They have problems with that, but other than that, it's down to a Category 1 when it came into Houston. But this brings out, anytime there's a weather event, it's always treated as if it is unprecedented and obviously caused by mankind and carbon emissions, etc. Well, over the 4th of July Independence Day weekend, an award-winning journalist, Alex Newman, is breaking down, and Bubba, this is not something we have, it is new to this show, but I think it's important because what we're trying to do is, whenever we can, is to bring all of you truth inside the fake world. Because there's a fake world that's out there, and if you don't have the other information, you just buy into many false narratives, or at least, on their best case, unproven narratives that are presented as if they're proven. And one of these, of course, is man-made global warming. Well, if you're out in the fake world, here's what you're being told. Even the president did it last week, that if you don't believe in man-made climate change, you're stupid. And then they'll say things like, scientists are trying, this is science, man.
Science!
You know, remember, though, we've already been taught by the left, we don't want you to follow science. We want you to follow our preferred selected science.
Right.
Not all science.
Our
science. So I didn't know this, but this Alex Newman's going to talk about the level of scrutiny that you have to get through to get something that is peer-reviewed, if you get a peer-reviewed paper published. And he's going to talk about that there's many scientists that are saying man-made global warming is crumbling, that this theory, this hypothesis is crumbling, and he's going to lay out some of the reasons for that. This is important to have this information. Now, you can make your own decision, just like here on this show. I'm not trying to speak for everybody, but I think we're all on the same page. We're not denying that the Earth has gone through crazy climate swings throughout its existence. That's not the question.
You mean like being covered totally by water at one point?
Yeah.
That one?
And then the covered by ice, and then it all melted without any carbon emissions from human beings. But anyway, and apparently dinosaurs breaking wind really made a difference. But the bottom line is this: the Earth, look at what volcanoes produce, and the Earth just cleans itself up. So how much of this is truly man-made? So listen to this, Alex Newman. This was a major story that won't be covered that happened over the weekend about the dam is finally cracking on man-made climate change. Here we go.
So, Alex, we've been told for a long time the climate change emergency is settled science. It looks like it's no longer settled. What happened?
Well, there's a series of 3 new peer-reviewed papers published in major prestigious scientific journals just over the last month or so. And taken together, they completely undermine the alleged scientific consensus on man-made global warming. One of them found that about 40% of the observed warming can be explained away using the urban heat island effect. So to try to summarize that, basically a lot of these thermometers were put out there in an open field, in a rural area. A city was built up around it, and so it gets warmer, obviously, not because there's global warming, but because there's a city around the thermometer. The rest of the warming, they found, can be easily explained using changes in solar activity that NASA has been tracking meticulously for many decades. And so right now, these are in the peer-reviewed literature, and instead of responding to this, you've got the climate establishment going on Twitter and saying these guys are basically poo-poo heads and clowns and deniers. You know, at this point, you wonder, do they have a scientific response? Because if they did, they would probably write a peer-reviewed paper to refute the ones that just undermined their claims.
Well, how did they get them in? You know, it's hard to get a peer-reviewed paper when it comes to these topics. What was the kind of hole in the wall that brought this about, so to speak?
You're right. It is very hard to get any peer-reviewed studies in the journals because there's almost like an iron wall blocking this. And we got some insight into this during the ClimateGate scandal in 2009 when a bunch of emails were hacked and leaked to the public showing a bunch of so-called climate scientists, in fact, some of the leading so-called climate scientists, conspiring to hide their data from other researchers, conspiring to hide the decline in global temperatures, and conspiring to silence any scientists who wouldn't go along with the narrative, keep them out of the journals, keep them out of TV, media interviews, etc. And so what happened is these papers were just really solid. These three journals that published them, they're not known for being, climate denier publications, but the science was very sound. They did one special issue in the journal Climate, for example. They had some guest editors, including Dr. Ned Nikolov, who I wrote about back in 2017. They looked at this. They said, wow, this is correct as best as we can tell. So the peers looked at it, they accepted it, and this is a really prestigious team, Josh. We're talking about almost 40 scientists from around the world. The lead author, Dr. Willie Soon, one of the world's top astrophysicists, if not the top astrophysicist, he used to be at the Harvard Smithsonian. You've got Ronan Connolly. These are very, very well-established, very prestigious, highly credentialed experts, and it's good to finally see some alternative viewpoints published in the peer-reviewed literature. I think the dam is finally cracking, Josh.
So there you go. So that wasn't exactly a bunch of slouches, was it?
Too, the
40 scientists.
The scientific, we've talked about the scientific procedure and process. Part of it is debate. And it is people saying, well, I see this way, and then other people saying, no, I don't see it that way. I see it this way. And then them being able to set up experiments that are repeatable in a controlled situation to prove their point. And, the whole climate change deal has kind of gone, it's been a longer run, but it's the same thing that we went through with COVID.
Yeah.
We had a group who decided what they wanted it to be for their own reasons. I don't know if it's financial gain or just, goofy or what. But then once you got enough people on board, we said, well, we're just not going to talk about it anymore. It's, they give you it's settled science. You hear that all the time. Hey, it's settled science. Or in politics, that's settled law.
Right.
Well, if something's been changed, then it ain't settled anymore.
No.
It ought to be so crystal clear and so provable that no one could ever bring up an issue against it, and it's just too big of a topic with too many variables over too long a period of time for anybody at any point to go, this is it.
Well, and I think what I would do, because I know I was taking notes on this, now when you get into these debates and somebody tells you it's settled science, bring up these peer-reviewed and accepted works by 40 different scientists, including, he said, arguably, but the most renowned astrophysicists out there.
Yeah.
And they don't agree. They think there's some major flaws. And the two things I thought you would find interesting, Bubba, they brought up are two things you've been pointing to for years.
Yeah, and there's two or three things that any of them on their own could have caused this.
Right.
And then you combine them together. Like he said, many of these temperature readings were set up out in the middle of a pasture. Now they're on the end of a runway somewhere.
And then you talk about the solar deal, our relationship with the sun.
Yeah, the slightest change in the orbit of the Earth, and it is not perfect, around the sun will cause a variation. And the other one is the flipping of the magnetic poles.
That's right.
Which is also going to have a big issue with it. We know that happens through core drillings in Antarctica. So there's a lot of things you got to jump over before you get to automobiles.
Yep. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I reached out to a lot of scientists for my article in the Epic Times about this, and over again, I kept saying, I'd love to comment, but I can't because my funding's going to be jeopardized, my grant's going to be jeopardized. If I get associated with saying that these papers are important, I'm going to be, labeled, and I won't be able to participate anymore in scientific debates. So there's still a very real sense that that's going on. But when you look at the scientists behind these papers, for example, Dr. Willie Soon, these are people who've now moved away from the major institutions. Dr. Willie Soon ended his time at Harvard Smithsonian last year, and they're now working independently. So they have an organization called CERES. That's the real issue, right? Any scientist who comes out and says, hey, the UN is not telling the truth, the federal government's not telling the truth, their grants are going to dry up. If they're not tenured, they're going to be at risk of losing their job. But when you take a bunch of scientists who are completely independent, who don't need federal grants, who don't need to participate with the UN, they have a lot more freedom, and I think that's what's going on here.
Met Master Chef Marvin Woods, who does the Turner South Original program, Home Plate. We've only met him for maybe 25, 30 minutes, but I feel like I've known him all my life, and we're best friends.
It's that Southern blood thing.
Instantly. I mean, look, here's a guy.
Glazed ham will bring you together, Rick. I mean, it really will.
Biscuits.
But in the South,
I'm back
food,
now because I know I got lost here for a minute.
Yeah, but food is our thing.
Yeah.
That's what we
How
know.
do you stay so skinny?
Metabolism, Bubba. He's born with it. Dang it, you and I, we fight this fat thing, and
it's a gland thing. It ain't our fault.
We do the best we can. Some people say we're fat because we overeat and never exercise, but still,
that's not true.
I mean, in the society we live in now, surely it's not our fault. Nobody else says it's their fault for anything, so surely it's not ours either.
Rick, also tonight, we're excited about having over 200.
Oh yeah, maybe 300 by now.
Listeners and viewers that will be with us, and we want to remind everybody again, because John Perry's making that funny signal.
Yes.
That they will be giving away Hank Aaron bobbleheads tonight to the first 12,000 kids 14 and under.
How about hammering Hank? I mean, do we remember? I remember seeing it.
I remember
the guy jumping over the fence and trying to get the ball, and people chasing him out here on the field, and growing up, he was like my guy. I got 4-4 on here on the back of my jersey right now.
But I always used to think, how can you hit that many home runs and the team lose that much? You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean, really.
Well, let's face it.
It's true.
I know.
I did think of that as a little kid.
You think Hank didn't think that?
Oh, I know.
I bet Hank thought that a lot.
Imagine living that one.
You think Hank turned around and said, guys, you're all on my shoulders and you're heavy. You know what I mean?
How about a little help?
Yeah, could somebody make a routine play?
Can we get some pitching?
Right.
The only guy that had less help was Nolan Ryan.
Right. Yeah. How about if I was batting against our pitching staff, I'd have hit 7,000 home runs in those days. But now,
it's a different world.
Different world now. Anybody that ever complains about not winning enough World Series, undoubtedly you didn't know the 70s.
Yeah.
Because
I find myself wanting to know if John Shearholtz is interested in working with an upstart radio network and TV show. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you,
because he is Houdini of baseball.
Well, the good and bad about him. The good is he's going to go get players. The bad is you better be playing well or you're gone.
Yes, yes.
Exactly. But I don't mind
that 20% rotation can be brutal.
That's right. That's why we panic every time our overnight ratings come out. But we've been invited by Marvin to come do a show with him.
That's right.
I think that just him watching the sheer joy on our face when we were enjoying this food. I mean, and that's one thing Bubba and I have been trying to make clear to people. Some people eat food just to survive and for nutrition.
Right,
and nothing could be more sad. Food should be fun. Eating is an event.
Exactly.
Cooking is an event, and it's all about I look forward to meals like children look forward to Christmas.
Do you know why I overeat, Marvin?
Tell me.
Because I like the way it tastes in my mouth. That is the bottom line.
Okay, so you guys, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah.
What's
breakfast? What I just had. Because
it depends on what time of the day.
If
it's about 11 o'clock, it's lunch. If it's about 4 o'clock, it's dinner.
Oh, you talking about what's our favorite meal?
Yeah.
Oh well, you can't pick favorites. It's rude when it comes to food.
It's like picking your favorite child.
Yeah, right. I mean, I don't want to look at anybody and tell them I don't love them. When it comes to meals, I love all of them.
All right.
Yeah. But no, I like. I grew up when I was a kid. I hated breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like it. I don't know why. Because I didn't like getting up early and I was always a late sleeper or whatever.
Right.
But I didn't care for breakfast. I didn't like any of the breakfast foods.
Mm-hmm.
And
that
then,
was before you discovered Mrs. Buttersworth.
That's right. And then
that changed me.
And
baby.
then one day I said, I'm gonna.
Grits, man.
Oh yeah. And
I put ketchup on mine.
No.
Oh.
That's like sacrilege.
No, I mean you.
I love ketchup.
All right.
I'm sorry, nectar of the gods. But it's got to be the right
Are
one.
you bothered by ketchup being a chef?
I'm not.
Because I.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. It's funny. Somebody sent this on Independence Day, and you may have seen it, Bubba. It says the 1960s, oil is gone in 10 years. 1970s, another ice age in 10 years. 1980s, acid rain will destroy all crops in 10 years. 1990s, the ozone layer will be gone in 10 years. 2000, ice caps will be gone in 10 years. None of these things have happened, but all resulted in more taxes.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
I don't see how saving the planet requires a donation from me tax-wise.
Well,
But,
Bubba, you don't care about the earth.
well, the people who
I guess you
are
don't
in
care about
charge actually have control. They actually have vehicles in their control of their governments that they could park today if they were really tore up about it.
You and I, being children of the 80s, moment of silence.
You're the greatest decade ever.
We remember, you and I have asked this question many times. What happened to acid rain? You remember in the 80s, acid rain was going to destroy all the crops. We're going to lose everything.
And look, no one, and I underline again, no one wants water, air pollution. Nobody wants it. We want clean water. And I think we've done very, very good at getting less air pollution out there. I mean, we all remember smog.
Of course, and that's all important. Let's focus there.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we all can agree.
Sure.
We can see. We see.
Pick
the
up your
results
trash. I hate to see people litter. Now, I'm for litter zones, but I mean, still.
Listen,
that was a little out there, a little cutting edge.
I hate trash, Rick. I really do.
I do too.
And it, to me, it's a disgrace. I wish we find people more like they do in Germany. I hear in Germany, you don't throw something out the window, they'll put you in jail.
Oh, I've got some.
It's always clean.
I've got some Nimrod down at the farm that keeps dumping trash just right there on our property. I mean, we'll just pull over and just dump it right on the side of the road. And I would love so much to catch those people where I could make them eat it. But I know that's probably not the way to go about it.
Right.
So I'm going to once again call. You know, the last time that somebody did it, this is how brilliant they are. So whoever the law came out there, and of course all they did was go through a couple of bags, and guess what was in there? Stuff with their name on it.
Yeah.
And then they went and got them and made them come clean it up and fined them and all that. But yeah,
we've all been guilty to that to some degree. I'm not proud of that, but
no, I'm talking about like you treat it like you're going to the dump. They dumped all their trash bags and everything right on the side of the road, right on our property.
I mean, it's empty the trash can.
Yeah, and so anyway, we know about that. But so on the 4th of July, you know, as we went back, and I know, Bubba, I saw some of the stuff that you were doing. You know, always there is the fireworks extravaganza. So over on my side, we had, which we'd already talked about, we'd already been on a family vacation to the beach. So there was no seeing kids or anything like that. They were all, they had other things and going to the lake with friends and going to my in-laws and, hey, I'm on to my next gig and all that. So it was a rarity, but and then my sister was taking Mom. They were all going to a movie, and Greg was doing stuff with his family. So we just ended up. Sherry and I just got up on the 4th of July, and I'm like, well, it's just you and me, babe. And so we, laid around the pool and laid out in the sun, did some swimming, floated on some floats, which made me ask the question: whatever happened to water beds?
Oh, they're not popular like they were.
Water beds are gone now, aren't they? I mean, do you remember when water beds?
On one?
Listen, we had a Jim Dandy when we first got married.
You had one?
Oh yeah. Because we had on the big pedestal version and all that.
Because I was laying on this float.
Talking about that thing got the white cap.
Right.
I was about to say
night.
No, I mean when you get into it.
Right.
Then they make waveless ones.
TMI.
Well, they made baffles that they put inside the mattress to keep it from being so wavy.
Yeah.
But
watch out for the undertow.
I've only slept like one of them.
Listen, you be in that bed and Betty get in the other side of it. It almost launched you out of it.
But as I was laying on that
Look
float,
for great whites.
One of the other things that's been great is I said, let's swim somewhere where sharks won't eat us.
Right.
So would you see San Padre Island, Texas? 4 more shark attacks.
Can't have.
Did you see that footage of the person being drugged up, blood everywhere? So anyway, as I was laying on that float, I was like, well, I see why they started. This is, I mean, you're perfectly aligned, and you got it kind of like you like it. And I will just admit it. I'll admit it that I was kind of like, eh. And Sherry was like, well, let's go see some fireworks. I'm like, eh. And I was like, real hot, so hot. I got it just like I like it. Bubba, you'll be thrilled. We grilled some okra.
I saw the picture.
Golly. And so anyway,
I did about everything but grill.
Oh, I thought you might have grilled some okra.
Well, it was a little hot.
I knew you'd be proud though. That okra was so good. And how about this, Speedy?
That is such a game
Look
changer.
right
for the
there.
way you make
So
okra.
good. How about this? So
Boy,
simple.
God made
So
it.
simple but good.
Huh?
And Speedy, I saw your oldest son's in-laws went to their place down by the farm because we went to what we did and got a watermelon from there, which is 1,000 times better than going to the grocery store. That thing was deep red and so doggone good.
Come on.
After sitting in the fridge and getting cold, let's have some. So anyway, so the idea was this. She said, I want to go to the American Village. Okay. That's a biggie. That the American Village, if you're not familiar with it, and Bubba and I have done some public service announcements and stuff for them because they're, we're rolling through, we're 248 years old. We're going to be 250 here in a couple of years. And, this place is where it's big on field trips. You can find out a lot about American history. They've rebuilt replicas of some of the famous places like Mount Vernon, and they now have an Independence Hall that they are under construction, a museum. They have all these actors and actresses that play all these period people and famous Americans. And they have to. Your American Village, you have to do a fireworks extravaganza. My goodness, you're going to let Independence Day go?
You must.
And so, but I knew because that was in play, I bet a lot of people want to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
A lot of folk. And I said, baby, and then she said, let's go there. We won't go all day. We'll get there for kind of the main stage presentation. We'll watch the fireworks, and then we'll go on down to the farm because we're already headed that way.
The Great
which
Vapor.
turned out to be big for us, by the way, on the traffic getting out because most people were going back to Birmingham. We took a right, we were fine. But anyway, so of course I thought about that longer than Sherry apparently wanted me to. Hey, we got to get a plan about getting out of here. But so we get there, and I will tell you this: these actors, and of course I had on my John Daly shorts.
There he is, right there.
I'm rocking those right there, John Daly all day long.
I'm proud that you've kept up with it.
At the American Village. It's funny because I forgot that because my weight has fluctuated so much, I have a fat pair and a slimmer pair. And so I went to the slimmer pair this year. Wore the fat pair a couple years ago. So anyway, so they do this stage presentation. And Bubba, I will say this. These actors are fantastic. I was so moved by the guy that played John Adams. He got up and did, without even looking at a note, John Adams, the speech he gave when he says, we need to quit putting off this Declaration of Independence. He did it on July 2nd. He said, let's delay this no more. And I will tell you that the John Adams guy, I was sitting there on the front row because I realized that people were set up for the fireworks out in the big field, and they shoot the fireworks behind Mount Vernon, which is incredible. And I told Sherry, I said, well, these folding chairs, which, by the way, seem to be somewhat in the shade, they're not full. Let's don't stay back here on this blanket because I was against the blanket anyway. I wanted a chair.
Yeah, hurt your
no,
back.
let's sit on the blanket. And so we went to the front and sat in folding chairs. So I was sitting, you see this, I'm right in front of him. And he gives this incredible John Adams speech, and it moved me. And it moved me. Now I didn't cry. I didn't take to squalling.
No,
but I was so
You get a little misty?
I was so sad. This guy did such a great job. He was phenomenal. I was so sad that John Adams, if he gave this same speech today, I don't even think anybody would clap. I don't know that we love liberty. I don't know that we love it.
That hurts.
I don't think we love liberty.
Wow.
And it moved me a little bit. And so then it was really hot. And so
But you were in the shade, you said.
Well, Sherry, I don't know why we were against chairs. I did. I don't want to lug these chairs around. She took that Rick and Bubba blanket thing we got, you lay out and it's checkered and it has our logo on it. She goes, we just need to. I said, baby, you're small. I can't be on the blanket.
Get up and get down.
And she goes, well, let's do the blanket. Let's be on the blanket.
And your lower back starts hurting.
Bugs
be
jumping
on the blanket with your wife.
Yeah,
Rick.
so I did. So I got on the blanket.
Crisscross applesauce.
And I will tell you, I didn't know what kind of fireworks extravaganza was in store. I had no idea. Let me tell you something. The American Village. I'm talking, you know how you think, okay, you're exaggerating. Jeff Spiegel, who we know was the MC of the main stage thing. Now, there was stuff going on all day. And he got up there.
Is that the drone deal?
He said, no, that's a firework right there. He got up and said, love Jeff.
What?
But I just went, come on, Jeff. I almost even said from the row, come on, Jeff. He said, this fireworks show you're about to see is as big as anyone you've ever seen. It is up there at the level of Disney.
What?
And I thought, Spiegel, come on now. There ain't no need to do that.
Hate's got
Listen, we all like American Village. You don't have to go that far. We're good. We're here.
We're in.
We ain't going nowhere now. We're in. Okay? And I have to say, it was as good as anyone I've ever seen in my life. It was incredible.
In your life?
In my life.
Calm down.
I haven't seen one better.
Rick.
And Greg, I'm with you. I think once you've seen one fireworks show, you've almost seen them all. But the key is,
the difference.
Even though they all kind of have the same thing to work with, how much do they have? How big do they have? And what kind of environment do they set you up in? That's the variation.
Mm-hmm.
And going through those speeches and hearing they had like an orchestra playing all the patriotic music, my goodness. And then all of a sudden that stuff started firing. But then there was a sadness, Bub. I just had a little bit of a can we keep it? I mean, our republic's in trouble. I mean, there was a sadness that came over me a little bit, just a little bit sad.
Yeah,
a little misty.
I don't know
got the squalling on your blanket.
How you're going to fix where we are now. You know, during 9/11, you saw everybody kind of come together for a period of time.
Right.
But you know, you hate to think it's going to take another tragedy to get people together, and I don't know. It's the thing has got so out of hand now.
I saw this young family. And you know how hot it was.
Oh, yeah.
So everything down there started like 11 o'clock in the morning, okay? And I saw this family that we knew from church, and they got little bitty kids, okay? Little bitty kids. And I looked at the dad, and he goes, I've been here all day.
What?
I said, you've been here all day? I mean, we were still 2 hours from the fireworks.
How does that
happen? I said, you've been here all day? Maybe 3 hours from the fireworks. No, about 2.5. And I said, you've been here all day? You going all the way through fireworks with them? And he said, yeah. Boy. And he just looked at me. At one point, he was like, I can't save you. There's nothing I can do. I can't. And then I saw him at church on Sunday. Well, I saw his wife. I didn't see him. I guess, I don't know what happened. He might have made it.
Couldn't get out of the car.
I said, did y'all make it? And she said, yeah, we went all day with him. And I thought, that's unbelievable.
That's impressive is what that is.
Yeah, so that was a biggie. And I enjoyed it. It was fantastic. A lot of you said it took an hour to get out of the parking lot. By the way, I got out easy. Take a right. I didn't have to take a left.
Take a right.
Went on down to the farm.
Good gracious.
Had to look at a tractor.
I saw that.
Yeah. No. We'll talk about that. Be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I like it on steak.
It's taken me a while to get to this point, but I'm not now.
I like it on steak.
Yeah. I know. I see people do it all the time.
It's delicious.
You're eating it. You eat it however you want.
Yeah.
Whatever makes it good for you, that's the way you go.
What's your favorite meal to
prepare?
prepare?
He said that now, but of course, if you ordered something else, he'd be
I'm the same way. I tell you, I look skinny, guys, but I eat a lot. I really do. I mean, I love it all, too. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner. I love food. I love the taste in my mouth as well.
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
I mean, I eat all day. That's all I do.
The reason why I'm fat is because I don't eat because I'm hungry. You know, just like Bubba's.
That egg on your lip looks good.
How y'all think?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just like, I'm hungry. If something's really good, like Bubba's talking about, and you just said, if the food is good, see, like right now, I don't need the rest of this ham.
Right.
But I just want it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I like the way it tastes. Yeah. So I want to keep eating this ham until I'm like real sleepy. And
you know what, too? I think we could bribe the ground crew with some of this food because that guy with the drag looks hungry.
Hey, buddy, how about some ham?
Yeah. Y'all had breakfast, guys? Anybody hungry?
Y'all hungry? We got breakfast over here.
Food? We got a little extra.
Straight up, because, hey, let me tell you, this field looks beautiful.
It does. Y'all done a great job.
Gorgeous.
Can I tell you?
Come on over and get a plate.
How about a clap for the grounds crew?
Yeah.
Huh? On our feet.
Y'all come on over and get a plate.
I'm gonna tell you, look at this field. You could eat off this field.
Do y'all do yards?
Would one of y'all like to cut Ryan Greenwood's bushes? Because I wrecked the van trying to miss it.
Jeremy, is that Jeremy? Is that Jeremy? Do you know where Pelham is? Y'all come on up and have some. I'll hold the rake.
Straight up. Y'all come up here and eat. We want y'all to be. Can I tell you something? Let me tell you something. Their boss must be.
Good gosh.
Hey, Rick.
He must make Patton look like a walk to the park.
I know, they're so serious.
Rick, do you think they'd get mad if I took the cart for it right in front of them?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They wouldn't care for that there, Speedy.
Yeah,
really?
You ever have a drag upside the head? That is no fun.
You see how he's working that rake? I bet he can hit with it pretty good, too.
All right.
Yes,
very serious.
So you think they'd get real mad?
I've never seen a group so serious.
Very focused.
You know, I love sports, too, but...
And they ain't even getting the millions.
I know.
You know, it ain't like the Braves bunt a lot, you know, so, I mean, it don't have to be exactly particular.
You know, seriously, with their commitment, I wonder if they like, would they tell the teams y'all not going out there? I mean...
Could the Braves be banished to the parking lot because the grass is too good a shape?
But look at that. Is that beautiful?
It's gorgeous.
How about this? The results are in. You know what they'd say to us? If y'all run your radio and TV show like we run this ground crew, y'all be a little better off.
Ooh.
That's probably what they'd say.
Well, sure.
You know, because let me tell you, there's no nonsense out there. You think they'd have been on air on time this morning?
Well, I want to meet the guy that's in charge of this. He has got his act together. I want to put him in charge of affiliate relations.
Affiliate relations? I'd start him tomorrow. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
You know what they'd say? They said, let me tell you, Stu, I got y'all's promotional stuff. It is neat and precise.
And you know what, Rick, a great promotion, and I think we could tie Marvin into this, is I told John Perry on the way over here. Of course, we appreciate him setting all this up today. This has been great. And but you know, really, I think it would be great if we let a listener or a viewer come see a playoff game with Rick and Bubba on the front row.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, guys.
I know that sounds
Rick.
like a cheap way for us to get in and get great seats to a playoff game.
It does.
And look, we'll throw in Marvin, too.
Yeah, throw a home plate in there.
You know, home plate,
yeah.
the whole.
Yeah.
I think we have the whole Turner South original lineup right down there on the front row. And we invite a viewer and a guest to come to it. And
great
look,
promotion.
It's not that I'm wanting to do that.
Look at Speedy.
Take him with the team.
But I would, I would want to do that for the
Speedy.
Well, Speedy just stole the cart.
Look,
that guy's on the radio, and he ain't happy.
He has had it.
He is
hey,
not
guys,
happy.
is anybody following me?
Yeah.
Well,
he's radioing.
He looks like he's pissed. He's got to pay that right now.
We'll just tell you that straight up.
Yeah.
And you.
I'm just going to act like.
Happy.
Yeah, I think the sign.
Look at that outfield.
Speedy, get his rake. Get his rake. Take his rake. Take his rake. Speedy, you ain't got a hair if you don't get his rake. Okay, you're hairless. That's okay.
Well, he is.
You're right. I am hairless. Yeah. I'm just checking to make sure this works.
Yeah. Oh, so you're acting like you're working on the banner.
Don't do a donut, Speedy.
Yeah. Watch it. Oh gosh.
Speedy, will that thing peel out?
Look
at it.
Look at the dust. It's kicking up. It's kicking up dust. It's kicking up dust.
Kick it, Speedy. I got to see your fishtail on the warning track.
Speedy, let her eat. Speedy, let her eat.
I just let her eat a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, Speedy, strip and drive naked. You got to do it. Come on.
What?
Speedy,
strip and drive naked.
Speedy, come out of the 335
really?
shirtless.
You really want me to?
Look, on the radio. Hey, keep moving. You don't stop. He's on the radio.
Now he's coming after you.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
Don't think it's going to improve anytime soon. 7 minutes to the top. Tax Network USA. Speaking of the founding fathers, taxes. TaxNetworkUSA.com/big box. Can't pay the IRS. Haven't filed in a while. Receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. We got more IRS agents than ever to go out, and they're going to be targeting hard-working Americans. I promise you, not the super uber wealthy, because they know that between them and the uber wealthy are a lot of good lawyers, and maybe they think you don't have that. Well, you could have an advocate. And TaxNetworkUSA.com/big box. They have brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties So join us and find out if you qualify before it's too late. Never call the IRS alone. Let the attorneys at taxnetworkusa.com/bigbox handle it. They know who to talk to, who not to talk to, and they'll become an advocate for you and get this problem solved once and for all. Call them 1-800-245-6000, 1-800-245-6000. You don't want to mention that you're listening to our show, or go to taxnetworkusa.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, we went to a firework extravaganza. I can't wait to hear what happened at the lake. So we went down to the farm. We were going to spend the night there, just Sherry and I together, and then get up and have a little coffee. And I had been contacted by, everybody's favorite spur master, the bulldozer man himself, Gary. Hey, won't you and Sherry come down here and look at this? My son-in-law's refurbished a little tractor. I think it'd be good for the farm. And I was like, well, I don't know. Hey, you just come here and look at it. I mean, it ain't going to be real expensive, and it'd be a good little thing for you and Sherry, do some stuff in. I can use it also some of the work. And I thought, well, there's the angle right there. That's the angle. He has to bring his equipment over, and he's thinking if I'll buy this used tractor, he's going to tell me it'll be good for me, and I can train on it and all this. And, and Sherry, I can do a little garden with it. It's got that little piece that comes with it, little plow. And it's got a little bit of a bush hog set up, but it's not, can't do big stuff, but it can do little stuff. And so we got, I'm trying to get, drink coffee, sit in the rocking chairs, let the sun come up over the farm. Hey, y'all up yet? I'm like, Gary, give us a minute. I mean,
one second.
Me and Sweetie Pie, we're gonna have to say, hey, I'm already over here. I know. We're drinking coffee. Hey, I'm coming over. I said, no, Sherry's in pajamas. We're out here sitting in rocking chairs. Give us a minute. And so,
so he was over at Camp House.
No, he tried to be. He was over at where this tractor was.
Oh, I
That's
see
his
what you're
son-in-law's.
saying.
His son-in-law's house.
I got
That's
you.
where his daughter and her husband.
He
lived.
wanted to be at Camp House.
Yeah. Hey, I'll just come over. I said, don't come over here. I said, we'll come to where you are. Hey, I'm already here. Well, good.
Just so happened.
Well, what it was, he's wanting to get to the lake. That's all that was about.
He wanted this done.
So anyway, we got over, and here it is, Bubba, the Ford 3600. You see me up there on it. And what happened was somebody gave this to Gary's son-in-law to repair, and he bought two new tires for the back, fixed it, got it running, and then the guy called him and said, "Hey, I just don't think I'm gonna come back for it." And he's like, "Well, you left me with this tractor that I fixed for you." So I mean, it was. I'm
sorry.
It was a good deal. But it was one of those things where I got caught up in it. And I thought this, and I thought I was in trouble when Sherry said, "Oh, that's cute." I thought, I'm in trouble now. Oh, we could do that and have it out there and take pictures. Right? I said, "Baby, we're not gonna buy a tractor."
You can put some plants on it.
Yeah, put some plants on it. I said, "No, we're not. No." And so I started thinking to myself, kind of like I did when you think about, all right, is this going to be life changing? And though I thought I looked good on it and I felt good on it, and it was cute, according to Sherry.
Yeah.
Would this have impact? All I could think of, it's not big enough to bush hog the pastures. You could cut around the barn. You could keep the roads clear over on the hunting land, and you could do the green fields with it, and you could do a garden. But I thought, when Sherry and I decided we changed the plans of moving down there full time for now. If I'm not down there full time, I don't think it pays for itself.
Yeah,
I mean, because I don't
bush hog with that.
I don't. Yeah, but you can't bush hog the bigger pasture I got with that. You'll bush hog for a week.
Well, you gotta have you a good bat wing to pull.
See that one.
Those are cheap.
I don't think I took a picture of the connect, but the one it has is smaller. I mean, it's back there,
the
and you could cut yards with it and cut, around the pond and that kind of stuff. But you're not going. You're not going to knock them pastures out with it. Not unless you want to do it for a while.
As cute as that is, I find the ones with air conditioned cabs even cuter.
I know. I thought about that too. I thought about the fact, hey, I'm gonna be real hot up here. And so it at first I almost pulled the trigger on it because I thought it was very affordable, and I thought it would be good for me to get familiar with the tractor and all that. But I just right now I'm not there enough, and I thought to myself, I think I'm just not in that season. So we didn't get it, but I felt good on it, and I knew I was okay for a minute. when I figured out that what Gary really wanted was for me to buy it so he could use it.
Right. Right. That's the bottom line.
Hey, I mean, if you had that, I could use that for the green fields. And
so you walk. So you'll get a better deal today, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Today they'll beg me to take it. All right, we'll come back. Bubba, we got to take a look at the lake.
The lake was pretty calm.
I saw those pictures. That's good. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The head man just said, Speedy, better get off the cart. He's going to come here and clip him. And you know what he said, too? If I was in charge, I'd have Johnny Van Zant's phone number, right? But that should have owned Speedy if he was listening.
Speedy, I don't know if I wasn't you, I'd double back the other way.
I'm trying to act official.
Oh, you're acting
official.
Hey,
Speedy, that is not... that is not possible.
I love the ooga. How about y'all almost made me strip down naked? Just
Speedy, if you don't come by home plate shirtless, you better kick it and come on by. Hey, that guy named Jeremy, he's tired of it. I'll tell you right now. Look at him looking at you.
Let me tell you this, Marvin Hagler's not happy either.
Marvelous Marvin. Been wondering what he was doing over the years.
That's right.
There he is. Yes, sir.
Look at his offering Ryan Greenwood. He can't get enough.
Oh, there he goes, Speedy. You got to kick it, though. Don't just sit there shirtless. Right. You got to let her eat.
By the way, he's right aware of his bald spot. But anyway.
Oh, wow.
He's right aware.
Speedy, ask him if everything's okay.
Yes,
like your supervisor.
Speedy said, I couldn't help. I think I saw just two blades crossing each other out there in left field.
Hold it in, Speedy. Hold it in.
We'll come back.
Oh, man. Speedy. Speedy. Head slide, first base.
Speedy, if you don't
15 foot away.
If you don't dive for first.
Speedy, you'll be thrown out, but it'll be a great moment forever.
Hey,
look, this could win us an award.
Hey, look, the last hour you'll be sleeping at the hotel.
Yeah, you get a quick trip back to rest.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Turner Field, our thanks to
the
Marvin, Marvin Woods from Turner's House Home Plate for breakfast and visiting with us this morning. What a great guy. A lot of fun, delicious food. Did I just go into a Jim Rome almost there for just a minute?
You did.
He's excellent. He's hilarious.
Awesome.
So we make our way back 32 minutes past, lining up right now at 877 We Be Big, contestants to play Rick and Bubba's worst case scenario. Some of you say it could be that you scraped the side of your brand new van and you just told your wife about it on the cell phone, but no.
Or just trying to get a call through on this show.
Yes, so 877 We Be Big. In worst case scenario, Bubba will present to you 3 worst case scenarios, and you will select from multiple choice what do you think the correct thing is to do in this scenario. Get 3 of those correct, and you're going to drop the green flag for your favorite driver next week at Talladega Super Speedway and the qualifying day for the EA Sports 500, the Food World 300. Also next weekend, you'll get tickets, garage passes, and a picture in Victory Lane with both the winners on Saturday and Sunday if you're a grand prize winner. But if you win right now, you get to drop the green flag for sure, and you might win the grand prize, which we'll draw for late in the program today on radio. All right, so 877 We Be Big. Line them up right now, Peaches. Tell me who is the contestant and where they're from, and we will play worst case scenario, our worst case scenario theme music. What is it? Is it under worst? Okay, that does make sense.
Sure.
All right, here we go. All right, here we go.
We got Shane and Gadsden.
All right, Shane and Gadsden will be our first contestant as Tone Loc plays the worst case scenario theme music, Funky Co Medina. Gadsden, Alabama. Shane, how you doing, buddy?
We're good. How y'all doing?
We're good. Now look, Shane, you know how to play, right?
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, Shane, I feel like I may be heading into a worst-case scenario. Here's what's going to happen.
I may be.
Yeah, Bubba will give you the scenario.
Have a hit of caffeine, it'll be all right.
And then he will give you multiple choice on what the correct thing to do in this scenario would be. Now, I'm the expert if you need help from me because I have been in most of these scenarios. So, so I have tried most of what you're about to hear. So, Bubba, let's present our first worst-case scenario. Shane from Gadsden, listening on Mix 102.9 and watching on Turner Sound.
How do you send a signal that means help is needed? How do you send a signal that means help is needed? A, create a V shape on the ground. B, create a fire. or C, strip topless and ride around the warning track at the TED? A, B, or C?
That would be B.
Create a fire? I'm sorry, that's not correct.
Well, I tell you, if you'd have been listening, B, I was sitting right here too, Shane. Right here I was, clutching in my hand a green flag. Thanks, Shane. Appreciate you playing. Next beach, just where we got.
Kathy in Birmingham.
Kathy, Birmingham, Alabama, as Peaches just told all of you who are watching on Turner South, because you can hear her. Kathy, you will play. Kathy listening on Y94.5 and watching on Turner South. Kathy, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here comes scenario number 1.
Kathy, how do you defrost a frozen car lock? Do you A, light a match and use it to heat your key? The heated key should then defrost the lock. Place your mouth over the lock and breathe into it to melt the ice. Or C, lick the lock.
Give me some help, Rick.
B.
B.
Place your mouth over the lock. I'm sorry, that's incorrect. You should light a match, use it to heat your key, then the heated key should defrost the lock. That's all great if you have a match.
Yeah, Kathy, see, when I believe I'm doing the survival, it means I don't have jack. So if I didn't have a match, see, I'd be breathing on that lock. And that's what worked for me one time in Minnesota. All right, 877 We Be Big. Our next contestant is
Travis in Birmingham.
Travis in Birmingham, Alabama. Welcome, sir.
Hey, guys. Hey,
buddy.
Travis, your worst case scenario is if you have to perform mouth to
Come on with this. 6 minutes past. Hello. Rick and Bubba Show. Gang all here today. We've hit a couple of updates around the country. We're delving into the long weekend. Still to come, we do have a pickleball update again today. But Bubba, we walked through the 4th a little bit. Did you have a good 4th, sir?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had a great 4th. It was, for the most part, uneventful, which I appreciate.
That's what we want, yeah.
Pontoon rides, dinners, fireworks, swimming, tennis, pickleball, the whole works.
So you pickled as well. You said you tennised and pickled.
A little bit.
Yeah.
And we had there's a big boat parade on the morning
this
of the 4th.
thing blows me away. I love this boat parade thing.
At Lake Martin every year. And one of the coolest things, we were all camped out there watching it about to start. I don't know who this guy is. I probably need to research it a little bit.
Sure.
There's a guy that has a B-25 bomber.
What?
From World War II, and he flies it over the lake with the smoke coming out.
Does he
back.
have the?
He just has one.
Serious? Did he just have one?
I guess.
Can you have a bomber?
Right.
Probably no bombs.
Where do you keep
and
that
I'm gonna tell you,
bomber?
it's very impressive because when you hear it coming, you hear the engines rumbling. It's got this special low rumble to it, like a muscle car almost. When you
Somebody means
it's
business.
very, very distinctive when it comes around. And it's very impressive. I mean, I wish he would fly by my place every day. Just every day.
Yeah,
and
you're
like
on
5 o'clock, Charlie, so I can watch
Cut
it.
a deal on that or something. By the way, is that the bridge I got trapped under?
No,
Okay,
no,
it's
that's
different.
Kalijah Bridge.
Okay, it's different. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you were way up Blue Creek.
Do you remember getting trapped under? I had to lay down and go
Yeah,
under.
you barely fit.
So this is actually at Children's Harbor, there where we're set
Everybody
up.
knows that.
And but the B-25 it's kind of especially interesting to me because I had a good friend, his former ham CB guy that I knew growing up. He's long passed away now, but he was a bomber pilot over Berlin, Germany.
Wow.
During the war.
Wow.
And he flew a B-25. So I
Wow.
always
Is it
thought
a
that was
silver
kinda cool.
one type thing with the little stars on it? Or
Oh
has
yeah,
it? Is it?
It's silver and
got the blue.
Does that have that little thing where the machine gun guy can ride in it?
The
belly
gun.
I love
Adler,
that.
Adler,
That'd be cool.
look on Instagram. I think he actually has an account, and he has video of what the boats look like
Yeah,
from the plane.
is that it right there?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
it.
Look at
That's
that.
it.
So this guy just has one of these.
He doesn't have one of these.
What
But can you
hanger?
have one?
I'm telling you, it looks just like.
Is anybody sitting out there in the machine gun
I
nest?
don't remember it having a turret on the top, but I didn't get that good a look at it. So I
I
don't
wish
know.
we could zoom in. All of a sudden, I see Greg's head. And he's in
I'd
there.
love it. I love to see those come.
Of course you love it.
And then
Yeah, I'd like
we
to get in
we
that.
have flybys from the National Guard. Out of Montgomery.
You gotta have that.
They've got F-35s now. Pretty impressive.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
They make a little noise when they come up.
Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah.
I love it when I just
Yes.
stand out there. I just salute and I get misty, Rick.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like me listening to John Adams. You
Well,
wonder
at least
why?
I know where some of my tax money's going.
That's
A
right.
lot of people think you're sweating, but you're not. You're
Right,
just-
right.
you're
It's just- well, so that too.
What time of
But,
day we talking when y'all do all this?
This is fairly early on the 4th. I think 9, 10 o'clock.
Ooh,
something
hot.
Like that.
Getting
Yeah,
warm.
it's warm. Everywhere's warm.
Sure, everybody it is. Yeah. So,
But
So
it was
humid.
fairly uneventful. Other than that, we had a good time. Got to visit with a lot of folks.
did you see the fireworks show?
We had several families come over to sit on our porch
Of
to
course.
watch the fireworks show at Kalijah.
Yeah.
Now we're about 3 miles away. So
Can you see it?
Oh yeah, you can see it. The sound is delayed a little
Yeah.
bit. But really, from our porch, the most impressive thing is the number of boats that are out
I
there.
can't believe this boat parade.
there's
I love the
just-
boat parade.
No, I mean during
love
the
it.
fireworks,
Just in general.
where
During
everybody goes
watching,
out.
yeah. Oh yeah.
It's very impressive. And then we went and we saw another fireworks show, and I think it's the Vickers family that puts that on. They do it every year, and they do a fireworks show second to none.
Really?
And, we're fairly close to it where we were watching it, so that's kind of become a tradition too. So we enjoyed that.
What about the when
I would show you some of the fireworks, but I think some of the people around me were talking, so I hadn't screened it for what they were discussing.
I got you. Little celebration of liberty.
Sure.
When you're dealing with the people in the boat parade, I'm back to the boat parade now.
Right.
Would you see a lot of Trump representation in
Oh,
this year?
you see that around the lake a lot.
Oh,
anyway. Yeah. There's quite a few Trump flags, but it's kind of like, best I can tell, I'm not a big Mardi Gras goer, but it has a kind of a watery Mardi Gras feel to
Anybody
it,
taking their shirts off for beads?
No, there's some beads flying around, but I didn't see anybody.
Is it a party type atmosphere or a patriotic type atmosphere?
It's patriotic and full of fellowship.
I got
patriotic party.
Yeah,
Right.
That's a good way.
Because I told Sherry when we turned on the dirt road to go to the farm.
Hey, I had my DeWalt fan. I was cool.
Oh, yeah, the portable one.
I told her, and I wondered if you had a similar feeling. I have a feeling you did. I know sometimes a beautiful lake like this will bring a Democrat here or there, but when we turned on the dirt road to go to the farm, and of course the Trump representation's already there.
Sure.
I said, do you think there's one person in this entire county that will vote for Biden? Do you think we could find a Biden voter anywhere near this farm? And Sherry said, absolutely not. No way. I bet there's not one. Did you think does the lake bring a Democrat every now and then because of its beauty?
There's probably a few around.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, here and there, but you don't.
Do you marvel
they're not,
at them?
They're not. They don't advertise it. Let me put it that
It's
way.
like
the
seeing
Trump
Bigfoot.
people do.
Like seeing Bigfoot.
Oh, the Trump people, they love good signage.
Listen, if you got $5 for every Trump flag I saw, I'd be eating free today. You know
And most of them been flying for 4 years.
No pontoon boats with Biden on it, right?
Not one.
Well, they're not sure if he's even going to run. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it'd probably be broke down going in a circle, like a one-legged duck.
Have they made any battery charged pontoon boats yet? Are those on the market yet?
What?
I saw.
Funny.
I saw a battery, completely electric motorboat kind of thing.
Okay.
It was like an old wood version at the boat show a few years ago, but I have not seen it.
I was just trying to identify some.
I'm not making this up. I told Bubba earlier before the show started, not making this up. It seems symbolic because of all how you and I were just crying for our country. Let's just call it on Independence Day. As I saw all that down at the American Village, all the revisiting of our history and all the stuff that we're trying to abandon, we're walking out after this magnificent show, and people start going nuts, running around on the way to the parking lot. And you know what it was? A giant black snake.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I thought, well, there it is. There's the symbolism right there.
There it is.
There's the devil himself.
Don't tread on me.
Right. Ruining this country.
Yep.
You know, and hey, you think people won't start hopping and jumping?
Oh, yeah.
If it's dark and you're trying to get to your car out in the pasture and there's a black snake running everywhere, people.
Listen,
one guy in front said, "Run over my foot."
You know, I don't even like parking on the side of the road at night because you never know what's curled.
Then there's a discussion of what kind of snake it was all the way out to the parking lot. Thing's a black racer.
Yeah.
No, thing's a king snake. That's a good snake. I said, no, Bubba, don't agree with that.
Yeah,
Probably a little chicken snake.
It might be a king snake, but you'd have to see its belly to know for sure.
Hey, it was huge.
And you know what?
My boot.
They're not really big on stopping and showing.
No. Well, that sounds awesome, Bubba. That was sounded like you had it like you liked it.
It was relaxing. Kids were both in, so we had a good time.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
A listener sent me video of the bomber, Bubba. It's amazing. My goodness, he's flying.
Look, Bubba, there it is.
Let's come back so we can hear it, Rick. You got to hear the engines on this thing.
I want to know what hangar did you keep that in?
How do you buy one of those?
Yeah, who has their own bomber?
He owns it. Go back.
Rick and Bubba.
This July's
mouth resuscitation, Rick. How long should you do it?
Sir.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Travis, your worst case scenario is if you have to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Rick, how long should you do it?
Ryan? I can announce this.
Yeah.
If you have to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, how long should you stay with it?
How good looking is the person who can't breathe?
Rick, please.
Okay.
Please don't get ahead of the comedy curve.
Ladder.
A, if the victim has not recovered in 30 minutes. B, when the victim seems to be enjoying it and uttering the phrase, "Don't stop, Speedy." Or C, stop if the victim has not recovered in 4 or more hours.
Rick, can I take this?
Yeah, sure.
I think it's C.
Well, let's see if she thinks. Is it a he or she?
Or he.
Hey, Travis.
Travis, what do you think? A, B, or C?
Sir, I've given mouth to mouth.
How sure are you, Speedy?
I think it's C.
100% sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I've given a lot of mouth to mouth.
And he's looking at my paper.
Okay.
No,
I'll go with C.
C it is.
4 hours?
Yeah.
My gosh,
Speedy.
4 hours?
I have an awful experience with that, but that's true, and that's how I knew
4
it.
hours though?
Yes, not me, but yeah.
That's a lot of mouth to mouth.
Can I tell y'all something?
You are the expert,
look,
so I'll yield to your expertise.
Look, 4 hours now that I think about it, if it's me laying there, that may not be enough. Y'all keep going. Look, until they shut that box, y'all keep trying.
You ready for your next one?
Come on, Travis. You're on a roll here, brother.
Travis?
Yeah,
you need reassuring that he's there. I'm the same way.
How to survive a riot in a foreign country.
Oh, it's in a foreign country.
Not
a riot like here.
Yeah, how do you survive a riot in a foreign country? A, determine the best route to the airport or embassy, wear muted clothing, and walk at a normal pace. B, get in the middle of the mob and try to blend in. C, get in the middle of the mob and start throwing rocks with them. A, B, or C?
Rick, help me out. I've never been out of the country.
B.
You pretty sure about that?
No, I'm not.
Why don't you peek at Bubba's paper for me?
He's too far away.
Yeah. I think Rick. All
right, what was the first one? Something about muted clothing?
Determine the best route to the airport or embassy, wear muted clothing, and walk at a normal pace.
Yeah, A.
Hey, it's A.
It's A.
Yeah. You got 2 of them, Travis.
Yeah.
Travis, you get this one right, my friend, and you are going to drop the green flag for your favorite driver and go into the grand prize drawing. Travis, you can cut the excitement with a knife right now.
Look at the guys out there. They're so excited.
They are. Now, they can't interact, but they're there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you what. If their boss was in charge of affiliate relations, we'd be on 600 radio stations.
I know.
How do you avoid a charging rhino?
Ooh.
Oh, I know this.
Rick.
Yeah.
What? A, upon noticing that the rhino has seen you, turn away and run in a straight line fast as you can. B, take away his charge card. C, remain perfectly still and quiet, and if the rhino actually runs at you, run away from it in a zigzag pattern. A, B, or C?
As much as I like B, I'm going to ask for Rick's opinion. I think it's C, but I'm going to ask Rick.
You need to stand there because most of the time they will not complete the charge.
You know what? It is C, and it's also the correct answer for how to avoid a gunshot. Yeah, as you may remember.
All right.
So, you're a winner, sir.
That's what it goes down. Well
Good
done.
deal.
As a matter of fact, and if you've seen that commercial now, they talk about about that vehicle where the rhino hits him in the side, and they
That
all
is
go
a
and they
good
come
one,
back, and he goes, this is really interacting with animals or something like that. Kids, remember that one? How about I wish I could remember the quote. It sure would have been a lot more funny.
Yeah.
Travis, congratulations, sir. You will be dropping the green flag for your favorite driver and going into the grand prize drawing for the ultimate NASCAR weekend. Travis.
Hello?
All that excitement.
Hey,
Travis?
Hank, go ahead. As hard as you can.
Travis, there's a little bit of a delay, but speak up like you're confident.
Yeah, Travis, who would you like to drop?
How about Dale Jr.?
All right, number 8. Sure, he's up for he's got a contract coming up. Let's do him.
All right, Dale Jr., you will drop the green flag for him, and you'll go into the grand prize drawing. We'll determine the winner of that before we are done from Turner Field today. So still one more green flag opportunity out there. We'll play another Rick and Bubba contest before our day is done here at Turner Field. We'll be back. 877 We Be Big. Hobie is on the phones. Peach is running things at Master Control. Here, sitting in various bleacher seats, the Atlanta crew showing you the pictures here on Turner South, along with Christopher Columbus, Speedy D, Rick and Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today? Thanks for being with us. Recapping the Independence Day weekend, we've run through a number of stories. We've got some more national stuff we'll hit coming up, but walking through the personal weekends right now. We're updating, and Bubba, we still have. Do you want to see if we can hear this B-2 bomber first?
Yeah, let's I want you to hear the same.
Okay, let's
can
we
hear it on this.
See if we can
on this particular
and this
clip.
flew over your Lake Martin celebration.
Oh
right?
yeah, several
and
times.
It's standard.
Several times.
This happens every year.
It's not the 4th of July if we don't see this plane.
Okay, I got you. All right, here we go. All right, so.
And this is from a couple years back, but this is the bomber over the lake.
Do you get your pontoon out there in the middle of this? Drop a little oil.
How do you think you can get red?
Here it comes.
Wow.
I'm impressed.
That's the plane that freed Europe.
That's
folks.
it right there.
Yep.
Good gracious.
I'm impressed it keeps it flying every year.
I know.
What, I mean,
can you just
on
fly
that.
it? Where is it?
I need to know.
Somebody,
I'm out of the loop.
Somebody emailed us and said the guy lives in Troy.
Okay.
Keeps a plane there. He doesn't fly it. He has pilots that fly it.
Okay.
He actually has a boat. Now I don't know if this is this
Sure,
guy's right or
who
not.
knows?
But it says he actually has a boat in the parade watching his plane go over flown by somebody else.
I bet they use
cool.
it in air shows and stuff like that.
Buddy,
Yeah.
you sit this one out.
Gonna chime in.
Yeah, I bet they do.
Sit this one out.
I bet they do.
Pickle, pickle.
Oh, no.
Pickle, pickle. Pickle.
Pickleball update.
Drop the beat.
Pickle. Pickle.
What is this pickleball thing?
Pickle.
Bubba, do you want to start? Did you attempt to play pickleball
No,
again?
I actually played more tennis than pickleball this weekend.
Did it feel weird
Boy.
to transition to those two?
I'm trying to get my brain to realize the difference in the two, so I don't.
Is one feeding on the other or helping the other?
I think if you handle it the right way, I know some people it bothers them. I think if you look at pickleball, because it's in slow motion compared to the tennis ball.
That's Bubba.
What?
You did nothing. I'm just pointing out that I'm not saying it. You are.
Well, it is slower. It's got holes in it. It won't fly as fast.
It's
You
a
said
wiffle
slow
ball.
motion.
I didn't realize
Yeah,
there's one
well,
for inside and outside too. It's not the same ball.
Yeah,
So
I
I think
That's what hurt Bubba.
Wish I'd have known that.
if you start learning, I think it can help you with shot selection because you learn angles and you really learn how to push people together and squeeze them and hit it up the alleys and just good shot making. I think it can really help you with. The sound is still very annoying to me, but I'm trying to train myself. Okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. The two are not the same. So it's kind of, I'm trying to tie pickleball more to ping pong in my mind because you can play ping pong and tennis, it doesn't mess you up. And the
It is
balls
ping pong, really.
actually bounce different.
Yeah.
those two, you're kind of working it out. But it was good to be back on the tennis court.
Good for you to play tennis. Let's talk about that. It's good for you to be back.
We have I wouldn't say back. We have a little cardio tennis clinic every
fantastic.
Saturday morning.
Yeah. Have you been to it
during the time that I'm there?
Yeah.
And Wesley Coleman runs that, who is an amazing man, been through an incredible story, and is now actually representing our state in the transplant games, which is going on
I heard
now in Birmingham.
I heard about that. Yeah.
So he'll be playing
Speedy's
tennis.
probably emceeing that too.
Yeah, I know. I said, well, you'll get to see Speedy.
Yeah.
And but it's a lot of fun. I don't do all the running, but I enjoy the hitting and the moving, and I need that for sure.
Right.
You just never know with my knee which one I'm going to
How did it feel out there?
Well, it feels real bad after it's over.
Did you move pretty good?
So, the knee has several modes. One, it will feel good, but as you do something, it gets real stiff, and then it hurts. And then there's one where it just throbs all the time. Yeah. Now, the one that will end the game is the cutting. It feels like a piece of glass in there.
Yeah.
Hey, game's over at that. But
did you play pickle with Betty? Was Betty in the pickle?
I can't remember. Rick, I tell you, it all run together so much.
Yeah.
We hit with a few folks. It was easy stuff.
Casual, laid back.
But the tennis was a cardio tennis clinic, and we compete and play and have some competition, keep some scores. So
Good.
It's fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
but it's on soft court, which I like much better.
Yeah.
Pickle. Yeah.
So,
easier on the body.
just like everything that I find myself in that I normally would not have gotten involved, it's always something that my wife starts to like, or somebody in the family likes. Like I've told you, there's very few things that I go, hey, I think I'm in on this kind of stuff. It's not really my world. And as I said, I never played tennis. I've never played racquetball. I've dabbled in ping pong, just not in a serious way. So these paddle games and racket games, I have no expertise in them whatsoever. And my wife started being involved with a group of ladies, and this was a thing that we discussed a little bit, and I had to handle it very gingerly, and then I'll come back and tell you about what actually happened. Is women seem to be more willing, and everybody be careful here. I just want to tell you, all your mics are hot. To do things with groups of women and then invite their husbands to it. Then husbands who hang out and do guy things invite the women to that.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
And I made that point probably clearer than I should have. She says, well, see, this is the difference. When I do things with women, we actually want to invite our husbands to be part of it. Mm. And unfortunately, she says, I don't see you doing that when you do guy things. And then unfortunately, I said, well, then it would cease to be a guy thing.
Oh.
And I wish I had that one back. You know what I mean?
I think it's a valid point.
It's a valid point, and it is honest, and it is actually factually correct.
It is.
But she says, well,
Saturdays are for the boys.
She says, we the ladies have been doing a little pickleballing, and we want our husbands to now come play a tournament. And I said, tournament? She goes, well, it's just the couples will all play each other. Was it round robin?
Uh-huh.
And we have courts 7:30 on Saturday morning.
7:30.
I like
Hello.
that. Get out there early.
Oh,
not as hot.
And
7:30.
we have 3 courts. You ain't going. She said, because you're not going to get one if we don't go at 7:30. Plus, I would think you wouldn't want to be in the middle of the day heat.
Mm-mm.
I said, whatever happened to almost dark? She said, well, everybody's out there then.
Yeah.
You can't go
That's
near.
when the teenagers
That's
show
when
up.
the young people come up.
Yeah.
So what she said.
Oh, yeah.
And so you know the culture. So she says, so we up Saturday, and we got to be down there, and we've got.
You had to get up for this?
I think there was maybe 4 couples, maybe 8.
Was an alarm set?
No. I've become the old man that gets up now.
Yeah, me too.
So
sadly.
I'll stand there at about 8.
Yeah, I struggle to stay to 8 now. I'd like to I'd like to have that opportunity.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I'm getting up and I see myself getting ready for not just let's go hit a few. And I've only played pickleball 1 time in my life at this point. Sherry's maybe played 4 times. And we're headed off to go to this morning pickleball gathering. And with these people who've actually played pickleball, some of them, I did meet one other disgruntled husband that his wife drug him there, and he was not thrilled, by the way. He said, I'll tell you one thing, this is not me going to the golf course. And I said, no, I know it's not. So when I come back, I'll tell you what happened. Have you ever had that terrible feeling where you realize pretty quick that you're in over your head? You know, it's like, okay, I've been thrust into something that I should have done 6 months from now, and I'm here.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you how it went. And I encountered something, and let me tell you, this pickleball world, it's a whole different world.
Yeah. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know it's kind of uncomfortable. We're live. We were supposed to have Johnny Van Zant. I'm just pulling the curtain back. On the program today by phone. The phone number we had to put him on the show, we can't make it work, and we think we wrote it down wrong. All right, there it is.
No.
It happened. Look, I'm not. No, that's not it.
Don't you pass that on
no,
us.
I'm just saying.
No, there was an email sent to us from his handler, and we're going by the phone number they gave us.
You know what? It's on the same piece of paper the ISDN SPID codes were. That was the problem.
It could be.
Yeah, them and Bell South need to get their act up.
All right, so we're sorry because we love Johnny Van Zant. What he was going to tell you, though, if I can speak for the entire band, Leonard Skinner, and I think, many times I have, I will say that they are back on the road. Gary Rosington is feeling better, and he was just going to let you know they're going to make the dates up that they had to cancel. And I think Nashville was one of the main ones that they wanted to let know that they were coming back. Birmingham, I know that date was not completely set up to be redone, but a lot of them across our listening and viewing audience, if you had Leonard Skinner cancel because of Gary Rosington's heart problems, they are going back to make up those dates. So
they'll be in Birmingham in 04, and they got a DVD coming out today.
Yeah, the DVD, is it live?
I believe so. It's on that little sheet of paper.
How about I've got the sheet, Bubba?
Yeah.
How fired up are you that we're here and we're getting to do this tonight?
Well, I was going to say, Rick, this is a dream come true. Shout out to everybody back at the old Jacksonville High School baseball team. Coach Terry Abbott made it to the TED. Of course, I'm not on the mound, but I am on top of the dugout eating cake.
Can I tell you what? If you thought you could get there.
How fitting I think this was to my high school career also.
Yeah, well, Bubba, doesn't want to brag, but he was all-county.
Second team.
Yeah, second team all-county, and, we don't want to.
Don't appear uppity.
It sounds a little condescending.
The hook, baby, the hook.
And really what we're probably better at when it comes to baseball current day is eating near a baseball field.
That is true. And wow, we've got something to eat here. This lovely cake was brought to us by our friend Royce Leonardson, who better known on the show as the Cake Man.
Yeah, there he is. Look, and that's one of the Rick and Bubba logos.
Isn't that cool?
And is that cool right there or what?
Which means the last hour on radio is going to be great because we will be on a sugar high.
Right, and it was kind of interesting to watch everybody wonder how he got that cake to us in the highly secure Turner Field. But he actually brought it yesterday, right?
Well, Rick, he is retired now, but let's just say he held a very lofty position prior to that, and
yes,
he still has a lot of his badges.
That's right, and he and one of his friends, owes his life to Speedy, so we had all kinds of leverage there. But
and our old CB buddies will know him better as Uncle Charlie.
That's right. So thanks a lot. We appreciate that, Royce, and we're going to look forward to eating that. Vicious Cycle is Leonard Skinner's DVD and CD, and it has the CD is called Vicious Cycle. We talked about that. Has a bonus DVD in there as well. So look for that, and has that single that we played. Everybody loved, Red, White, and Blue. So look for that, and Leonard Skinner going back and making up their dates. That's basically what John's today.
Rick, congratulations to the Braves for clinching the division. It is Fan Appreciation Weekend.
Yes.
It is Rick and Bubba night. We're going to have our own section. And I'm pumped, Rick. In just a few hours, we'll be up there in the booth. And, I don't want to say anything, but I noticed one of the cameramen a minute ago talking to one of the other guys, and he said, Pete and Don who? But, I mean, I know.
Let's face it, and a lot of you said it, we look good here.
Sure.
And we thank you for that. So we look forward to a big evening tonight with those of you that are coming to town. So thank you very much. And also look forward to Sunday night. I'll be at First Baptist Church in Lindale, Georgia. Not too terribly far from here. So be there with you guys 6:30 Eastern, and thank you for inviting me to be your guest and speak to you guys on Sunday night. Bubba, a quick look around the wacky world.
You know, it's happened to all of us, and it's a little uncomfortable to talk about. A Winston man told police he crashed his car after a bee flew into his mouth while he was singing along to Justin Timberlake's song, Rock Your Body, on the radio. You know, a lot. D, don't get that in the cake now. Okay, we'll fight here if you mess that cake up.
Let me ask you this. Does a song "Rock Your Body" by Justin Timberlake require a lot of wide open mouth?
Well, Rick, Don Juan is an expert on this song, and I wish Peaches was with us. She could really sing it. But Don Juan, why don't you tell us how it goes?
It was probably the part that when he goes, "Don't be so quick to," you know, and went in his mouth.
Yeah, could you tell me again what you were saying?
Don't be so quick to,
Don't be so quick to.
Because you got a little mouth action. You know.
And you know, there's a lot of complaints today about cell phones and driving. We've all made the comments, hang up and drive. We've all seen the protest.
Here we go, 35 minutes past. So we're updating the weekend. We've hit quite a few things. Now this stepping into the world of pickleball. Bubba did kind of a hybrid.
Pickle.
Pickle, pickle, pickle.
Okay.
Pickle.
All right.
Pickle.
All right. So, so you see how I've been pulled in. It is a group of women who are learning and playing pickleball all at different levels. Sherry is a beginner. I have never played ever. Now I've played one time. This is my second time, and apparently I've now been thrust into a Saturday morning tournament of some kind. So I don't know what I'm getting into, and so we're driving. We played on the courts not far from the house. Y'all know where those are.
Oh, yeah.
And so I get there. I run into Speedy's oldest son, Tyler. He's out for a run around the track and everything there. It's where Sherry and I go and walk. We actually walked there yesterday to the sound of the dinking pickles, and which now just permeates the entire area. And I could tell that your son was shocked to see me. I could tell
he couldn't be more shocked.
He couldn't believe, what in the world, Mr. Burgess, what are you doing here at 7:15 on Saturday morning? And I told him, and he couldn't believe it. And
he normally runs earlier, but that day he was a little behind, and he did bump into you. He did text me, which made me laugh out loud. I couldn't believe you were up that early. Yeah. He said, Mr. Rick wanted me to text you and say a storm is brewing on the pickleball court in about 10 minutes.
Right. Yes. So anyway,
he actually sent me that text.
So I'm stretching, I'm moving. You know, I've already got my speech on the way. Please don't do anything that disrupts my friendships.
Okay.
And all that. And I'm like, I'm all right. I'll try. And so I get there and I realize there's kind of an uneasiness with everybody.
Tension.
You know, I look and I see, you know, the very large 6'6", Rich Bartletsky, who, you know, played little ball at the highest levels. And he's like, Burgess, he said, it's just our skills are no good here. I said, I know. I said, there's nervousness. What's everybody nervous about? And he said, the Sagers are playing. And I said,
the who?
I'm sorry. You mean Tim and Becky from church? Yeah. I mean, I thought, well, they're the sweetest, kindest people. They're not overly large people. They're kind of tiny little people.
Rick, don't say it that way.
But I'm talking about in a good way. I mean, they're just, you know, they're not, you know, they seem awful sweet.
Uh-huh.
And my encounters with them have been fine. And he said, you ever played them in pickleball? I said, well, I've never even played pickleball. This is only my second time. He goes, Oh, the Sagers.
I'm going to guess that's them on the far right.
Mm-hmm.
It is. Did you know that I found out that Tim Sager, and I knew we were in trouble when they pulled up in the parking lot and they had Thunderstruck playing in their car and they went over to put eye black on.
Yeah.
I thought, oh no. Oh no. and over here, everybody over here, we have maybe one more. See far left. See that's Gary standing behind his wife. He's never played either, and he wishes he was golfing. And he can't believe he's there. Now, his wife is very good and a bit of a trash talker.
Oh.
Okay? And
Gotta have that.
She'll let you know she's good, and she had her crosshairs on me. Okay?
Oh.
And then there's Sherry thinking she's going to have a good day because this is, when everything was going to be all right. And then you have the giant Rich Bartletsky and his wife. They're the ones that were trying to help us learn. You got the Reeds here. Remember,
he is a big one. How tall is he?
He's about 6'6".
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Hodor, my goodness.
Do you remember the submarine guy, Cribbage, our smart friends that we realized we weren't smart enough to be their friends?
Yeah, y'all were over there playing that game.
That's them right there. As you can see, Brian not a fan of the sun, and then
you gotta protect your head, Rick.
Right, and he's the kind of person because these intellects. Guess what he had done? Studied the rules forward and backward. And he knew the rules going one way and going another, and he didn't mind reminding you that. Okay? And then the Sagers, I don't realize, are some of the greatest pickleball players that the world has ever known. I didn't know that. I did not. Are you ready for this? Tim, after he was done spanking us all, he and his wife, they were unbeatable, by the way. He told me that he has been playing pickleball since 1987.
What?
Before pickleball was even.
I said 1987.
Yeah, it's been around a while.
He said, Rick, you don't realize pickleball's been around since the 80s.
Yes.
I said, what happened to it? He said, it vanished for 30 years and it's come back. He said, I
wish it would vanish again.
Me too. He said, I was at Sanford. He said, I went and I was trying. He said, I played tennis and I played racquetball. I go out and the coach has got these wooden paddles at the time. And he's got these wiffle balls. And I asked him what it was, and he told me it was pickleball. Did y'all know it's been around since 87?
No, I knew it'd been around a while.
So everybody's terrified of the Sagers.
You can tell they're good athletes, too, just by looking at them.
Well, what happened, Bubba, what you'll love,
Go-getters.
She comes from the tennis background, and this is what you're trying to figure out. Well, guess what she's figured out? She's learned how to make the tennis skills work. She scores on almost every serve. Her serve is so horrible. I think I returned it once.
You mean so good that you couldn't
Well, when I mean horrible, if you're receiving it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's mean.
You're
it's
horrified
cruel.
by it.
It's not good.
And I returned it one time, and of course, goofy me, I was so excited. I think I was the only person to return one the entire day. And I started celebrating, and then they scored. Guess what? When you hit it back.
How does she?
Oh, she's got
kind of
spin
hack
on.
at it.
She sends you into that corner, the very corner. And of course, you're supposed to let it bounce once.
Yeah.
And she says, "Well, good luck letting this bounce." And so
she puts a lot of cut on it.
Oh yeah, and it hits you right between the legs going down. You know, in that corner, and you're trying to let it bounce and then come out of there.
Yeah.
Let me tell you when I knew I was in trouble. This stupid rule in pickleball is you got to let it bounce once, and then your volley back. I got to let it bounce once too.
Yeah. Again, that's to take away you
being
neutralizing.
See, I hate that rule because you make a good shot and you realize it didn't mean anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so you got to let that bounce. Well, let me tell you when I knew I was in trouble. When the great Tim Sager, Tim Sager in the Silver Bullet Band, somebody tried to hit him on what looked like a good shot. He goes between the legs to let it bounce between his leg and volleyed it back.
Oh, it's pretty standard in the tennis world.
But a pickleballer doing it?
Yeah, that's tennis players do it.
Sometimes it's the hands are quicker than the feet.
Yeah. So I realized
showing out at 7:30 though.
I realized pretty quick that Sherry and I have no business in this tournament, and we are being waxed. And
how'd you like that?
What's your frustration level?
It's starting to elevate because I'm
1 to 10.
I'm really hot. I hung around a 4, and then heading into the Sager game, I was about an 8.5, and because they had destroyed everyone, and the very large Rich Bartlowski said, "Burgess, it's time for y'all to take your shellacking from the Sagers," and I said, "This is going to be a skunk." And so we get over there, and this is where I got myself in a little bit of trouble because Sherry and I aren't good enough when we finally do make a good shot, and we did have some, it just doesn't matter. Like if we make one, it's usually we don't have the serve, so we couldn't score, and then, you have to make multiple good shots, not just one every now and then.
Yeah.
Okay?
Got to put them together.
And so the Sagers are toying with us, and I panic a little bit because I know we have no hope. But I notice now Tim is starting to look at me the way, a great sensei would look at, say, somebody he thought had potential. I could see that Tim began to look at me and say, this guy's got potential.
If you mean the way they look at Adler?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You talking about blue belt?
Yeah.
And so this is where, because it's supposed to be fun, and I got that. And this is supposed to be a time of couples enjoying each other's company. Got it. I really have it now because I've got repped on that.
That's all that's left.
I made the decision, and y'all know what it is because these courts aren't very big. I'm making every play.
Get all you can get.
There's no longer teammate.
Oh.
Now, unfortunately, that's your wife.
Yeah, I shouldn't say. I don't know about that.
Okay, I'm playing singles against the Sagers.
So what are you saying? Sherry was not holding.
You just moved her out of the way?
Sherry has made some great shots, and she is really coming on. But for some reason, I thought
you got to make an adjustment against the Sagers.
I'm gonna try to make every shot I can make, and I just started taking over the court. I mean, I started hitting.
Well, do y'all know
diving.
how to push, cut, and cover?
No,
So you have
court
balance.
I even brought that strategy you gave me, but we couldn't implement it because we can't make our shots go where we want them to.
That kind of hurt.
That's our problem. I will tell you this though: if we were playing wiffle ball, Sherry hit about 5 home runs.
Yeah,
and so
you better watch it
because she comes up and really. But
it.
she did make some really really good shots. But a lot of times it would be on like us just trying to win the serve, and then you get to serve twice. Even after you've lost the serve once. So anyway, this started getting, and of course, then I got Brian Reed hollering all the rules at me the whole time. Oh, no, they get to serve again. Hey, Brian, I know that. I just don't like it. And that's the rules, Rick. Got it, Brian. Should you build a submarine?
What was the score of the Seager match?
Oh, 10-0.
11-0.
Is it even
a complete pickle?
I think.
Is it even fun?
It was a pickle rout.
Did y'all win?
Ain't nothing like
they
getting the crap beat out of you.
Did you win any?
We didn't even come
Skunk
close.
me.
We didn't come close to winning any.
Did y'all score at all?
Yeah, we scored some.
Okay.
Not
like
a lot.
How many? What was the most?
The most we ever scored was 5.
Okay. So you got beat 11-5.
Yeah. Oh, let me tell you this. Let me tell you where I probably played the best. Cutthroat. We had one court that had cutthroat going. And that means 2 people against 1, but the only person who scores is the 1, and you rotate.
Yeah.
And when you lose it, then somebody goes up. Now
I like 2-on-1.
That's where I played probably the best I played. Where I was all over the court, and that's when I thought maybe. Well, no.
You're kind of saying something.
We got it. We got
so
it.
You saying Sherry drugged the team?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying I foolishly took over the entire. I started playing on both sides.
The results are saying that.
Yeah, I just took over both sides.
How did that go?
Not well. Not well. I was reminded that I had a teammate that I was married to, and she said at one point it seemed like you were just taking over our whole side, and you were coming over taking shots. And when I dove over on her side, completely dived. Matter of fact, here you see my scuff. I dove in the air, and as I was in the air diving for the shot, I could see Tim Sager's eyes lock on me and say, he can play. And
can I ask you a question? And this is
it's like our eyes met while I was in the air, and he looked at me, and I could just see him staring, going, one day.
You didn't roll into Sherry, did you?
Well, my ankle took hers, nearly knocked her down. But, I mean, look.
Pickle hog.
Well, I panicked.
Rick,
I just went into.
It was just like Buttermaker in the Bad News Bears when he told Kelly Leak to make all the plays because he didn't trust other players.
That's right.
So you were Kelly Leak.
And I was reminded that I was Kelly Leak, and that meant that I didn't trust my partner. And I said, no. I said, I don't want you to think that at all.
And if you remember, the other Bears
I just
got
wanted
mad.
to score so bad.
Mm-hmm. So. I don't know if I should say. Are we over?
Yeah, we went way over.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
Kelly.
think I've got a way for you to sell this.
And I got a question too.
Okay.
About future. Your future in this sport. If I could just ask.
I got a question about the ride home.
I wish I had my clipboard so I could do a dry erasable example.
Yeah. It's
bet there was no music on the way home.
No,
quiet car.
Well, I tried to pick Peaches and Herb reunited.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've seen the laws passed, but how about this? Bugs on the windshield still the #1 cause for traffic wrecks.
Can I tell y'all, and we've talked about it on the show before, as we look at Atlanta traffic on Turner South, by the way, moving pretty good right now. Let me say this. Is there anything more freaky than to be going down the road, 10 and 2, and all of a sudden you hear the noise, there's a bee in the car? or a horse fly, and you don't know where he is, and you're driving, you think, All right, when's he gonna get me? You know, and you hear that zigzag pattern, and then the silence. You go, my God, is he on me? But if you go for a look, you could actually crash it. And you start thinking to yourself, here's how weird we are. We hate to be stung so much. There's a point you would rather total your car than be stung by that bee. You know what I mean?
Rick, and here is the point. The young man said he was trying to get the bee or yellow jacket out of his mouth when his car went off a 15-foot embankment and hit a tree. 15 foot.
Hey, buddy, just take the bee sting. Wouldn't you rather be stung by a bee than go off a dang cliff into a tree?
Well, you think so until the bee's stinging you. And then you vote get it off of the trail.
But listen, here's the thing. Your body makes the call. Bee sting's worse. You know what I mean? And that's the one time the body instinct is wrong.
Yeah.
How about the instinct's wrong? Yeah. The body's going, we got to do something about this bee. And then you're going, hey, should I crash? Go ahead and crash the car. We got to get this bee. My gosh, I'd rather you not have an arm than have this bee sting.
And you wonder, too, bee stings hurt so
they
bad.
Hurt. God, they're
I mean,
terrible.
we've all had shots. And you know what, Rick? We've lived through.
How about when you step on one in the yard?
Well, you've been shot. You've been shot with a stun gun, and
sure,
you don't want to get stung
by you.
Yeah.
How about when you fall and you
good.
hit your head on a rock and it busts it wide open like a watermelon? How about that?
Wow.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's not good.
Hey, this is Justin Timberlake. You're listening to Rick and Bubba, the two sexiest fat men alive.
How about
Don't
that?
be so quick to run away.
So now that he's out solo as Dirty Pop, is that just out? I mean, can you not mention
You
that
can still
anymore?
mix it back in
Is
rotation.
that like Werewolves of London?
You can still mix it in every
Guys,
once in
I
a
want
while.
to talk about bee sting and so we would rather crash into a wall than be stung by a bee.
A sting in the mouth, though. Wow.
Hey, these kids
you
are
crashed your car,
What?
David.
A bee sting?
David with the crew here. He's behind camera, but you say you crashed your car?
He crashed his car and rather than be stung.
Wow.
Hey, if you're watching on Turner South, we'll see you tonight at the Braves game. Looking forward to checking all of you out and have a great weekend. Radio, if you got one more hour, stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Last night, I'll tell you this. If you don't have the right mattress, then everything's falling apart because, foundationally, a good night's sleep does so much for our overall health. But if you're not sleeping on the right mattress, you're in a bind. So what if you had a mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox that was actually designed for you? And look, the Helix mattress has a hybrid design. It combines that individuality that you need. It's got the wrapped steel coils in the base. It's got premium foam layers on the top. Perfect combination of comfort, and you need that support so you don't wake up going, "Oh, my back's a little stiff." And they're all fiberglass free. So you won't get better sleep on anything else. So why don't you go now? So how do they customize it? You do a sleep quiz. Greg, you and Lisa did this. Doesn't take very long at all.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, and they'll ask, do you sleep on your back, your stomach, your side, et cetera? And do you like a firm mattress, something medium, something soft? They even have mattresses for children, big and tall. They've got those there. And then that personalized mattress is shipped straight to your door. They have their own manufacturing facility right here in the United States of America. It comes straight to your door, free of charge, and then you get 100 nights to make sure it's everything you wanted. And if it isn't, they'll refund you, and you're going to love it. If it is, you keep it. Okay? So if you'd like to find out more, just simply go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors or directly to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Now, that's going to get you 30% off. Save up to 30%. So it's up to 30%. So some of them are 30% off. And anywhere from different percentages up to that. helixsleep.com/bigbox, or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, it ended okay. I think at one point in the pickleball tournament, I think our goal is these strategies you're giving me are all good. I think the problem is that Sherry and I have got to get the basics down to where they're second nature to us. Right now, even when either one of us lands a shot, we're not sure how we did it. And so we got to get down to, this is it. I've got to realize that it is a team. This is according to the conversation on the way home. And I need to realize that this is a activity that a husband and wife are trying to enjoy together with other husbands and wives. And I think that's an exact quote. Yeah. And when asked, at one point, it seemed like that you were trying to play them without me. And I said, now I know it seemed that way, and I apologize for that. I said, I just it was so hot, and it was such a blur to me, and I hate losing so much. I think I just uncontrollably began to try to do anything to win. And I apologize for that. And it is true that I seem to be over on your side, and I didn't mean to be. And Bubba just taught me how to teach her how to switch over to my side if I decide to do that. So we'll work on that. We're going to get better. I did have a moment.
Cut and cover.
I did have a moment with the great Tim Sager. And, now, when you look and you realize that when his wife begins to serve and you're the one that's about to take that serve from her, it's a very difficult return. And they could do with us whatever they wanted. I remember the time, Bubba, years ago when you were coaching Little League and you talked about that one coach that was like he buried you up to your shoulders.
Oh, yeah.
And only your head was sticking out of the ground.
Right. He could just run over me with a lawnmower.
Right. Yeah. It felt so odd because, I didn't know what to do. If you tackle someone, which is one of the few things I can do, that you can't do that. No. I'm not all that good at these kind of games. This game itself can be frustrating. The sound of that dinking of that wiffle ball is infuriating. You got Brian Reed screaming out the rules to you and telling me I don't know the rules and that you can't do that. I was told I can't do that a lot. Mm-hmm. And so it went, you know what? It was a good morning. And
how was the walk back to the cars?
It was like really, I could tell you the sound of every bird that was there. And there were plenty of them because I think, but you know what? Sherry and I just need to do some training. And I think that Tim Sager, if he was honest, he saw a lot of potential in me.
All right, so let me ask you a question on that.
He called me over and he said, look, it's obvious you're a world-class athlete. And it was something along those lines. And
which is odd in pickleball.
Yeah. And he said, but what you're doing out here isn't going to work. You got to learn how to play this game.
So did you ever hit
Tim.
a shot, maybe like just a clean, crisp winner, and it felt so good that you were like, oh, this is fun. Like, I love this.
There was one moment. Now, this was before my lower back began to hurt so bad that I was would have done anything to make it stop. But I was I told Bubba a minute ago, and I wish the game had more of these opportunities. But I did in one game get one of those little floaters.
Yeah.
And I came to the kitchen and I just smashed it. And I wanted to hit Brian Reed in the face, but it didn't. And I came up and I asked him, how's that in the rules? But I came up and I hit it, and it hit right down. No one could return it. And it bounced out and hit the fence back there. And that felt fantastic.
If you, and nothing against your precious wife, okay?
No.
But if you had a partner that was as competitive as you were being,
don't answer it.
Would you have walked away going, I tell you what, I could see myself doing this at 7:30 on a Saturday with the boys?
No, I'm not good enough there. I'm not good enough there. Sherry, really athletically and quickness in the shot she made, if we both work, I'm not really any better than her.
Yeah, but you're competitive, and that's part of this.
Yeah, and she is too. She just says she'd rather me not make her cry, and that's and that I think that's a good deal. I mean, I understand that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fortunate to be playing with Fuzzy Zeller, Coach Tommy Tuberville of Auburn, the football coach there, Randy Owen, the lead singer of the group Alabama, who, if he was at home last night, probably felt the earthquake that has been the hot topic this morning. Apparently a 4.9 magnitude earthquake shook a large part of Alabama, Georgia, and Tennessee this morning right around 4 a.m. And even though we had a lot of very colorful things to talk about, the topic has been dominated pretty much this morning by the earthquake.
Yes, and the fact that Bubba, who loves natural phenomenons, especially anything involving the weathers or the sun, the moon, and stars, he did not feel it and should have at his wife. Even his wife Betty calling saying she felt it. He was in the shower, didn't know who he was.
Yeah, Rick, we're asking everybody to hold all jokes, and apparently I was. And I go through a period each morning that I really don't know who I am.
Yeah,
the fortunate thing is I have trained myself. As a matter of fact, this is funny. I even sleep on the side of the bed closest to the shower. And the night before I try to lay out, because I won't do it in the morning, I simply stumble into that shower to try to begin my day.
Let me say this. What has happened at my house has really caused me some nightmares. Let me just say this. One thing that I really hate is when you work hard to have something new. Do you hate ordering things that take forever for them to come?
What do you mean? Instant gratification, Bubba? Sure, Rick.
Yeah,
sure.
Well, let me tell you this. You know, if we had ordered all the furniture for the new house, because thankfully, thank God, we did not. We actually went and purchased some at a place who, it's a strange concept, actually had it and brought it to your house after you bought it.
Right.
This ordering, in our bedroom right now, there's 2 night tables that we ordered. My gosh, in my mind, it was 3 months ago. I'm sure it's been like 6 weeks or whatever. So my clock is in the floor. So imagine that handle of trying to find it. Get, look, then get it up here and try to find all the buttons on where am I at, and all this kind of stuff. And by the way, if anybody knows where those end tables are, would they ever be in? Ever?
Rick, some poor Filipino is turning them out as we speak.
Well, I told Sherry never again. I said it's now on things that, like I say, instant gratification that will make the house livable. We go to a place, we see it, we purchase it, they deliver it and bring it home. So anyway, that's the same way there, and so I'm like you. There's a time there we don't know who we are, and we've come to the conclusion. You had gotten up, blindly wandered into the shower
and missed the earthquake.
And missed the earthquake.
Betty even called in, said she felt it, and people were feeling it, 100 miles away. So, wow, big event, and I missed it.
Well,
I had commented earlier. I love eclipses, meteor showers,
any of it.
Space station flying over at sunset so you can see it. I really kind of get fired up about a full moon.
Sure,
really.
Right.
And, so it's. It was down. I was down. I like, not that I like them, but the interest in tornadoes and hurricanes and all that kind of stuff. That interests me a lot. But
well, yeah, of
course, I don't want to get too close.
Those of you on TV that missed it, I was there to comfort Bubba, though. I said, good news, maybe there'll be another earthquake in Alabama. You've only got to live to be 140.
Yes.
So,
yes, that's, and we got caught really with our pants down here on the show, no pun intended.
Yeah.
We did not have any earthquake theme music. So,
right.
Speedy, can you try to put some of those together for the next time?
For the next time, because we may still be on the air 80 to 100 years from now.
Sure, sure.
So, especially the way we're going through the money. So it looks like we're going to be doing this for a while. So just.
Look, it's either here or greet people at Walmart. Come on.
How about this? I came to a horrible conclusion that my wife doesn't want me to retire anytime soon. Nothing about she doesn't, where she wants to buy, spend, or whatever, even though we're all enjoying that. She just don't want me to be home. I was like, she said, what do you mean if y'all work and retire in the next 10 years, what am I going to do with you? And I said, well,
look, I'll get out of your way. Don't worry.
Yeah. I said, well, how about I retire then and I won't be here, but I'm not at work either.
Yeah. I'm just gone. I'm just gone.
Not that this is real work, but anyway, so.
Other than getting up and missing the earthquake.
Bubba, I had an interesting Saturday this past weekend that will spawn a little question and answer on the program today concerning the television part of this program.
Also, Rick, we'll have to tell you about our golf game yesterday. Speedy and I went out with some friends to try to tune up, and hey, I am pitiful, okay?
Are you horrible?
Look, wear protective gear. I'm awful.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix and ready to go. Yeah! Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We hope that you had a great 4th of July weekend and are back at it today.
Bubba, well, let's get to our Biden stuff. We've talked a lot of...
Where's he at?
Basement Joe.
Bubba, before we get to Basement Joe, I do want to say hello to Dolores Crawford. Dolores Crawford will be 90 coming up in January, and she is a huge fan of the show, and her son-in-law told me all about her listening. And he said, she's with us right now, and it would make her day if you and Bubba would give her a shout-out. So shout out to Dolores Crawford. Thank you for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Happy birthday.
Awesome. Happy, yeah, so there you go. All right, so Bubba, we're talking now about a president that keeps telling us he's going nowhere. They're trying their best to get him to the line so whoever's running the country can continue to do that. You mentioned it earlier in the show. ABC's George Stephanopoulos decided that he would help try to mend this a little bit. He did all he could, but here's some of the excerpts, and it did not go well. Here he is talking to the president about his poor performance in the debate. Here we go.
You and your team have said you had a bad night, but your friend Nancy Pelosi actually framed the question that I think is on the minds of millions of Americans. Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It's a bad episode.
no indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and I had a bad night.
You know, you say you were exhausted, and I know you've said that before as well, but you came, and you did have a tough month, but you came home from Europe about 11 or 12 days before the debate, spent 6 days in Camp David. Why wasn't that enough rest time, enough recovery time?
Because I was sick. I was feeling terrible. Matter of fact, the docs with me, I asked them, they did a COVID test because they were trying to figure out what was wrong. They did a test to see whether or not I had some infection, a virus. I didn't. They just had a really bad cold.
And did you ever watch the debate afterwards?
I don't think I did, no.
Well, what I want to get at is, what were you experiencing as you were going through the debate? Did you know how badly it was going?
Yeah, look. The whole way I prepared, nobody's fault, mine. Nobody's fault but mine. I prepared what I usually would do, sitting down, as I did come back with foreign leaders or the National Security Council, for explicit detail. And I realized about partway through that, I get quoted, the New York Times had me down at 10 points before the debate, 9 now, or whatever the hell it is. The fact of the matter is that what I looked at is that he also lied 28 times. I couldn't, the way the debate ran, not my fault, nobody else's fault. No one else's fault.
But it seemed like you were having trouble from the first question in, even before he spoke.
Well, I just had a bad night.
Oh, wow. I don't
know
know.
He went after him.
Snephilopoulos
He
actually
did.
asked him a few real questions.
That was about it, though.
Here's the deal, though. Let's, just for the sake of argument, you had a bad night. Throw it out. Look at everything else. This is not new. We act like that. I didn't know he was that far along till they did that debate.
Yeah.
He's been doing this type of stuff for over a year.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Take that from the other night and throw it out.
Well, listen to
Still
him
got it.
saying, I don't even know if I watched the debate. I couldn't believe George said that, well, you got, it was 11 days since you've been to Europe and 6 days at Camp David. And I just had a bad night. I thought I was sick, had a bad cold. Next, can you serve effectively for the next 4 years? Here's the next question.
Elections are about the future, not the past. They're about tomorrow, not yesterday. And the question on so many people's minds right now is, can you serve effectively for the next 4 years?
George, I'm the guy that put NATO together, the future. No one thought I could expand it. I'm the guy that shut Putin down. No one thought could happen. I'm the guy that put together the South Pacific Initiative with AUKUS. I'm the guy that got 50 nations, out, not only in Europe, outside of Europe as well, to help Ukraine. I'm the guy that got Japanese to expand their budget. And for example, when I decided we used to have 40% of the computer chip, and we invented the chip, that little chip for the computer chip.
Did he say
computer chip, potato chip?
Did he had something to do with that?
Guys, there was one point, and we may have it. I may be jumping ahead here, but when he thought it was 2020.
Yeah, we got that one coming.
I mean,
that one's coming.
This is,
Well, that's an easy mistake.
guys,
He just missed it by
we
4
don't
years.
even have to talk about the debate or what happened before. We can talk about the week after the debate.
If you took the debate out of the body of work, you still have a
Nothing
problem.
changes.
Ain't nothing.
We
Everybody else
have-
acts like they're
He's
shocked.
had a horrible week since the debate.
We have a
he just keeps
4-year-old.
piling on.
We have a 4-year-old theme song that says "Basement Joe, he's hiding in the basement." That's why they hid him in the basement, because they couldn't have him out in the public, because this would have been exposed before the last election. Yep. That's a 4-year-old song. We've been talking about this for 4 or 5 years. Also, he said he shut down Putin.
Yeah, what is that about?
That's just false to the 100. Like, that's opposite. And then he
Seen the
talks
news
about
today?
expanding NATO. That's the reason why Putin invaded Ukraine, was because of the NATO expansion.
Yep.
Why is he bragging about that?
Next, Bubba and I will kind of.
I'm the guy that did it.
We're not going to come down on this.
I'm the
as
kind of
28
guy.
lies.
It seems like he should be singing the song. I'm the kind of guy.
Yeah, it does.
I'm the
I
kind
tell you
of
this,
guy.
at least they did add a little color to it.
Even what he's not saying, he's almost as hard to listen to now as RFK.
He's getting a little bit of Harry Carey in him too.
Just a little bit.
Hey, George.
I know that we butcher the American language, and I know that our grammar is horrific. So we're not going to laugh as hard as others have, but he's going to tell you that he's okay with Trump winning as long as he. Well, I'll just let him tell you.
Mr. President, I've never seen a president at 36% approval get reelected.
Well, I don't believe that's my approval rate. That's not what our polls show.
And if you stay in and Trump is elected and everything you're warning about comes to pass, how will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did the goodest job as I know I can do. That's what this is about.
The goodest job? Did he just say the goodest job?
I sure did. He did.
Hey!
That's good. As long as I can do the goodest job. Wow.
But I thought democracy was at stake. This isn't about you doing the goodest job you can do, Biden. I thought this was all about the democracy 100% being at stake.
Yeah, I forgot. I keep trying to figure out how that is.
Yes.
Let's
go to 2B real quick.
There was
before we
one
break.
group that went back and looked at Trump's 4 years. The Department of Justice did not prosecute any political opponents of his, by the way, not one.
Did you by any chance see Trump on the golf cart this weekend?
I heard he had a little hot mic.
Yes,
moment.
he did.
No. I think he probably picked up 10,000 votes based off of it.
with his son Baron riding shotgun.
Sure.
He dropped a
did.
He dropped an F-bomb on Kamala Harris. That's funny. Yeah, but anyway,
I think a lot of people did. But
right. All right, here's 2B. This is the one that you just talked about, Helmsy. He's going to let us know what he's going to do, but he gets the year wrong. Here we go.
Well, guess what? They're trying to push me out of the race. No! Well, let me say this as clear as I can. I'm staying in the race. I'll beat Donald Trump. I will beat him again in 2020.
Listen, what makes it is he said, I'm going to say it as clearly as I can.
Yeah, and don't forget, I'm staying in the race, and here's why.
I think he was.
I'll beat him again.
Cubs win.
I want to beat him again in 20. Let me say. I know, but here's the thing. I know that he probably was trying, but you have to be able to. I think what he was trying to say is I'll beat him again like I did in 2020.
Yeah, right.
But he ends up saying I'm going to beat him again in 2020.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
But you still got to get it right.
When you're setting it up.
It's not a hard statement at all.
You still got to get it right.
Up.
All right.
No difficult words in that statement.
There's more.
So much.
There's more.
He went on to say that if the man in the moon was made of cheese, he would, in fact, eat him.
I didn't say that. 16 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If I can find it again. Hey, that'll happen. I like that phone. I was on top of the car, and I don't know what happened with the...
Well, I'll just check and see if I needed to find them.
Yeah.
I think I've got a few.
If you do, it'd be great, but I'll look so I can find mine, too. So we didn't get to talk. This past weekend, it's always a busy weekend. I'm in that mode where I've got two older kids that are moving and shaking and going to events all the time and involved in a lot of stuff, and then you got just the day-to-day care for a 4-year-old and soon-to-be 2-year-old little boy, and, and those two worlds are completely different, and so this was, my daughter had decided this year that she would go back and pick up softball again on top of everything else she was doing. And she was really into it for a while, then had taken a year away from it. We were like, well, she said, I want to go back and play for my school. And we were like, oh, that's great. And, well, it had been kind of a weird year playing softball because she was like playing for the school. This time it wasn't City League or anything like that. And they'd gone through a bunch, remember we went through the torrential rains when because, as we know, as I found out, that high school and, school ball, so it doesn't get in the way of traveling teams and summer ball, they start in March, that kind of stuff. So they rained out like half their games. Umpires didn't show up for 2 games. And really in the regular season, they probably didn't play 8 games, So the last thing going on, and they'd had kind of a, 500 season, and they would, be a decent team one time, then they'd look terrible the next game, and inconsistency, didn't gel. It just really was a, kind of year. And so the last weekend they said, well, it's the county tournament. That's every school in their county that was in what's called Jeffco, and that's the county thing. So we go, okay, county tournament, and so we go out there Friday, going to play some Friday night games, and all of us as parents, no offense to the girls, we're just going, well, we're out of here. It's a 2-game into the house, and nobody's into it, and it's been a season. Let's just forget it and put it to bed and all that. And so it rains, Friday night. And of course, Saturday, you know, was day off for early morning guys.
Yeah.
And so you would hope. So I enjoyed hearing them run out and go, well, we got to get the whole tournament in on Saturday. Hey, Gresham, which is where my daughter plays, see y'all at 7 o'clock in the morning. You know, and you go
7 o'clock.
And where we play was about 45 minutes from where I live, and I'm going.
7 o'clock.
Well, that's when they need to be
warm
there.
up.
Then they're going to play at like 8. So
Okay,
we're
gotta
we're
be there at 7.
Yeah. So I get up, and of course I get the duty of getting the daughter there, and so I get up, and we're all the parents. We start arriving. There's all kinds of jokes. Concession stand ain't even open. What we gonna eat? You know, that kind of stuff. And we're yucking it up, and hey, we'll see. Hey, where y'all want to go for lunch? You know what I mean? Because I mean, we're 2 games in half. You know, we're gone, and everybody's laughing, and we're cutting up, and I'm telling even my own daughter is going, there's something I want to go to this afternoon. I said, no, we're having family time and none of this kind of stuff. We're going to have a big family day, and you know, we're all out here, and Sherry's called, and I said, look, we'll be home probably before y'all even get up good, you know, and all that. You know, it's just hasn't been that good a year, and so we lose the first game, as everybody thought. You know what I mean? We go, hey, now the jokes are really kicking up. You know what I mean? Like, hey, it's been a good year, and all this, and
see y'all around.
See you around, and Sherry's got an appointment at 3 o'clock for a hair thing. I said, oh, don't even sweat that. You know, I'll be there. Boomer and the boys are at home, and so all of a sudden out of nowhere in the second game, we're down again, and everybody, here we go, and all of a sudden a little something gets kicking, and we come back and we win, and we go, it's a fluke.
How many teams are in this?
Bunch. I'll just say bunch. So all of a sudden,
now, did you get on any umpires or anything, or just?
Oh no, because I didn't want any calls. You know what I mean?
Right.
'Cause, I mean,
you're wanting to go peacefully.
And then this dilemma starts. There's just a little bit of panic you can see in the parents' eyes. Is
well, one win. I mean, you were in the losers bracket. I mean, come
we're down there in the losers bracket now.
Sure.
That's, I mean,
you can't climb out of that thing.
Well, when we were sitting there all in the stands at 9:30 p.m. for the championship game.
What?
As they went on a 6-game tear and rolled through the tournament.
9:30 at night?
Beating teams left and right. I'm talking about last inning heroics, diving catches, hitting the ball a yard out of the park, throwing people out. I mean, just.
Pass the gravy, please.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour, breaking down. We've gone from headlines to 4th of July weekend updates. We've covered all that. We're now into the Biden stuff. You know, this election coming up, it's got all of our attentions because the Democratic Party, it's like, what are they going to do? And so Biden says he's not stepping down. He will beat Trump again in 2020. Unfortunately, that would be in 2024, but still, we think we know what he meant. But now here he goes in C once again. I think all of us are pretty doggone confident that Joe Biden served us in the Senate representing Delaware. I think we're all pretty confident on that, correct?
Right, I think that's correct.
Well, he's about to thank the people of Pennsylvania for always coming through for him. I'm not sure how they get to vote in Delaware Senate elections. Maybe they do. So here
he says not a joke, so you know that he's struggling.
He does the not a joke thing, Greg,
Yeah.
like you love. He loves the.
That's what he's-
It's like
I'm not joking.
It's like he does. He's about to do like a not a joke if somebody can't stop saying it.
Right.
All right. So here we go.
But look, even when I was running for Senate, and each time I ran, quite frankly, not a joke, Philadelphia in particular got me across the line. No, I'm not joking. No, I mean it seriously, organizationally and in terms of fundraising, the whole deal. But look, here's the deal. This election is going to be about block and tackling, simple, basic politics. Simple. It's going to be a matter of how many signs we get out, how many doors we knock on, how many calls we make, and how many requests we answer.
how did Philadelphia help him win the Senate race in Delaware?
Well, Rick, now keep in
Now,
mind.
these are Democrats.
Keep in mind, Democrats will take votes from anywhere.
Right.
Oh, that's a good point.
And that applause from the audience.
Well, they didn't know what to do.
Yeah, I know.
They didn't know what to do. Have you ever watched that guy that was at the rally when he said he beat Trump in 2020? You ever want to just talk to that guy who's all excited behind him and everything? Now, unfortunately, we're going to see in
Is there a Philadelphia, Delaware?
I don't. I don't know. I don't know.
Can I leave on this next one?
Yeah. Here is
This
2D,
is awful.
2D. He's going down there, and that one guy behind him. I'd love to talk to this guy that seems to be just enamored with Biden. But then there's a woman back there, and she seems to be ignored by the president. But yet he it's really weird.
Rick, you want to get your pointer out? It's
right here.
It's
blue shirt?
Yes. She's so excited. She thinks, okay, it's my turn, and he passes her by and goes straight to the old white lady and just leaves her. Now watch her. She don't know what to do.
Oh wow.
She does not know what to do. Imagine if this was former President Trump. Yeah.
Even the Asian guy's trying to say it's okay.
Look. She doesn't know what to do. She's just standing there looking around. She's being looked over like she's invisible.
Well,
And
y'all, he don't know where he's at.
What I'm going to tell
no,
you
I'm just saying. But I mean, let's all compare. If that was
No, I
former
agree.
President
Oh, I
Trump,
agree. I
it'd have been
agree
the
with
top story on every channel for the
now
last
she
24
tried to get his
hours.
attention. Did you see it?
It's awful.
She tried to get his attention.
I'm a wreck.
Okay. But what's happened here, like y'all said, and y'all are 100% right, if we had this same footage.
What a racist.
And Trump passed
Nice
over
glasses.
the black female and began to talk to all the other people, and that same smile turned to a frown, what would it be today?
Oh,
See there, the white
yeah.
supremacists love him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course, it's...
They'd be quoting Charlottesville or
oh,
something.
sure, absolutely. So, and
now Biden said during the debate that they were Nazis coming out of the woods with torches everywhere.
Yes,
Did you hear
yeah,
that?
I forgot about that.
Yes, I forgot about that, too.
Missed that footage.
All right, what about 2A? He thinks 4th
So
of
did
July is Christmas, and he says ho, ho, ho?
No.
Well, no, he does say ho ho ho. That's a fact because
He
it's
was
in the audio. But y'all try to see if y'all can figure out what's going on.
Okay, here.
And Kamala Harris does a great job introducing
She
it.
does.
Oh, I'm sure.
She does.
And we give thanks to our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States,
Almost
the
says Vice
extraordinary President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Ho, ho, ho. Happy Independence Day.
Oh, my goodness.
the world.
He did say it.
All right, so let me ask you this. Let's go back to Kamala introducing.
Look
her.
at his wife.
She almost says Vice President. She said va.
And we give thanks to our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, the extraordinary President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Ho, ho, ho.
Why did he say ho, ho, ho?
Greg,
Good night.
I can't see it.
That's right. So, yeah.
My glass.
Yes.
I ain't got my glasses.
No, that was-
Dang it.
Can you see this?
Does he think it's Christmas? Why is he saying that?
I think he's just making noise.
Do you think that a lot of people accidentally call him Vice President because they know he's not running everything?
Okay, he was vice president for 8 years.
Right,
Okay.
but he's not
So,
now.
Right.
No, she's the vice president.
Right,
I know.
she's the Vice
I know.
President. He's
Right.
been president for almost 4 years.
Well,
She's actually his vice president.
Right.
Yeah,
right. So
who
they
would
really
get that mixed up?
Not the first day she's introduced him.
No.
No, they're nearly done.
Such a good
Hopefully.
It is.
It's like, is it in February the
Do you
first
think
year?
he was thanking for the introduction?
Yeah, try it again. Try it again.
I know what you're saying.
Got it. Got it.
Because he does say it right after.
He does.
All right, so listen.
And we give thanks to our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, the extraordinary President of the United States,
Extraordinary is not
Joe
possible.
Biden.
Ho, ho, ho. Happy Independence Day.
He says it like he's Frosty from the you know, he does that. Happy birthday.
Okay, why would he say that?
He don't.
Well, unless
I mean, wouldn't you say, "Hey, everybody," or "Hey, hey, hey"?
Rick, or
again,
was he trying to say, "Yo, yo, yo"?
He might have been
Still wrong. Still wrong.
He
There's
might
no
have
way.
been
Other
addressing
than Christmas, there's no reason to use that.
unless he was addressing the vice president.
Correct.
But I mean, well, I'm just throwing everything out there.
Right.
Stop pot may not be.
Well,
Look,
I mean,
everything's on the table.
you try to find anything other than he thought it was Christmas.
Right. Right. How about this? Let's try not to let it be he thinks it's Christmas. I mean, Christmas in July. Everybody knows about Christmas in July.
That's a good point.
It's a sale.
Ho, 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 ho.
He just said ho, ho, ho.
He did.
After being introduced.
Mm.
And, you know, she knew she'd fumbled it, so she had to go get extraordinary.
Yeah.
Extraordinary.
Our extraordinary president in the fake world.
You know who I'm worried for right now more than anybody? That's the people of Taiwan.
Oh, let me tell you
If you're the
something.
Chi-Coms, buddy, I'd be loading the boats up right now,
Oh,
wouldn't you?
my
now's the
goodness.
time.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Wait right to before the election. The maximum
my
confusion.
goodness. Everybody knows, everybody on both sides of the political fence knows we have to remove this guy. Everybody knows it. No way he can do 4 more years. No way.
All right,
Can
so
you imagine 4 years what he'd look like?
Oh, my God.
really the question that's because what's been exposed, because he's been hidden from us and we've kind of known, but since the debate, it's obvious that he is not running the day-to-day operations of the White House.
No.
There's no way.
No way.
So who's doing that? That's really the question.
Well, you know.
I mean, I know we all have jokes and speculation, but the thing is,
I don't think it's Kamala.
No.
No.
Come on.
Phone calls next. First phone call segment of the day. 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know,
Rick, what made him mad? What made him mad?
We don't know what happened. It's like we're all looking around going, and I can't tell y'all the number of times throughout the day we as parents would go, well, this is it. They've had a good run. They've won a couple of games.
2 outs here. This is it.
2 outs.
Get the kids.
Look,
gather your stuff.
2 outs, 2 strikes. We're down by 2. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Boom, into the gap. A rope. Whoa. Yeah, and like we were going, and look, and then there's that dilemma. There's a point that you roll, and all you parents been through these tournament things know. There's a point where you say, "Let's go home," and then the momentum begins to build. You go, "Hey, let's win the championship." You know, then you start kind of getting into it. You start pulling your Gresham shirts out and putting them on. You know, that kind of stuff.
Well, you've been there for 12 hours, Rick.
How about this? And what I loved is everybody was out of money. I mean, listen, we got to a point, I'm not making this up, we got to a point we would play a game, the team would leave the field, go home, another team would run on, and we'd go again.
Yeah.
And I mean, and look, 2 times.
Losers bracket.
They had time limits on the game. Listen to this. 2 times, the time is running out, we're down by 2 runs, they realized that we can't complete the rally with 2 outs, and they would get out on purpose so another inning would roll, and they'd come back and win it at the bottom of that inning. It was unbelievable. We won 2 games like that. Hey, this is it. Time limit's out. Oh, my God, we got some out. And I said, what just happened? I said, she just ran off the back so she'd get out. And we go, oh, so we can roll another inning. Because as long as you
if you don't get them out, they round the bases.
Right.
Wow.
So I mean,
there's some strategy for you.
I mean, look, we're squeeze playing. Boom. This is a team that ain't done jack. And all of a sudden, they're
9:30 p.m.
they're going nuts.
How did the call back to base camp go?
Well, I called,
especially when you have a hair appointment, because I know that missing a hair appointment, especially if you're a blonde, is, you know, second only to the Battle of Armageddon.
Well, listen how stupid I was. Guess what I said? I said, I'm gonna come on home and get the killer bees. Going to the appointment. I said, look, Sherry, this can't continue. I said, God love them. I said, now we're getting into the winner's bracket again. I said, I'm going to come get the kids. I said, probably by the time I come back, we will have lost the game we're in now, and I'll just pick Brandy up. We'll all go eat and go home. Well, the Killer Bees stay with me for 4 games.
What did you do with those 2 boys for 4 games?
Well, it just got to the point where you just had to start inventing things. And at one point, I don't know how this happened.
Did you do hey, look here.
Yeah. At one point,
at one point, Big Love declared out there with all of it, and I've got an email here from people who met him, he declared his name was Broccoli. I look, he's got all these girls sitting around him over there, and they're saying, what's your name? He said, Broccoli, and they'd laugh, and he'd look at me, and he'd like, hey, they like this Broccoli thing. So I kept running into people who said, I met your son Broccoli, and I said, his name's not Broccoli, you know, and then...
Well, it starts with a B.
Yeah, so then I watch, and he's got all these girls from all the various teams that have been put out, or a team that's waiting to play, and he just sit over in the middle of them and hold court. Well, I noticed his big brother, Boomer, who had declared, I'm ready to go home. Can we go home? You like that? All of a sudden, it gets time, Sherry gets back from her appointment. I said, I'm going to take Big Love home, or Broccoli. And he goes, no, listen. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And also, I noticed he used his little brother's bait. He'd throw him out there, and these girls would all gather around, and he'd kind of ease in there, too. I said, I thought you was ready to go. Then I don't know what's going on, but I won't let it go.
Right.
I said, no, we going now.
Now, he didn't tell people his name was Cheese, right?
That was what was strange. And I thought that was, I thought, well, y'all got a little, what are y'all, some kind of vaudeville act, Broccoli and Cheese? You know what I mean? So it was funny to watch Boomer have to tell me why he wanted to stay. I said, what? I thought you was ready to go. Now, let's go and go to the house. I'm going to go drop them out. No, I think I'm going to stay out here. What do you mean you're going to stay out here? What are you talking about? I said, oh. I said, you got
girl softball, Rick.
You got some girl softballers around? Your little brother bring them in for you, and you huh? Is that it?
Using Broccoli as bait?
And then Taz, of course, I lost him a couple times, and people returned him, and it just went on and on and on.
And now
and
at
on.
9:30, you've worked your way back to the championship.
Yes,
game.
I'm out back.
Now, is it double elimination? Do you have to beat the team twice?
Yeah, and they waxed us. So by the time we
the first game or the second game?
No, the first game. By the time we get there, it's...
So you could have been midnight. Can't you bless it?
The best thing was 11 o'clock, we're in the car driving home. Now, we'd been there since 7 that morning, on and off. Now, I did leave once to go get the kids and once to take them home and came back. But we're driving home, and I look at Brandon, I said, you know that thing you want to go to? I think I'm going to let you go. I changed my mind. And she goes, gives me that look, but she'd kind of gotten into it. So,
well, she had played, 8 games, I guess?
Yeah.
9?
Here we go, the first Patriot mobile phone troll of the week right now. Lines are available, the real Greg Burgess on the phones. If you want to join us right now, make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. The old buzzer will get you at 30 seconds, so we get a lot of people on. We got 10 lines, so a lot of you can get in if you call right now. Also, no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. All those get the instant buzzer. As you're dialing, and there is room for you now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, let's talk about AMAC. This is the Association of Mature American Citizens. You may be like us, and when we hit our 50s, we started getting all this stuff in the mail from AARP, and hey, you're getting older, we got all these discounts, we can help you. But then you realize when you see them lobbying D.C. on behalf of mature American citizens, did not like some of the things that they supported. So we just said no, pass on AARP. But now the Association of Mature American Citizens has given us another option. You can get all the benefits without supporting leftist agendas, bigger government, the Inflation Reduction Act, which has been a disaster. These are people that may represent you and us politically a little better. Really, a lot better. But yeah, we get all the benefits too, though. We still get all the discounts on, going to parks and cruises and car rentals and hotels and restaurants and movies, and all that's still in play. But you also get great advice on Medicare, on Social Security, but you're not supporting the left agendas. So you can join, really, no matter how old you are. But right now, if you'd like to go and take advantage, like 2 million other Americans, you go to amac.us/bigbox, BIGV as in voice, OX, and you can get the election year special 4 years, including the magazine, for only $30. Right now, find that link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so let's go to the phones, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll start with Richard in Alabama. Richard, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So when y'all have pickleball segments, I tend to tune out because it just doesn't interest me, which is fine. But one thing I blame pickleball people for is the fact that I went into a Subway for the first time in 2 years last week, and up on the board is a pickleball club sandwich. And you can't get away from pickleball.
No, you do not find it entertaining the hilarity of us being involved with pickleball? Yeah, because that's kind of the point. We're certainly not proponents, but us dealing with it, I would think would have some intrigue, but maybe not. Let's go to Jody. Jody in Tuscaloosa. Jody, go ahead.
So y'all were talking about Putin and Biden, and we're watching it with my 5-year-old, and she hears him say, "I shut down Putin." She said, "He didn't shut down Putin. He doo-dooed."
Okay.
And there we go.
There it is.
There we go.
Well, they'll say anything.
Sure.
Kids nowadays.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah, right.
No filter.
We continue. Let's go to Tom in Pell City. Tom, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Mac, Mac, Mac.
Mac, Mac, Mac.
Howdy, fellas. Got a question for those of you that have dogs around the 4th of July and New Year's. What do y'all do to calm your dogs down? It was like a war zone around my house. I thought, good Lord, Hamas is coming to attack us. I thought we were being attacked left, right, and center. So what do y'all suggest for that?
Marijuana.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, sir.
There's some sedatives that will relax them a little bit. We just usually put ours up early, put them to bed, and they have their own place they go to and sleep, and they seem to get over it that way fine.
I usually get maybe some pita chips for hummus. And
the hummus attack.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was halfway joking. Someone told Speedy and I a minute ago that they are giving their dog, was it hemp? Something.
Some of those gummies?
Yeah, but they're for dogs.
Oh,
and
how about
it's
that?
calm moments or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But evidently, there's something on the market.
It's got
to calm
so bad.
dogs
We've
down.
gone to the vet and got a prescription for Jack. The problem is you have to work 45 minutes back of when the storm is rolling in for it to kind of start
Or the
taking
fireworks show.
effect.
Yeah.
But boy, fireworks just crank up. You're working from behind then. But mine went nuts.
We were watching one of the shows, and they have a very large dog that stays out, and he's older, and he's Buddy. That's his name.
Sure.
And Buddy will the first one that goes off, he's going to go out there and bark at it, and then he'll just wander back like, I just want to let y'all know I saw it.
Okay.
And then he just goes and lays down and watches like everybody else.
We give Franklin some drugs, so we get glassy-eyed Franklin going on beforehand, and then a thunder shirt helps, so we put the thunder shirt on him.
Okay.
And then I set up a bunch of fans in his room, so it's really loud in there, and hopefully
box fans are key.
They are
very helpful.
It does help.
Yeah. Jack will just lay in front of one.
So
I'm
thankful.
So done.
I'm so thankful.
Yeah.
Sherry asked me this week. She goes,
I'm
"Do you have
officially
any
done,
regrets
too.
about us giving our dog away when the kids left?" I said, "Not one. It's possibly one of the greatest life quality decisions I've ever made."
I'm very envious of that.
Right, yeah.
And I got a long way to go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We continue. Let's go to Grace in Birmingham. Grace, ZZK, go ahead.
Hey, y'all. I'm a lifelong listener. It's nice to call y'all.
Thanks, Grace.
Thank you.
I don't know if this has been raised up at this point, but just how do the Democrats think that this strategy would work? Like somewhere in some room, someone said, okay, in 2020, they said, okay, we got Biden to win. Let's just be in complete denial about his obvious signs of dementia. And when he eventually has to speak in front of the American people in a debate, we all pretend that.
No, it's what we've all been saying.
Grace, I know. I don't.
You're all over it.
I don't understand it. Like you said, the situation they're in now was easy to forecast.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You saw it coming. I mean,
We actually, Bubba has been forecasting this since Biden took office, that it would be a Gavin Newsom, that it would be some sharp. I mean, we've been working the plan for them.
Right.
I still think it's going to be Gavin Newsom.
I do too.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go with Keith in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go.
Hey.
What's up, big ones?
Hey, buddy.
Y'all giving my president a hard time about ho, ho, ho. He wasn't talking about Christmas. He was talking about the VP.
Okay, that was already said.
You reused it.
Float through there.
All right. There it is. That was already said in a more subtle way.
It was.
We continue. JR in Alabama. JR, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, my kind of people.
Hey, buddy.
And
and ho, 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 and happy Easter. Really what I want to know is I want to hear Greg's version of what he really meant by ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, I think you got that. Yeah, and if not, the Tuscaloosa caller got it for you. Perry in Starkville, 96.1. Perry, go ahead.
Hey, I was wondering who's going to write the tell-all book about what's been going on in the White House after Joe Biden gets beat, and how long will it be before it's published after the beating?
There'll be tons of. I mean, every president that leaves, you have a bunch of books.
Sure.
I mean, this one will be especially colorful, though. I think
it will.
Because you're going to see people who are in the administration or tied to it. They're going to want to get out the word about how nobody listened to them when they were telling Joe Biden he needed to go.
Right.
And they had the insight. And it'll basically be an audition for the next Democratic president. You know, that this guy was in there, he knew what was going on. He tried to tell them disaster is waiting, and no one would listen.
Right. Well, if you just get down to kind of what Grace said, you can only come to this well, there's only a couple of conclusions, but the one that I think is likely, well, one is that we have an administration from the past, or just one that's a shadow administration now, whoever that may be. A lot of people think it's Obama. I don't know whether it is or it isn't. And the only way for the shadow administration to be able to run things is to put a puppet up for candidate.
All right.
Because, Grace, I'm trying to help you with us trying to grasp the same thing and others that think the same thing.
So someone who agrees to play ball.
Right. Or just doesn't know whether they're playing ball or not because they've lost their cognitive skills.
Right.
So Biden might be perfect for that. Now, how they didn't see that it was going to digress to a point that they might not be able to hold it together, now that part does seem to be a little ignorant. Because I just don't think, I oppose the Democratic Party and their ideology, but I don't think they're so stupid that they would put a candidate in that was so obviously unable to complete 2 terms or even 1 without that being part of the plan. So I guess I'm trying to give them some sort of benefit of the doubt on intelligence. Now it's diabolical.
Yeah.
It's deviant, but I think this was the plan all along, and they're trying to figure out how they can do it one more time, and maybe he's just run out of gas quicker than they thought, or they don't really care. I don't know. It's obvious that they're not protecting him as far as across the party the way they were.
Mm-hmm. They were till they couldn't.
Right, yeah. So
it may be Biden agreed to step down, and now that he's in, he's so corrupt and delusional, he's not willing to step down.
Nah, that's
That's
true.
messing up their plan.
That could be true.
I don't know.
That could be true. All right, we'll come back. We'll hit some other stuff that we missed today as the Rick and Bubba show rolls on right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They played 8.
Can I just admit something to you
Yeah.
that has drove me crazy since the early days of baseball and softball? I hate the double elimination tournament because
night.
you get to the quote-unquote championship
And
game
you do.
and you got one team that's very good and one team that is wore out.
Well, that's what
and
this was.
it's never a very good game.
And the team that was there,
Every now and
the team was there, Pittman, they had won it like 4 years in a row, and they'd been done just about 3 that afternoon, just waiting.
Can I
know?
tell you my favorite
And,
is the 2 brackets, and however you get to the championship game, it doesn't matter who wins that takes it all. Don't you think that's a better deal?
But I'm
It's more
gonna
exciting.
tell you, the girls
Not
aren't
fair, but exciting.
By the time they got there, they were absolutely. They were loopy in that game.
Oh, sure.
I
can
only imagine.
Yeah, people were like, "Hey, I'll pitch," that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It just was crazy by that point. But for them to come back and finish second in that tournament after all, if you'd have seen all of us as parents trying to, we got marked up with so many step outs. This is it. And then running, and people like
I
pooling
can't
money.
believe they came all the way back from losing the first game to the champ. Rick, that is a long road.
And look, we ate everything that concession stand had. if somebody would start to leave and you go, "Where are you going?" They go, because if you mentioned you were going to stop by a restaurant, everybody pile on you.
Sure.
Hey, Picker, please.
Yeah.
Is there an ATM out there? Please. Here's people handing their codes out.
Here's my private pen number.
I gotta have money. But this is what I want to pose to the, it was insane. out there. It truly was, but a lot of fun. But I want to mention this too, as we come back. I counted this, so I'd be sure. I started counting when it became almost like epidemic. I was said to me at that tournament and over the weekend 6 documented times. Okay, you look a lot better in person. And I said, what? She said, yeah, I watch you on TV. And I said, what do you mean by that? I had a number. Are we like really struggling on TV? Is TV? I mean, because it started out, somebody said that, and I thought, well, I guess that's a backhanded compliment. And then it just kept. It was epidemic. Hey, are we real ugly on TV? I mean,
well, that's basically what they're telling you.
Yeah, I mean,
they said you look like a dog on TV.
Well, and let me ask this: is it because
and they start barking at you?
Is it because we do a show? I said, well, I look kind of monstrous when I first wake up.
Yeah, that has a lot to do with it.
That has a lot to do with it.
Because they were seeing me that later. Now, keep in mind, it's bad that somebody said that after we've been through, 16 hours at the ballpark.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, I have to ask the question: are we ugly on TV, like real ugly? Those of you that like seen us in person and have seen us on TV, I mean. Undoubtedly, we really look bad on TV, or I know I do, because I'm serious. I had it happen, and then it hit me again on Sunday. I see somebody. I said, "Hey," at a restaurant, I said, "I'm surprised you look a lot better in person." And I went, "What? What do you mean?"
Almost like it's the running deal, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, yeah, you do look better.
Yeah, it's kind of like when people say you don't look like you sound. You go, "Well, do you like the show?" And they say, "Yeah," and I go, "Oh, so I sound good and look bad." Are we scaring y'all on TV? Are we butt ugly on TV and I just don't know it?
Well, TV puts on what, Bubba, 10,
105, 10, 100 pounds.
I mean, I got that a lot over the weekend. Like they were shocked in person. And then a lot of this, you look younger. Hey, is TV age just real bad? Is it because we're up early? I know we're not the prettiest things in the world.
When you see the TV anchors, what do you think?
Well, they wear makeup, though.
Yeah.
So really, some of them look better on TV than they do in person.
Call us washed out.
Rick.
It is 9 minutes now till the top of the hour. Here we go. All right, so we've recapped pretty good today, a little bit of everything. You can catch the archives on anything you might have missed on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel or the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. The archive is there every day on both of the entire show. So go back and catch any parts that you may have missed on the live show. Say, wake me when the sun breaks. Show me how the sun shines. All right, so, Bubba, some unfortunate stuff over the weekend. We've told the story when I accidentally, and apparently I'm not alone, fired fireworks on my own family. Even Babylon B had a little headline about that.
That's one of my favorite stories.
Would you see Babylon B? Said
I was there. I saw it.
You saw it.
Still
Yeah.
fun.
How about Babylon B when they did that pathetic fireworks show didn't even cause anyone to have to hide behind a shed. But anyway, unfortunately, we have people that were injured, and this is always an issue, and one man killed. We'll start with that one. Now, we're not going to show you the explosion that killed him, but just moments before his death, he's dancing around placing fireworks on his hat. Does he not know that an explosion on your head will kill you? And so here, look. Oh, Greg.
Greg, there's the life of the party. Has no idea what's about to happen.
He's about to be dead.
You're right.
That's right. Look at him. That's
now, it looks like he might have enjoyed some of the other festivities.
Guys, please realize, look behind him. He has no idea.
Now, so doesn't he put one on his head?
Does he take one of those and put it on that hat?
Yeah, that's what got him. Some type of firework on top of his top hat, and it didn't end well for him.
No, his wife said he got caught up in it.
Yeah, well,
he's trying to be the life of the party.
Yeah,
I think he's got a little bit of stagger there.
He does.
I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just pointing out the obvious.
Wow.
Please look at that. It's supposed to be a fake beard.
I know, and he's not much of an effort on the fake beard.
No, not much of an effort on anything, Rick.
No, it's not. He's got an Uncle Sam top hat on and an Uncle Sam overalls, and apparently not long after this shot, he put a firework on top of that hat, and it killed him when it went off, because an explosion on your head will kill you.
Yeah. It's not good. Not good.
No.
So the wife said he loved his country.
Yes, he did.
And he looked forward to celebrating every year.
Yes, he did.
I thought he was just showboating. I didn't realize he had already lit it. Just before the incident happened, he hugged me and his son and said, "You're my rock and you are my heart."
How sweet.
And then followed by watch this.
And then, now check
Greg.
this out.
Thank you, Greg.
Check this out.
Did I hear the kickoff hour say that it happened at like 10:20 that night?
Yeah, it was. I can look back.
Because this has... It
looks like
much
dust.
earlier in the day, so this may tell us.
Well, maybe that's just
Where
the
are
earlier
they?
dancing. He
Yeah.
later may have, you know.
Well, he had a long day. Is what
Well,
I'm
he's,
saying.
he's firing his guns.
Yeah.
Long day, long night.
Right.
Yeah.
He's out of the gate wide open.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a long celebration.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Of course, he's dead now.
That's horrible.
yeah. It says here, 41-year-old. I'm scanning the article here.
Sadly.
Yeah, we have the written article, but it's at the bottom probably of all your press.
You know,
yeah, it says here, Somerville police say at 10:30 p.m. they found him lying,
unfortunately,
in the roadway suffering from major head injuries. The coroner confirmed that he died of igniting a large firework on the top of his head.
All right,
You're not supposed to do
Greg,
that.
you make a great point. There are many people that have passed away, died, and their final words were, "Watch this."
We've all gimped ourselves up doing that.
I don't think anybody can say he didn't love his country.
I'll tell you this, he was patriotic.
He was.
I didn't think we'd ever have to say this, but I think now we do. And God bless his family. And
that's terrible.
Horrible what happened. Do not place fireworks on your head and light them.
No.
I mean, this happens every year.
This particular thing?
Yeah, I remember we did a year's story. The only thing is if he thought maybe that the top hat was going to give him a little room between that and his head. But I remember us doing a story years ago of a guy sat in one of them big ones that shoot, the big pipe.
But you know it has.
Put it on top of his head and the concussion.
It has concussion.
Exactly. It's like
it's like being hit in the head with a hammer.
Yeah.
I'm quoting the wife. He placed the firework on his head to show off.
The what?
Well,
the firework on top of his head to show off at the block party.
Well, God love him.
They tried to stop him, they said.
He visioned in his mind, and I can see it, like a Roman candle shooting out of the top of that Uncle Sam hat.
That would have been great.
Screaming, "I love America!"
But
Trump in 2024.
Listen, you see it as a sparkler, not the launching pad for a major firework.
Yeah. Thank you, Bubba.
Here he is, Mr. Alan Ray McGrew. He loved America.
He did.
He did.
He died doing what he loved.
He did.
Utah, Bubba, I told you early on.
Yeah, I heard about this.
This one in Provo, Utah. I guess, is this BYU Stadium?
It's happened to BYU.
So they have this thing called something, some kind of, it features a fireworks show, but it's called the Flame something, and it's sold out. I mean, I'm talking about the whole field, everything is completely sold out. And these fireworks start shooting from the top of, so they got it's a concert and all that. So these fireworks start shooting, and look, they're going into the crowd.
Yes.
Hit the deck.
And it looks, and it's really burned some people. And a minute you'll see person is there when people are getting hit around him. We have one person that was major burn. So here, now we're there. Okay, now you'll see people start panicking. And you see they're now firing into the crowd.
So fast.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
That band person got rocked.
So
look
they
right here. Did you see that one?
They're set up left and right of the big Jumbotron, and it looks like the one on our right, their left, something like one row fell.
Yeah,
and it just started shooting.
It was what happened to my family.
It is.
Yes.
But much more serious.
It's your fireworks display going
Y'all,
bad.
look at this. It's like a missile. Not, I mean, it's just so fast.
Rick, you remember we saw that happen?
It's almost like the plane doubled around and started firing on the crowd.
That's correct.
The Sidewinder
That's
missiles.
correct. You know, which is going to happen in the future. But, wow.
You remember we saw one go bad.
Oh, real bad.
You remember?
Oxford
Right
Lake.
on it, yeah. And Bubba, did you see where the Jacksonville, they had to postpone it because one of the workers who was setting it up, it blew up on him?
No.
Yeah, they had to postpone the fire.
Did it kill it?
This one,
No, he's
this
been
person.
released from the hospital, but they had to take him to the hospital.
I'm sorry, Greg.
Where do they still do it at the Coliseum?
There's
This
your
was
direct
set up
hit
at
right
the high
there.
school. They had a bunch
All
of
right,
food
show it
trucks.
again.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Greg. I'm walking all over your story. This is from the BYU story, and this is the direct hit, like the first person view of the hit.
Well, here
Ready?
comes, see it. There it is.
Oh.
Did you see it?
Oh, wow.
Who's hurt?
And now
People hurt.
Look, they're
He
burned.
got a little.
he's got ashes on him, and now people start overreacting a little bit. Start screaming.
Watch this guy. His stomach's burned. Watch him.
She got hit in the head. That one.
And now they're worried more are coming too. That's what adds
You see
to
the guy in the
mania.
blue, what was
kids.
it, hoodie?
It's like Red Dawn.
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
like what happened in Meridian. You see it? It just almost got him. Wow.
Especially when
thanks.
jets have just flown over. That
That
can't
was
be
how it
comforting. I mean, goodness. Yeah.
Wow. There you go. All right, so thanks for being with us. We wrap it up. Any part of the show, as I mentioned, you can catch on the archives today. If this is your last few moments with us on the live show, Lord willing, we'll be back with another show tomorrow. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.